It's finally here, guys. The long hiatus is over. Dandadan, one of the greatest running manga in Shonen Jump right now, is back. The chapter 164, She's Gone All Little, which we're gonna get into right away. Just make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to make sure you don't miss any future Dandadan content now that we're back to the weekly grind. Thank you so much for watching, and let's not waste any more time. So, fresh off the heels of the Don Mara arc, which basically concluded with Count Saint Germain revealing himself to be something and standing in our way, whether he's a villain or a friend, he succeeded in manipulating the fairy tale card completely to obtain the fairy tale card's power. He successfully manipulated Unjizuma, and who I assume he was the one that manipulated Unji, and erased his memory. And now we don't know where he's going off next, but we do know one thing. This man, as mysterious as he already is, name dropped the title of the series. If the fairy tale card knew anything about Dandadan. What is Dandadan? Is it a object? A yokai? Is it some kind of crazy ritual or feeling? I'm definitely interested to see what's going on with that. But of course, we have to pick back up and do one thing that is required to truly end this arc. So long story short, after the insane incident and everything happened, it was a little bit too much to cover up, so the general public does understand something happened. However, they take the disturbance as just a turf war between delinquent gangs, which honestly, not too far off from probably what would have happened if the fairy tale card and the whole board game thing didn't happen. So meanwhile, in the hospital, we've got Unji and his surrogate father, the cop, or as we get the correct name, Masamichi Beiga, are recovering from their injuries. And the cop is wondering why Zuma didn't trust him with all this information. I mean, we got that whole background story. We know how close these characters are. Honestly, it's amazing to see how much Zuma grew from the kind of terrible history that he had to grow out of. He almost had no chance whatsoever. So the fact that the cop was able to be there for him and turn him into this great person that was willing to risk everything for some random dude that he didn't even know, some hobo that was naked talking about he came out of a board game. I would have just kept walking personally, but I'm not as good of a guy as Zuma, and that's why we love Cop Beiga. He's upset that Zuma didn't tell him why all of this has happened and about the umbrella boy and all of this stuff, but Zuma kind of tells him he didn't want to explain everything to him for the exact reason he didn't just explain everything to the detectives and police that just left his hospital room, because you probably wouldn't believe him if he told you. You'd think he was just crazy. Think about all this yokai shit. You have to believe it for yourself. You have to see it for yourself. The same reason Psycho still doesn't believe in aliens. Again, Zuma makes mention of the mysterious person that explained to him that the golden ball would not only solve all of his problems, but be able to help him destroy the board game world, which we know played right into Count Saint Germain's hands. So it's pretty easy to assume that Count Saint Germain was the one that was playing all the sides and pulling all of the strings here. The fact that he's able to just erase himself from Zuma's memory is pretty scary. How long has this guy been in the background, and how many other things in this world is he responsible for? Anyway, everyone, even the hobo from the board game, comes to visit Zuma and thank him for everything that he's done, showing the kind of relationships and connection that Zuma was able to form between his delinquent gang and all of these random people that got involved in this story that now all just have this common bond together. And you know what? I think it's pretty fair that everyone gets to partake in this big family end arc dinner. It's absolutely just a great moment that's well deserved. Everyone really fought the hardest they could in their own way, shape, or form. And the fact that we can all enjoy the end of the arc is just together, despite at the cost of Psycho's paycheck. It's beautiful. You know what's not beautiful is, oh yeah, Momo is literally super tiny, by the way. The name of the chapter, the reason why we almost got the happy ending. Whether it was because she was pulled out too haphazardly, she was pulled out too late, either way, she did not return to normal size on the way back out. And, you know, now it's, now we don't really know what to do. I mean, some people do know what to do. Ira is more than happy to torture the ever-living heck out of the doll-sized Momo. And we do get to see all of the characters that were absent from the last arc. We see Gigi, Ira, of course. We even see Kinta, Vamola, all of these people that were left out, and they do admit that they were upset that they were left out of this arc, and they want to make sure that anytime Momo has a paranormal issue, everyone, the whole team is called, which I agree. I definitely miss Gigi and Ira in this arc. Kinta, I could have done without, but I know that's probably a controversial statement, and I've already dug my own grave for saying that. I am sorry, not editing it out. That's my true opinion. I stick by what I say. Gigi the most proclaims that he wants to be by Momo's side and to help her because Momo is precious to him, which, of course, we know makes kind of a little bit of insecurity hit Okarun, despite the kind of crazy thing that he did and the confidence he had to tell Momo that he loved her. Momo made Okarun say that they would properly confess when all was said and done. And now that the arc is over, they still have yet to do so. Now, of course, you know, technically the problems still aren't over. Momo is still small, but the very fact that Gigi is able to, you know, bring this up, and of course, Momo, not thinking anything of it, says, oh yes, I'll never make that same mistake again. It shows that we've still got plenty of time left in regards to this whole romance between Okarun and Momo, especially because as far as Okarun knows, his love was unreciprocated, and now here she is just forgetting about it. Okarun's not the kind of person that's gonna bring this back up. He's waiting for Momo to, which we know is unfortunately not how the dynamic of this works. Plenty more romance shenanigans for these guys to get into, which means that we are far from over with this series. As Mai, the yokai that's haunting the class rep, continues to cause more problems and infighting because she just thinks she's the hottest shit in the world, which, you know, being the one that wants the class rep to become a pop star is probably like the manifestation of her narcissism. The scariest thing about this entire situation, despite it being supposedly the happy arc ending, even when asking Psycho what we should do about Momo, she seems unenthusiastic and just at a loss. She says, I really don't know. I can't tell you. She shouldn't have eaten that food. And it shows that if Psycho doesn't know what's going on, then we've got a big problem on our hand. But the good news is that Okarun, everyone involved, is going to do what they can to find a way to save Momo. They're not just gonna leave her like this. We don't get a big future arc set up this chapter. If anything, this was the final chapter of the Danmanra arc. We had to finish everything off. Again, the required dinner. We'll probably get more set up next chapter as to where the narration and the plot is going to go. Today we're going over chapter 165, Family Jewels Intact. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe so you don't miss any other Dandadan reviews or other series you might read weekly. Unfortunately, this is another in-between arcs chapter. However, this one genuinely has so much meaning behind it and left an impact on me that I'm sad to admit. It really means a lot for the protagonist group in a lot of different ways. If it wasn't for Momo being small, to be honest with you, this seems pretty definitive end. Like, this could be the penultimate or final chapter of Dandadan and be very sad but fulfilling. Obviously, luckily for us, we still have Count Saint Germain's crazy ass. We've got the concept of Dandadan as a whole to learn about, making Momo not small, like I mentioned, all that good stuff to look forward to. And like I said, this in-between chapter is a lot of fun because it begins and starts right off with the customary baseball pitch in order to return the last and final golden testicle to Okarun's sack. I have to say, over 165 chapters, plenty of setbacks, regaining the balls, losing the balls, and then regaining them again. It's crazy that we have both of them back. I actually wasn't even aware that we did. So Psycho hits that fucking shit with a crisp home run, this time of all times. Turbo Granny was not able to fool Psycho with her pitching skills this time, and we lose the balls again. Gone forever, restarting the whole cycle. I wish that was the case. I wish I could say that. That would be absolutely hilarious, but they managed to find it, and now Takakura has both of his balls, which never thought I would be so happy for another man to get his testicles back, but Okarun's been through so much hell and has really grown so much over the course of this series. He deserves to have both of his testicles. balls. Unfortunately though, where the sad part of the chapter comes in is we're reminded of the deal we made with Turbo Granny way back in the very beginning of the series. Because if you remember, the whole entire point and reason that Turbo Granny was helping us, if we got both of Takakura's balls back, we would give her all of her power back. Everyone besides Okaru and Momo are kind of freaking out, like Joji, Ira, all of the somewhat newer people are like, what is Okaru gonna do? He's gonna lose his powers. What if an alien comes? How are we gonna defend ourselves? Of course, Okaru, just a stand-up guy, a real man's man. He's a person of his word. Without hesitation, he offers Turbo Granny all of her power back. Regardless of her trying to ignore all of the kindness, Okaru does thank her for everything that she's done. She really has, despite her tsundere attitude, been a great help, and it's gonna be a big nerf not having her in the rest of the series. And I'm very curious what you guys are gonna think of that going forward. This brings us to the final ritual of the chapter, where Psycho smacks the spirit energy right out of Okaru and right back into Turbo Granny with that spirit fan. I think this moment, the small brief interaction that we get once Turbo Granny regains her power, it's really a beautiful moment, because when the ghastly entity and the power emanates from Turbo Granny as soon as she gets everything back, everyone that isn't familiar with her, like Ira, Senta, all of these newer people that haven't really known Turbo Granny since the beginning, she's just been this annoying cat, are shook. They're like, holy crap, we didn't know that she was this evil, massive ghost, that she was this powerful. And you do kind of forget that, her being in this lucky cat form for literally so long. She really was one of the most powerful yokai in the country, and even the other yokai that we fought so far have been surprised she's been reduced to such a state. All of these characters are like, holy crap, we're scared, she might turn on us, she might betray us. Momo, Okaru, and Psycho are the only ones in the group that are kind of stone cold. They're kind of emotionless, just looking at, I mean, honestly, at this point, what is a full-fledged and longtime friend walk out of the door, because that's exactly what Turbo Granny does. We even get a page that genuinely was so sad to see and like left a heavy weight on my chest, being like, wow, this is really her goodbye. Instead of betraying them and attacking them, and rightfully, she probably could have beat everyone in that moment if she caught them off guard, she says, thank you for giving me my power back. That's all I have to stick around for. And she walks out the door, and she waves one final goodbye, and that final page is of that and small Momo looking back at the empty doorway as she disappears. That devious, mean cat is gone. I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect something like this to happen, and yeah, man, it made me sad. It's a sad development. I really became attached to Turbo Granny's dynamic with the group. I'm sure everyone else did, and it makes sense why everyone would be just so upset to actually see her leave and not even be willing to help Momo become big again. Not for nothing, having her as basically our like lexicon of all yokai and all the crazy shit that goes on is going to be a big disadvantage going forward in the series. Like Ira said, if an alien attacks, or worse, if Count Saint Germain starts making his, final moves and it attacks us or something, we definitely can't hold up against him without Turbo Granny, especially with Okaru not having his power. This next arc coming up is going to be a very interesting arc, especially with our two strong characters basically reduced to nothing. It's basically we're gonna have to rely on our side characters now. So let's see how far we've developed them, I guess. I'm sure Turbo Granny is gonna make a big entrance coming back. She talks a big game, but I know she loves us. And today we're going over number 166, Is This a Little Fairy? Which is basically the very beginning of the whole new saga of Dandadan. Officially, at the end of the Danmanra arc, which is the arc we just got out of with the fairy tale card, it ended with seemingly setting up Count Saint Germain as the main villain, if not a main force of nature that we're gonna have to contend with. But most importantly, at the end of it, Takakura received his final remaining golden ball, completing his full set of testicles, and which above all ends the, as it was dubbed by the community, the Kintama Hunt arc, or the Kintama Hunt saga, which is just Japanese slang for testicles, and based off of the interactions between
between Momo and Okarun, it really seems like they are pretty much ready to commit to themselves and admit that they do in fact have feelings for each other. The one and only thing that's going to be standing in the way of that is Momo being small. At the very end of this chapter, that's kind of what we touch on, is Momo doesn't want to hear a confession. Momo doesn't want to officiate their love until they are normal size. It seems to me that if that is the case, it's quite possible, along with some other things that we do see in this chapter, that Momo is just going to be small for the rest of this story period. And actually, that might be the next saga, since essentially, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like if Okarun and Momo get together, that's the end of the story, right? So we can't have that happen yet. We have plenty of other things to get over and talk about, specifically Turbo Granny, Momo, and how she's gonna get big again, and scarily enough, what Count Saint Germain means for the rest of us. So if you enjoy Dandadan content and want to see content reviews, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to make sure you don't miss a single weekly video, and most importantly, thank you for watching. Now again, this new saga may be referred to the Fairy Saga, or obviously will probably have a much better name than whatever I'll give it, but it seems to me that Momo being small again is going to be the driving force of everything, as the last couple chapters that we've had have really been focused on just setting up the foundation of Momo being small, how we are dealing with Momo being small, and how Momo is able to live normal life. I mean, whatever you can deal with being normal, right? As the size that she is. And again, as Okarun had to find out all of these different problems with the golden balls and how that created shenanigans, this may be the start of something new. As being small is definitely a constant struggle and something that they're gonna have to work on quickly, right? Momo's getting full off of 2 grains of rice. She can't even eat larger filling foods. Drinking water is a common lethal occurrence because God forbid she gets too much of it. I mean, honestly, instead of Vamola just squirting in the eyedropper, they should give her like a little hamster setup. That's just my idea that I thought of off the top, but the surface tension of water can literally kill her. So not easy to be small in more ways than one. I'm sure a lot of people will be able to tell you that. The one thing that Momo at least takes pride in is, hey, at least I don't have to do normal human responsibilities like go to school. But for once in her life, for some reason, Psycho decides to be a responsible parent and say, you know, your studies have actually been falling behind, Momo. I think you actually need to go to school. Which is just so funny to see Psycho take this change. It really shows how Turbo Granny is affecting her, whether she wants to admit it or not, which we'll talk about a lot later. Momo is genuinely even shocked, but when Psycho's like, hey, you know, show me your all-A report card and I'll let you stay off, and she immediately goes to school with everyone. She like hides out in Vamola's pocket, which I have no idea why they think this is gonna work, and at least Okarun has the common sense, because even while they're in class, it's like, Momo, what are you doing? She's on top of the desk. She's trying to take notes and everything like that. It is just your average Dandadan shenanigans. Nothing new here. So it is nice to be back to normal, even though not too much is happening in these chapters. However, while remaining undetected despite what seems to be blatant eye contact with another student, the one thing that becomes clear from an offhanded comment by Momo is that she feels like a fairy. You know, fairies, those mythological creatures that are legend has it that they are among us constantly all of the time. They are literally in plain sight. We are just so distracted by our everyday lives and all of the things that are around us. You know, obviously in this day and age, our smartphones, TVs, jobs, all of these different crazy things. But I mean, legend has it back in the day, we were able to see fairies a lot more because we were actually looking at things that we didn't want to look at. We were looking at things without being distracted and without having all of these different lights and screens that throw our, you know, sight off and throw our average magical capacity off, if you want to put it that way. And you know what? Okarun putting 2 and 2 together is good on him because it makes sense, right? I mean, Momo was turned small by the fairy tale card. Obviously, those two things aren't one-to-one. Fairy tale, fairy, you know, kind of the same, not really, but the point is like Okarun goes, hey, you know what? Maybe there's a little bit more to you just turning small. At the very least, it gives them the lead to think of. So they all go to the library, assume that Momo is turned into a fairy. They're going to try and find anything they can on fairies, history, anatomy, or potentially what I imagine they're looking for, a way to turn Momo back from being a fairy. Or if they can't find a way to turn her back, they can at least find a way to meet a fairy that might have the answer. During everyone getting together and putting their brains together to try and solve this big mystery, what's going to be the next big story saga for Dandadan, we do reminisce a little bit about Turbo Granny. And I know I said it last week, it makes me so sad to lose Turbo Granny. Like, I honestly share the sentiment with all of these characters that, like, now that she's gone, it's kind of sad not having her around. She became a part of the crew, despite, she's just a dick. She is like, she's got a heart of gold. And honestly, Momo and Okarun are kind of surprised that she didn't, fuck off for a couple days and then come back when she was hungry. To me, kind of scares me, especially with, let me tell you what worries me about Turbo Granny. I can definitely elaborate more on this in a larger video, but what worries me about Turbo Granny is how convenient is it that we just found out what Count Saint Germain's full goal is, right? To capture or at least take the power from yokai, these aliens, and collect them together and use those powers as his own. Not for nothing, we've seen how strong Okarun can be with Turbo Granny. So it worries me that now that Turbo Granny is alone, we saw how powerful she is on her own, don't get me wrong, but she won't have anyone to help her if Count Saint Germain goes for her. And what if Momo and Okarun are correct? What if they literally are right that Turbo Granny fully intended to leave and then eventually would have just came back and then Count Saint Germain got her? I'm very, very, very worried about that, but hey. The one thing I will say, too, is that not having Turbo Granny puts us at a major disadvantage, specifically because Ira, Gigi, they're all great help. The Evil Eye, Acrobatic Silky, awesome. We were able to fight the Cur. Momo is small, so we're already down Momo. And now Okarun not having any supernatural powers is not a good look whatsoever. And the worst part is, the man's got everything he needs, supposedly. I mean, those golden balls were so strong, they helped power the Cur exosuit. They helped do so much stuff. I mean, I have to hope and imagine that Okarun is able to utilize that power for himself. And if not, maybe we can get some help from Unjizuma, because Brella Boy, badass. The chapter does end off with Momo and Okarun going through their usual love spat, but this time, Momo actually notices what seems to be either a gnome or a fairy looking at them from beyond the bookshelf. It's quite possible that we may have found what we're looking for. If they are nice, if they're evil, that I'm sure we're gonna find out, because again, Dandadan shenanigans never let up. All we know is we're on the right track. Whether this fairy stuff leads us to getting Momo back to bigger size or not, we will have to find out, because again, personally, if we spend a whole saga focusing 165 chapters focusing on getting Okarun's balls back, it wouldn't surprise me if this last half of the story is focusing on getting Momo back to regular size.
So in the latest chapter of Dandadan, we are witnessing what is, in my opinion, even more proof that Count Saint Germain is going to be the main villain of whatever saga that we're entering, because there is no way that someone would be able to be aware that Momo is this small without him interfering, or even the fairy tale card interfering. Or imagine the fairy tale card continues to play as some kind of side villain while Count Saint Germain has all of his power. That would be kind of insane. But my point is, chapter 168, there's someone here, is just more definitive proof that something is working in the shadows here to continually move pieces around in a way that's beneficial to them. Now, it's clear from this chapter that Momo being small will not be as easy as we thought it was. I mean, last chapter we did learn a couple beneficial things. For one, despite being a lanky nerd that literally has had his build questioned throughout the entire series, I mean, Okarun has finally proven that all of those battles, all of these hardships have made his physical body pretty strong. Or at the very least, Turbo Granny's power has begun to rub off on him from the amount of times he's switched back and forth into them, because his bully tries to embarrass him all the way back from chapter 1, by the way, which the fact that we brought this guy in just so we could show how far Okarun has come since the beginning of the first saga is just beautiful writing. I absolutely love that. This guy thinks he's gonna clown on Okarun, and of course, you know what? Momo's not here to save him from this moment, so he kind of just has to suck it up and deal with it. And even though he thinks he's gonna lose, he does. That fucking loser. And it is the most satisfying thing in the world to know that even in the 100-meter dash, whatever that was, the handball throw, the long jump, the side steps, whatever presidential fitness test they're doing, Okarun is the biggest Chad in the room. And it's just beautiful to see that. And I was so happy to see that last chapter. And that pretty much answers all of my fears as to if Okarun was going to be able to defend himself without Turbo Granny. But it seems like even though he's not like, you know, crazy buff or, you know, maybe crazy powerful or can do some serious damage with his straight up bare hand knuckles, we haven't seen that yet, but that would also be pretty insane. It is nice to know that he's not going to be completely defenseless. Now we get back to Momo this chapter as we pick up from her perspective as she went to go look for that old man or fairy, whatever she saw in the library. And she's kind of striking out in this. It's just, I mean, you have to imagine here, this library to like an ant is humongous. It would probably take like a week to clear this entire library. It's crazy. It's a big library. So imagine two tiny ants in a humongous library trying to find each other. Not easy, especially when you can consider like you can be up on shelves, up on bookshelves. If the old man is trying to hide from her, which I imagine always trying to stay out of sight. It's not easy. But the good news is that Momo can use her powers at full size, which is one, insane, because she basically can just imitate Spider-Man at this point, just Miles Morales and all over the place. But you gotta know that at least our two characters, despite the massive nerfs that we may have been dealt, are still able to adapt to the situations at hand and prove that everything that we've come this far to achieve wasn't taken away from us. Our bodies may have been changed, but you can't change our spirits. As lame as that sounds. Now, the big problem that's presented this chapter that makes things not as easy for Momo to deal with, besides just trying to find a needle in a giant haystack, is an eerie figure walks into the library with a knife. And at first, this first shot, I legitimately thought this was Reiko Kashima, the strongest yokai in the entire world that we dealt with back in the Space Globalist arc, and not the crazy, insane clown makeup Reiko Kashima. I mean the no makeup, quote unquote, you know, beautiful Reiko Kashima that we see at the very end of the Space Globalist arc. I really thought she was back to stir up some trouble. Maybe Momo being small and validated her and Okarun's love somehow, and now she's back on the hunt. Who knows? But it's not. It's just some random student that we don't know her name. We don't know who she is. We've never seen her before. Even Momo doesn't know who she is. So at the same time, they're not just being creepy for being creepy's sake. You know, like they're not just, you know, Momo's not just being small, witnessing a drug deal or something. You know, that would be just everyday life. Maybe not so much in Japan, but you get what I'm saying. She knows Momo is little and she's searching directly for her. And I imagine with that little pocket knife or shank that she's got, she doesn't have very good intentions. We'll leave it at that. And it begs the question, something that also Momo questions herself. How the hell does this person, one, know that I'm in the library and is looking for me? And two, how do they know that I'm small? There's only a select group of people that know that I have turned small, my friends, and maybe some of the delinquents from the end of the Danmanra arc. But this says to me that I believe Count Saint Germain is at it again. We know that during the entire Danmanra arc, Unjizuma, the cop, all of these different moving pieces that were going on, especially with the fairy tale card being hidden inside the game board, it was very clear Count Saint Germain manipulated everyone in this perfect way to just achieve what he wanted. He ended up getting the fairy tale card's power and at the same time was able to help Umbrella Boy awaken and have Unjizuma's power do all of the work for him, essentially. And we've seen Count Saint Germain interact with our characters and mess with our memories, and he was with the Kerr during the Space Globalist arc. He is a major player in the events before and the events to come. If this random girl just knows about small Momo and is trying to kill her or find her, I have to imagine that is the work of Count Saint Germain. Now, I already had the theory. Definitely check out the video if you haven't already. I fully believe that now that Turbo Granny is separated from the group, it's possible that she wanted to return to all of us, but instead Count Saint Germain was added and actually got a hold of Turbo Granny and her power. And now Count Saint Germain is messing with our group of protagonists again for some other reason, or maybe he has yet to fight Turbo Granny and is trying to use Momo Okarun to bring Turbo Granny out. All I know is Count Saint Germain cannot be trusted. He's a paranormal collector that will do anything possible to get what he needs, especially find the concept of Dandadan, and whatever that may be, it's probably not good. With this game of cat and mouse, Momo is trying to push books over. They are really doing their best to set the stakes of how dangerous this could be and how much violent intentions this girl has, and she's screaming yield to me, but thankfully the classroom bell, the period ending bell, goes off, saved by the bell again. Momo is able to escape because the girl needs to go back to class, and somehow she Spider-Man slips her way out of that final book and doesn't get caught by this random girl. In that moment, Momo's only question is, who the hell is this? Which again is my question. I'm sure it's your question, and I really don't know, because if it doesn't have anything to do with Count Saint Germain, all I know is that even though not much happened this chapter, I am really excited to see what this new arc and this new saga holds, because it has already presented a large range of problems that may happen from everything going on, right? Count Saint Germain as the biggest mystery of everything, potentially pulling the strings, making bad things happen to us all for his own gain to try and get a hold of Turbo Granny and potentially every yokai and paranormal entity in the world. Maybe this is Reiko Kashima, and this is Count Saint Germain's ability of using Reiko Kashima. Wouldn't that be crazy if even Reiko Kashima, the strongest yokai in the world that was able to take down an entire Kur invasion, was defeated by Count Saint Germain and her power is being used by him? That would be utterly insane, but I wouldn't even put it past it, because again, despite not much happening yet, I think we're really taking our time to build this strong foundation. Will Momo be able to find this old man fairy? Will this old man fairy even have any way to help us? Is he a fairy? Is he just another person that was turned small and has been small for years, just like the dude who was stuck in the Danmanra game for years? He didn't even know how old he was. You know what? There's a lot of questions that are being asked and are being put forth with little to no answers that I'm definitely sure are going to be explored throughout this entire arc. The one thing I am happy about getting out of this chapter, out of everything that did or did not happen, is we learn that Okarun and Momo, despite losing pieces of themselves, are adapting and still becoming strong people, and their development hasn't been hindered. If anything, it's been pushed to its limit. Okarun is now a physical powerhouse, a Giga Chad, and is going to be fulfilling the tank roles, it seems, of the party. And despite Momo being in a small body, she's still able to call forth the entire power of her psychic abilities, which means that Momo is still able to dish out the strong as hell Momo Tri-Beam, and Okarun is, you know, just gonna keep working in that gym, keep putting on the pounds, and eventually he'll have the same kind of body type as Toji Fushiguro from Jujutsu Kaisen. I was very worried about our protagonists going forward, but now I'm not so worried to see that they're both doing well, and I think that's what I can get out of both of these chapters here. All I know is I don't know nothing. I don't know anything as to what we're going to be experiencing in these next couple chapters, but I will tell you one thing, I'm looking forward to it. So the latest chapter of Dandadan has basically confirmed to me my worst possible fears, to say that Count Saint Germain, if not the main villain of the current arc, is definitely going to be the biggest threat going forward in this saga of Dandadan, because not only is he directly targeting the protagonist group, the whole group, it seems. We've only seen him go after Okarun. We know that now he's also definitely, without a shred of doubt, connected to the woman that came after Momo last chapter. With her little dagger, was trying to absorb Momo's psychic abilities. Whether she is going to be the main problem and he is just the one pulling the strings in the background, I think we have a lot to be worried about. However, at the same time as I say that, one of my other worst fears has actually just been proven wrong, and I think that's at least something that we can be happy about, because it's definitely clear that Turbo Granny has not
been defeated by Count Saint Germain. At least at this point, she has not. And I think we've also got some compelling evidence to believe that as well. So we definitely get full proof that the girl from last chapter was using one of Count Saint Germain's daggers to try and steal Momo's powers. She was also trying to do the entire yield thing, which we do see Count Saint Germain do against the fairy tale card when Count Saint Germain used the dagger against that yokai in order to steal its power. For some reason, it seems like Count Saint Germain's whole thing is that he must defeat the person in some way, shape, or form, whether that be an actual fight or a battle in the intellectual marketplace of debate, who knows? But the whole thing has to require that person yielding to the other. Even though Count Saint Germain is hiding in a locker, it's pretty clear that it's him behind the scenes telling the girl that she's using her powers wrong. Because if you remember last chapter, she was just shouting, "Momo, yield! Momo, yield!" Whereas as we see later, or earlier in this chapter, frankly, how Count Saint Germain effectively uses his ability even when his opponent may not even be aware they're currently in a fight right now. She is still new. This is just brand new abilities that she has been gifted. Whether he's hiding from her or hiding from us, despite it obviously being him, he is taking special care to make sure she is the one also help him in getting not just Momo, not just Okarun, but I believe everyone in the cast that has paranormal powers. We don't know what her connection is, but all we know is that she is struggling, supposedly, controlling the abilities that Count Saint Germain has given her. However, Count Saint Germain just says, hey, you know what? Just let it take you over. Let it consume you entirely, and that's the way you need to use this power. Let me just say, not that most people are gonna ever end up in this situation, but if you ever want to take any piece of advice from me ever in your life, never let the ghostly, spiritual, evil powers just take you over and consume you. Probably never, almost always never a good idea. I would almost always advise staying in control of the power, no matter what the alternative is. Better power, stronger abilities, you know, all of your hopes and dreams that this spirit is at. Don't do it. Don't do it. But the little men or gnomes that Momo saw in the library are actually stemming from this woman, whether that be the yokai that Count Saint Germain has given her in order to give her spiritual energy. The more that Momo is looking for these gnomes or these little people, the faster she's gonna end up encountering this girl again, who is only gonna get better, I imagine, at this whole I yield Reddit debate thing. However, I think at this point, that's what the protagonist cast is looking for, because after Momo reveals that she was just hunted by someone, obviously everyone in the protagonist group is gonna want to help Momo with that. So Momo is now gonna be hiding in Aira's breast pocket. That way, no one's gonna come after Momo because she's hidden, and Momo can point out to Aira whenever she walks by this crazy woman. Just an excuse to get right into the normal Dandadan shenanigans, because obviously Okarun is trying to speak with Momo, who is right over here, and what do you know, Aira is like, hey, stop talking right to my boobs, you perv. Don't sexually harass me. I mean, it's totally cool if you sexually harass me, but Okarun, I want you to be honest about it. Don't do it secretly. Do it right in front of me. What a fucking weirdo. She is one of the craziest people in the world, Aira. I know someone out there definitely simps for her, but let me tell you right now, do not mess with crazy. That's what I've always been told, and that's the motto that I'm sticking by. It's just funny to see her constantly try to insert herself between Okarun and Momo and create the love triangle that is 110% not there. I love her character as a whole. Don't ever take that in any bad way. I also love Gigi, Bamora, Kintaka. All of these protagonists are so much fun, and I've come to appreciate them. Gigi and Bamora doing the love song with the maracas in the background. What fucking goofballs. These good times and all of these moments with all of these characters together, it really makes me concerned for what is about to happen, whether that be just because I do feel the foreboding doom that's coming slowly, or it's just the scars that Jujutsu Kaisen has left on me. I'm very worried that these may be the last couple times we are able to have a group feast at the end of our arcs. Maybe we're gonna get into some bad times, but Good vibes, let's hope not. As we can finally get into the main portion of this chapter, which is, in my opinion, the short encounter between Okaru and Count Saint Germain, because it completely, for one, again shows that they are the targets now. Becoming the president of the paranormal group was all in hopes of getting close to these people and stealing their powers, because Count Saint Germain just wants to collect everything. And you know what? Whatever Yukinobu Tatsu is doing to make me hate this guy, he is accomplishing it full fold, because fuck this guy, Count Saint Germain. Oh my god. His oh, no running in the hallways, bruh. If you slam into someone, it'll be ouchie, ouchie. Such herbivore energy. If anyone understands what I mean, if anyone hears what I'm saying, you'll get what I mean. Herb, bro. Herb. After asking about different secrets that Okarun has uncovered so far, when Okarun is clearly rushing and busy and on his way, this guy refuses to let Okarun go and forces him to engage in intellectual debate in this moment. And it is interesting, the couple different little topics that Count Saint Germain does cycle between. One about how noise cancellation works, which is definitely an interesting concept. I was intrigued by that. You also have the phenomenon of how the vibrations of multiple different metronomes, if you start them all in a room, despite starting them at all different times, they will eventually sync together, which is interesting. And also how it all kind of comes together with the very controversial philosophical theory that human will isn't real whatsoever, and it's all the 90% of bacteria that make us up vibrating in a unison frequency that actually, has us respond to different things in our environment. We may feel like we're making normal thoughts. We may feel like these are our personalities and the emotions that we feel are real and they're all our own, but actually it has nothing to do with our brains, and it's all the bacteria that make us up that are just responding to stimuli in our environment in unique ways in every individual, which, you know what, is pretty scary shit. Very interesting. I mean, it's not cap. You can look this up and Google it. Swear to God, it's a real theory, and it's been scientifically, I wouldn't say proven, but the data is there to make the argument. It's a little controversial, very disregarded in the scientific community, and I can definitely understand why saying that we as a society of people don't actually have free will would be a controversial thought. But it also makes sense that just casually mentioning this to somebody in everyday conversation would definitely make them turn around, stop, and go, huh? Which is exactly what Okarun does, which puts Count Saint Germain in the perfect position to say, hey, you know what? Do you yield? I gave you all of these insane intellectual, topics, and you won't even talk to me. So will you say that I've won this debate, sir? Okarun, who doesn't even realize he was in a debate, as most social media conversations go nowadays in our God-given year of 2024. Okarun just obviously innocently goes, yeah, sure, I'll yield to you, whatever. In that moment, Count Saint Germain realizes something, and I think that's what this means, because obviously we know the dagger is required to then go ahead and steal the ability. However, Count Saint Germain decides not to and let Okarun run away. And I think the exact reason for this is because he no longer has Turbo Granny's curse. He's not connected to Turbo Granny. He doesn't have her power anymore. Now that he has his golden balls back, they left. They're gone. They're separated. And I think Count Saint Germain didn't know this yet. Confirms my hopes that Turbo Granny has not encountered this fool yet, this Jamoke, and they haven't actually had their big fight that I think they're going to have, because Turbo Granny definitely knows who Count Saint Germain is. We already got foreshadowing after the end of the Space Globalist arc with Turbo Granny getting mad at the sight of Count Saint Germain. The fact that Count Saint Germain's going after the protagonist, specifically the Turbo Granny's powers, and also employing other people to do it, it makes me very worried. Now, Count Saint Germain is, one, going to start looking in other places for Turbo Granny. Two, what is going to happen to our other protagonists who aren't as lucky? Ira with Acrobatic Silky, Gigi with the Evil Eye. We started the saga being upset that we lost Turbo Granny, being upset that what is Okarun gonna do? Even though we know Okarun's a physical, god now, right? Okarun's Toji Fushiguro reincarnated and isekai'd into the Dandadan universe. If our other people who just dedicated, themselves to helping us as much as we can because Okarun and Momo are nerfed, it's not looking good if they lose their powers as well. So all's I know for the next coming chapters going forward, because who knows what to expect with Gnome Girl and whatever abilities she may have besides this and what her next steps are going to be, what Count Saint Germain's next moves are going to be. I know for sure that we need Turbo Granny back ASAP. She needs to tell us what's going on, what the threats are. That's who we need right now, because we need help. We need help very, very badly. We are in a bad situation, and even though they are kind of piecing together the idea that, they both told me to yield, that was a little weird. I think that's not going to be enough to at least save all of them. Someone's gonna lose their powers here, and I'm scared to see who it's gonna be.
So the latest chapter of Dandadan gives us the full insight and backstory to the woman that's hiding her face with her hair, that has been hunting Momo and is most likely going to be, if not the main villain, the side villain of this arc that we're currently in. So we finally get this girl's name, and it is Koki Yukishiro, an average teenage girl that normally would have no reason to be an evil villain, but because of her inferiority complex brought on by her young achievements as being a piano player that won multiple awards and played in front of big audiences before, at some point, whether because she gave up on playing piano or just life hits you hard sometimes, and so does puberty. Sometimes you lose that talent, or sometimes you just fall off with it. And unfortunately, she has now become a social outcast, and not just her school, which is one thing, but her own family doesn't even really like her. For a girl that started out her life being on a big stage and playing sold out stadiums, I assume that's what she was doing. It makes sense why, after losing all of that attention and losing all of that clout, she would just become this quiet, small little girl that most people in the school don't even acknowledge when she's talking. Like, there are multiple moments in this chapter alone during flashbacks where, one, she's walking down the hallways and people just bump into her like she's not even there. She sees people sitting in her seat in the class, and she asks them nicely, by the way, "Hey, that's my seat, can you get up?" And those girls will laugh at her and go, "Hey, do you hear something? Is there a buzzing going on?" Overall point that it seems is trying to be made here is that this girl has essentially become a ghost in her own life. Even though she's alive, she's not really living. And this mental and emotional abuse doesn't end at school. She goes back home to her parents, and as soon as she announces herself, not only do they also ignore her and completely just fail to acknowledge her existence, they're in the middle of a conversation with what I assume is her younger sister named Alice, who is either a piano player herself or is doing some great deeds, because her parents are like, "Oh my God, first prize again. You keep killing it, girl. You are so much better than your older sister." And it's like, really? Was that a candid moment? Did you just happen to say that when I walked in, or did you hear me announce myself and decide to talk shit knowing that I would hear you? Either way, fucked up parents. Which, honestly, this is very real and very common, not just in Japan, but in every country around the world. And inferiority complexes are a real thing, let alone you have a high achieving young child that is able to accomplish so much in their early years. Their parents put so much high expectations on them. They put so many different praises, and then all of a sudden that all just stops. One day you stop becoming your parents' favorite, whether that be because, again, Koki stopped playing piano and she fell out of favor with her parents. They're like, "Oh, she doesn't even play music. Who gives a shit about this girl?" Or again, it could be this new young Alice, this young sibling, completely took away all of the parents' attention for Koki, which is, again, a very common occurrence. A lot of parents may not even realize it, but they'll prioritize that new infant and completely forget about the older sibling. And I guess this neglect has lasted a lot longer than Koki would like to admit, and that her parents would even be accountable for. Because I guarantee if you ask them, they'd be like, "Oh, we love Koki. What do you mean? She's just a weird girl. It's her problem. She doesn't love us." Which is just a terrible environment not to just grow up in, but when you're home away from school, which school is already a negative environment for most people, even if you're popular,
the best kid in school, then everyone loves you. I guarantee you got some childhood angst going on in some way, shape, or form. Some level of insecurity is affecting you. It's just the teenage experience. No teenager feels perfect. And if they do, it's because they bully other people to make themselves feel better. But when you can't even go home to escape the abuse and you're still getting bullied in your own home, it makes sense why Koki would be this quiet, ghost-like girl. She's lost essentially all of her personality and everything that she was. Everything that she was this high-praised, piano-playing, high achiever, and now that that's not there, who is she? If your own parents won't acknowledge you or love you, how can you expect anyone else in the world to? Let alone love yourself. And unfortunately, we do see the major trauma and effects of this terrible childhood coming out in Koki, and it's in a very, especially nowadays in this day and age, very common way for a young girl who feels like she's not loved to get attention. She takes a very lewd photo of herself, posts it online, because at this point, in her brain, she doesn't care who loves her. She doesn't care who sees this lewd photo. She doesn't care. She just wants attention from anyone. She wants love from anyone. And this is how abusive relationships begin. And this is also how people learn to not love themselves and accept terrible, toxic relationships because they think they don't deserve anything better. So, girl, I'm here for you, Koki. Not that handling this terrible world is easier as an adult, but again, adults are much less likely to act out upon their depression and their melancholy. They still can, but teenagers, because their frontal lobes aren't developed, they're much easier to fall into traps like this, which this risque photo might have made her feel good in the moment, but it comes back to haunt her in even worse ways, because now this very vulnerable, very easily manipulated is now being blackmailed by some kind of member of the student or teacher faculty, because they were somehow able to not only find this lewd photo, but connect it to Koki's personality and account. And now they're like, hey, I can show this to everyone and ruin your life. Imagine you as this discriminated against, bullied, very quiet, very vulnerable child that already low social status, and then imagine you have a lewd photo leak and then you got all this attention on you again, and it is not the kind of attention that you want. There's a reason, again, why she posted it anonymously. Now, the main question is this shadowy figure, Count Saint Germain, and it's a little unclear, honestly. The vocabulary doesn't match because Count Saint Germain talks in a very specific way, but we've never seen him act serious, act in his normal evil manner, right? And while we don't know much about Count Saint Germain, we can say that manipulation, blackmail, all these evil deeds are in his playbook 110%. We've already seen what he was willing to do with Unjizuma and the fairy tale card. We know that he was somewhat involved in the Kur invasion, whether that be them invading Earth or just being a part of their species in general. At the same time, this could just be another member of the school faculty or just some random dude like the principal. I mean, especially when it comes to Japanese manga, we very commonly get the theme that faculty and people that work at schools are not always the best people. Regardless of who it is, it could even just be a faculty member that is the real one being manipulated by Count Saint Germain, and they are just pushing that manipulation down to this poor girl. Koki is the one getting caught in the crossfire, and she's the one that has to deal with all of this stuff. And of course, like I said before, being the prime target for manipulation, she easily falls for this, easily indulges, and decides that, hey, I've got no other choice. I've got to hunt Momo, or not only am I going to be the laughingstock of the school, I'm going to bring shame upon my family. And my family already hates me, so probably not a good idea to add more to that, or add more fuel to that fire. And the worst part is, whatever power that Koki has been given by either Count Saint Germain or whoever the shadowy figure ends up being, the worst part about it is that it's going to feed and fuel these negative emotions inside of her. We've already seen in the previous chapter how this person is goading her and that she's not using her power right, and she needs to let the evil powers take over and let them become her best self, which is the exact kind of words that someone that already doesn't like themselves needs to hear and are very easily going to fall victim to. All of this can very easily backfire on Koki and on just the school as a whole. However, our protagonist
are very understanding people. The vibe that they bring out is glorious, and they may be able to take in Koki and make her remember why she was great in the first place. It wasn't just because she got all this attention from people and everyone loved her. No one can take away the accomplishments that you have. If you're a great piano player, whether it was 10 years ago or now, you have that accomplishment and you did that. You're a powerful human being, and stop thinking anything other. When they find Koki, she immediately books it, turns around and runs because she knows what's up. She knows they're coming after her. And as they give chase, this little moment here with Count Saint Germain where he stops them from running can mean multiple things. It could just be because he's being quirky and it's a random moment, or again, he could be helping Koki escape and is doing his best, and while maintaining his role as the school, teacher or whatever he is, telling the kids to not run while Koki is able to get away much faster than before. And by the time they get in the classroom, she either escaped using her powers, or she actually was just genuinely able to get away from them because they had to slow down for a little bit. One thing or two things that I do definitely know is that Koki has the potential to be saved. She is not an evil, irredeemable person. She's just been led astray. And two, if we do find out that the culprit manipulating her, if we find out it's Count Saint Germain, that will just make him even more sus. But again, I feel like even if it's not Count Saint Germain, he's got a hand in this in some way, shape, or form. And closing out this video, the final thing that I want to bring up here is how Chad Okarun is, and just, I know we've gotten a couple chapters ago how far Okarun has come, and especially physically, he's grown to be a strong human being on his own accord, even without Turbo Granny's powers. But the level of growth he really has, because right before they open the door to try and find Koki, Okarun goes, Shiratori, Ira, don't open the door. She might stab whoever comes in first. Let me open the door first. That's some real shit, Okarun said. Watch out, fair lady. Let me take this blow for you. He's tip the fedora and everything. But that is everything in regards to Dandadan chapter 170. While we have focused a lot on this school day in the last couple of chapters, I think the backstory that we got with Koki is very telling as to what her mental state is like and how she was so easily manipulated by someone like either the shadowy figure that works for the school or Count Saint Germain, which is most likely. I'm interested to see if Koki becomes either someone that we help and never see again, or if she joins our crew, because it's not like she's got any other friends to go back to. So imagine we do all this work, save this woman, and help her out with her life, and then when she's sitting alone at the lunch table, we don't sit with her. That would be kind of crazy, right? So what started out as Ira and Okarun chasing down Koki Yukishiro, the alleged Count Saint Germain conspirator, into a dead-end classroom, turned out to become an all-out war that Koki might be orchestrating back in the shadows. Now, last chapter, we learned all about Koki Yukishiro's backstory, the girl who was a great and amazing piano player who eventually grew into, one, as having a terrible family, but two, grew into an inferiority complex and ended up taking a very vulnerable photo that a faculty member, most likely Count Saint Germain, is using and blackmailing her into doing his bidding. So all in order to hunt down and steal Momo Ayase's psychic powers, this girl Koki Yukishiro has now entered a contract with this dark and evil force that supposedly consumes her and empowers her the more that she gives into it and tries to become her best self. A lot of people were trying to put together what these little pixie things might actually be, and we find out in this chapter we get full confirmation that these are known as pygmies. What are pygmies? They're just little fun creatures that were invented in Greek mythology, and they're meant to be commonly portrayed as just fat, pudgy dwarves that commonly jump into mischief. So unfortunately, everyone that was holding out for Kuropakar, I am sorry to tell you that you will only be able to find this deity inside of a Shin Megami Tensei game. What's important to note is that these quote-unquote pygmies are the exact same creature that Momo Ayase found all the way back in the library when they were searching for information on fairies. Most likely, the whole reason that Koki Yukishiro was even able to find Momo in the first place was because this little pygmy alerted her to her presence. Now, thankfully, Kintaka, Gigi, and Bamora are all right behind Ira and Okarun, barging right into the door to the classroom and trying their best to help them out. Unfortunately, what they end up entering is a fully in-session cooking class, which is not at all where Ira and Okarun are. So by jumping into the room first before everyone else did, it seems like Ira and Okarun were actually transported into empty space. Now, Okarun mentions that
everyone should be on high alert, because if empty space is taking place, then that means there must be aliens present. Whether the pygmies themselves are actually aliens or they're evil spirits, I think just based off the fact that they're feeding off of Koki's insecurities, it makes more sense to me that they would be dark spirits or evil entities, as opposed to aliens that came down on a UFO. I think the empty space being associated with aliens very commonly has more to do with the fact that Count Saint Germain may be involved in this raid or attack. Now, while it's pretty clear that Count Saint Germain might not be an alien, although we really don't know anything about this character, for all we know he could be wearing human skin, what I will say is that giving Count Saint Germain the benefit of the doubt, if he's not an alien, I wouldn't put it past him to know the conditions to actually create some form of empty space, simply because we have seen him be with the Kerr alien race before off Earth, and in order to enter Earth, he entered in through those two big doors in the museum. So he is definitely familiar with alien technology. Wouldn't put it past him to conjure an empty space. And remember, while he's not currently present in this room, we did see him just a couple seconds before entering the room. So it's possible when he told us not to run in the halls or anything like that, he may have done everything he needed to do to set up the empty space. And unfortunately, it was just only taking Aira and Okarun at the time. Now, what's even more confusing that I think we should focus on is what the hell Okarun is doing here in the first place if this is an empty space. Simply because we know all the way back in the Serpo arc that empty space can only be entered by characters with high levels of spiritual energy, or at least sufficient enough to make the cut. It's the main reason that back in the Serpo arc, the Serpo aliens were very confused why Aira was actually present in the empty space, and they thought that she was just a mere accident. Of course, we find out later that she had inherited acrobatic Silky's powers, giving her the access to becoming a spiritual medium and a spiritual entity that gave her the power to actually enter empty space. If that's the case, by losing Turbo Granny's powers, what is Okarun doing to currently inhabit empty space, or at least meet the spiritual requirements of that? Is it possible that Okarun has actually absorbed fragments of Turbo Granny's power, and that's actually what's going on here? Remember, a couple chapters ago, we did see him literally outrace one of his high school bullies, and also just break plenty of records for his school. So whether Okarun just got really good at athletic activities just from, of course, being in multiple different battles and just getting the hang of running fast in Turbo Granny's powers, it's also possible that as doing all of that stuff with Turbo Granny within him, two beings existing in the same vessel, it's quite possible that some of that power, some of that strength rubbed off on Okarun to the point that he's now able to call out that power himself without Turbo Granny at all. I mean, up until the final point where Turbo Granny left, Okarun had essentially mastered most of her powers to the point that he was even adding new things to her arsenal, like the electric ability. Whether this is because, again, Okarun just got physically stronger over time, or he has awakened to supernatural powers that we just haven't seen him use yet, or he's not even aware of, we'll have to wait and see. However, they really don't have any time to ask questions, because without any seconds to waste, as soon as Okarun and Aira enter this room, the pygmies attack, and they just start quickly stitching them together and connecting them to the desk, connecting them to each other. It's full chaos. Not too bad at first, sure, to get stuck to a desk, but when you have other pygmies literally firing full-on trebuchets of knives, they're setting up complex military installations here to just start all out attacking these humans that are sure way bigger than them, but if they can attack in numbers, they're doing some serious damage, as you'll see. I mean, only takes one knife between the eyes. And the fact that they're able to do everything so quickly that not only are Aira and Okarun even able to notice it's happening, they're doing it so speedily that the stitching happens in seconds. So even once they disconnect each other, they're instantly reconnected to another portion. And on top of all of that, despite swarming the entire room to the point that it would be almost impossible to miss them if you couldn't see them, literally Aira and Okarun, because they're not on the same size as Momo, the pygmies are meeting the exact conditions that Momo prescribed to fairies a long time ago, which was because normal ordinary humans are so distracted and so detached and distanced from that small little realm that the pygmies and fairies exist on, it's impossible to see. Despite Momo literally calling out to Okarun and Aira, saying, hey, There's pygmies literally right on your shoulder. Okarun and Ira look, but they can't see anything, which makes it 10 times harder to fight back. With the pygmies being basically invisible and left to set up any traps or set up any crazy group attacks that they need to, Momo is really the best asset they have in that battle, and that's not saying anything at all, because think about it. Despite Momo having 100% of her power, she's still one tiny little girl up against hundreds and thousands of entities that are all about the same size as her. Ira makes a pretty good idea, but it ends up backfiring instantly, where she says, you know what, if I can't see anything and they're supposedly everywhere, what if I just whip my kicks and whip my hair all over the entire room and leave no block left unhit? But even this doesn't work, which doesn't make it clear if the pygmies are like existing on some different layer of reality or what, because this backfires so badly that it gives Ira some of the worst setup for the worst bit of karma in her entire life. The pygmies are fast enough to stitch her hair to all of the desks that she was just whipping around, but on top of that, they're able to start the gas and start the stoves on all of those decks, igniting an ember and a flame right onto Ira's hair, which could completely have her lose those silky smooth locks, which one is going to be very traumatizing, may take away all of her powers, at least for this very moment, paralyzing her and making her unable to deal with that. But it may potentially end up with the loss of the fight entirely, because think about it. If Koki needs Momo to yield, even if Koki was to sneak attack and stab Momo in the back during this big commotion, while that may be a great idea, if Momo doesn't yield, the powers aren't absorbed. So one of the best possible ways that Koki might be able to abuse this power, getting Ira in the worst position that she may actually either die or lose all of her hair. And we know that to Ira, that's not going to be, that's as close to death as you can get. So if making Momo yield in order to surrender her friend and keep her friend safe is what Koki Yukishiro has to do to get her power, this might have been the best possible way to do it, as Okarun doesn't even know why he's currently in empty space, so I don't think he's gonna be much help. But what makes all of this 10 times eviler is the fact that the fire on the hair trick is the exact trick that Momo and Okarun pulled on Acrobatic Silky way back in the Acrobatic Silky arc. When Momo and Okarun got swallowed by Acrobatic Silky and Acrobatic Silky thought she won, Momo literally lit Ira's lighter inside, igniting her hair and enabling it useless throughout the rest of their fight. So we already know that this is a bad situation for Ira. Whether this leads to Momo yielding or this leads to Okarun awakening this new special power that we haven't seen him use yet, alls I know is I am here and ready to experience it. I mean, this is a whole group of people that was able to fight off an entire Kur advance force. These people are packing heat. So if an entire army of pygmy soldiers and some 16-year-old girl that just awakened to her spiritual energy are able to beat them, that's going to be pretty disappointing. But with Count Saint Germain being involved and potentially pulling the strings behind all of this, I can't say it's unbelievable either. Alls I know is if Okarun's power wasn't valuable to Count Saint Germain, is it enough to save us? Who knows? But all I know is I need Okarun to turn up right now. I'm waiting for it and I'm hoping for it. So one thing I absolutely loved about this chapter of Dandadan was how much the focus was primarily kept on how strong Okarun and Momo are, despite the massive nerfs that are hitting their size and spiritual power. As the pygmies that are being controlled currently by Koku Yukishiro are numbered in the millions and are so tiny, they can really only be seen by someone small like Momo, leaving Ira and Okarun just completely defenseless for the most part. And we already saw how dangerous the pygmies can be last chapter. I mean, we literally saw them being able to stitch and knit clothing and objects together in extremely high speeds, to the point that it literally just takes a second before you're stuck to a structure. And the pygmies are coordinated enough to create large trebuchets of knives, which is just insane, by the way, that are all equating to legitimate lethal assaults that these armies of pygmies are just launching at almost every other minute. So not only is it hard to see them, but the giant knives coming right between our eyes are pretty tough to dodge. And we already saw Ira go all out and attempt to just whip her hair back and forth in all different kinds of directions, which ended up being a futile effort because they all just stitched her hair so quickly that not only did they tie it and attach it to a giant desk, Because this is the cooking class, it's not just a regular desk. These desks have actual fucking stoves on them that can light and ignite, which almost ended up with Ira getting dealt the worst amount of karma ever, because if you remember, way back in the early chapters when we were fighting against Acrobatic Silky, this is exactly how Momo and Okarun were able to get one over on Acrobatic Silky and eliminate her hair from the equation. The pygmies are just stitching down Ira's hair to the desk, and after igniting the stove, a bunch of flames are just going right from Ira's hair right to her and are gonna ignite her in flames if she isn't able to stop it. And despite Momo doing her best to try and tell Ira to untangle her hair, the speed at which the flame is moving is completely impossible for her to react in enough time. However, that is until the MVP of this chapter, Ken Takakura, or better otherwise known as Okarun, hops in at tip-top shape and speed to just cut right through Ira's hair and stop the flame before it reaches her. This man has truly been eating his Wheaties. Like, it genuinely is beautiful to see how far Okarun has come since the beginning of the series. This weak, stringy, noodly little nerd just outright becoming a character who is not only breaking his school's athletic records, jumping and rushing past other classmates that should be the peak of high school physicality at this point. Even without Turbo Granny's powers, Okarun is able to correctly cooperate with Momo, and the fact that she is acting as their eyes right now, rips off his shirt and just starts flailing it everywhere at all the different pygmies that he can't see, which would be a big brain idea if the fact that we didn't just see Ira try and fail with her hair literally moments before. But unfortunately, this is one problem that Okarun's giant brain cannot solve, because the fact that there are millions of pygmies mean despite how much they're trying to get rid of tens or hundreds of them, they're still all over the room. It's like if you were in a room covered in ants and tried stepping on the ants to slowly get rid of the problem. It's not gonna work. They're probably gonna eat your ass alive before you even have a chance to put a dent in their numbers. Which is why no matter how much they try, they are literally just at a disadvantage. Okarun and Ira are getting closer and closer to getting stitched and trapped to whatever floor, object, desk the pygmies feel adequate to stitch them to, and Momo, despite being able to see them, is again the size of the pygmies. So she is not only severely outnumbered by all these people that are essentially the same size as her. I mean, she can try as she might to use all of her psychic powers to her ability. She also has to defend Ira and Okarun, because this is probably one of the most lethal situations we've been in a while. So Momo shifts goals, because clearly whatever we're doing right now is not working. She remembers that we entered this room searching for Koki Yukishiro, the goth, long-haired girl that's currently being blackmailed by Count Saint Germain or whatever faculty member got a hold of her lewd picture. She has to be in this room somewhere, right? She couldn't have just disappeared, hopped out a window. We would have at least noticed that. The fact that we were transported into empty space and the pygmies are just never ending, it's pretty clear that Koki Yukishiro is not only the one controlling them, is probably the massive weak spot of this entire operation, because no matter how much they hurt the pygmies, they just keep coming. So if they can get rid of the remote control that's guarding and manipulating all of them, then that is their best hope. So that's what Momo is going to focus on. She has to be in this room present somewhere. While Ira and Okarun are literally just doing their best to survive while Momo is out searching for Koki's aura, Ira is using all of Acrobatic Silky's spiritual power to just keep up with the pygmies and dodge all of their knives, while meanwhile, again, clout to Okarun, no spiritual power whatsoever, is just running up, keeping up with Ira's Acrobatic Silky powers, but not even that, doing some Acrobatic Silky moves himself by bobbing and weaving the different knives coming at him, to the point that even Ira and Momo notice and are severely impressed with Okarun's physique. Because not for nothing, the way that I see it, this man was moving faster than Ira. It looks like he literally sprinted and actually got past her at this one page. And despite his really insane physical potential and how much Momo and Ira are trying to give him clout for it, Okarun acknowledges that, hey, look, I understand, this is really cool, but there's still millions of pygmies launching knives at us, and sure, I'm fast right now, but this can only last for so long. Eventually, I'm gonna get cut. And in that exact moment, as if Okarun was literally predicting the future, both Ira and Okarun's hands are on the ground, and they notice way too late that all the different pygmies on the floor stitch their hands and feet right to the ground, so that way they are full on stuck. They have no hope of moving now. And as all of the different armies of pygmies close in on the trapped rats, They start cocking back their trebuchets, start lighting the desk ovens with flames, start getting ready to throw them at full force, and it looks like we are about to lose when in that most critical moment, suddenly everything stops. Everything freezes. And for a moment, it seems like all is lost. That's when Momo breaks the silence with her average, cocky attitude, and it reminded me why Momo Ayase is my spirit animal of choice. I love when she takes fucking charge. As it turns out that this was all a part of Momo's plan. Ibra and Okarun were able to distract the pygmies for long enough. Even though they got caught, it was long enough for Momo to finally find Koki Yukishiro's aura. And now that she finds her aura, she has correctly positioned them in the right angle to where any of the attacks that the pygmies are about to throw are gonna land right into not just Momo, Ira, and Okarun. Sure, they may accomplish their goal of killing them, but Koki is right behind them and they're gonna hurt her on accident in that assault. Using that information, Momo goes, oh, so this is why we're all just standing here not doing anything. You don't want to hurt your master. Well, how's about I just make the throw for you? As with the assumption that Koki Yukishiro is the master and all of these pygmies will disappear if they can defeat her, Momo uses all of her psychic powers to grab a hold of those desks and slam them right in a 360 right around her. Or I should say 180, because Koki Yukishiro gets crushed against the wall and chalkboard with that giant desk. And I don't know about you, but thank God this is anime and manga world and not real life, because if someone was to get hit by this full-scale desk right against the wall at full force, I'm sorry, that's fucking killing somebody. Koki Yukishiro would be literally a pancake, dead. They'd have to call the ambulance. Momo, Ira, and Okarun would get arrested for homicide. It would be a terrible situation. But thankfully, we're in Dandadan land, where Koki probably won't even end up with a concussion. Just the sense of justice that these three are about to bring down on her. And I think it brings up a lot of interesting questions as to what the future of Koki Yukishiro will hold. Is she going to ally herself with the protagonist and reveal all of Count Saint Germain's plans, or whatever faculty member is holding her blackmail? Or is Count Saint Germain or that faculty member gonna jump in, interrupt the fight, and save Koki at the last final moment? I do know that with the way that aliens and yokai have acted, if all of their plan hinges on Koki, they're either going to save Koki and then consume her, kill her, or do something terrible to her to make her because she's just a bad puppet for whoever is controlling her, or they are going to not care at all and Koki will become a friend, and then Count Saint Germain goes, all right, now I have to take things more seriously, and we cut to Count Saint Germain fighting Turbo Granny and winning, or doing something absolutely insane to me. Something that I saw in my comments that makes me worried is, if Count Saint Germain is out here doing all of this paranormal collecting, what's stopping him from actually taking control of some of the severe threats that we kind of let go? Reiko Kashima is a serious problem that we were lucky to get off scot-free from. If Count Saint Germain steals her power, yikes. Now again, that all just depends on how the fairy tale card scales to Reiko Kashima, because Count Saint Germain needed help to fight the fairy tale card, but fairy tale card's ability was a little bit more complicated than just Reiko's straight up strength. Koki is just the middle boss of this area. While this pygmy fight was definitely a serious problem that put Okarun, Ira, and Momo at death's door very closely, that was the closest we've seen in a while, I think, if anything, Koki is just a puppet. I think we are going to move right from Koki onto the main villain of this short arc, whether it be Count Saint Germain or whoever. But all I can say is thank God this pygmy nonsense is over, because this would drive me insane. And I just have to say that Momo having all of her psychic powers and being able to manage this insane war scenario in the size that she's in is impressive. And again, gotta give my man Okarun some props for being able to step up to the plate, not even requiring any powers or supernatural nonsense, just plain old muscle and effort, baby. And you know what? Not for nothing, the way that Momo and Ira looked at him, Okarun's leveling up in more ways than one. That's all I'll say. Honestly, it's just safer to assume at this point that every single faculty member, teacher, or groundskeeper on the Dandadan High School is an op and a suspect. Because whether this has to do with Count Saint Germain allying himself with other faculty members, blackmailing other people to do his bidding, or just the core
and fundamental requirement that every single Japanese teacher and faculty member to work at a high school has to be an actual walking human piece of garbage. But no matter what, it's clear that Kokiyuki Shiro and the Pygmies are not working alone. Last chapter, we were basically in a life or death all-out war between the Pygmies controlled by Kokiyuki Shiro, the young girl that was being blackmailed by either Count Saint Germain or this faculty member that we meet at the end of the chapter into doing evil deeds for them because of a lewd photo getting out. And during this battle, because the Pygmies are just so tiny and the fact that they go off of the conditions of supernatural fairies, ordinary human beings are unable to see supernatural beings such as fairies just because in ordinary life, society, smartphones, all those annoying things distract us from seeing the magical things in ordinary life. Which means these small little organisms were seconds away from slaughtering Aira and Okarun in brutal ways, to be honest with you, just because no matter what they did to fight back, it's kind of hard and tough to fight an enemy that is so small, whether you are whipping yourself all around, you can't hit them, millions of them surrounding you and making it impossible to do anything. I mean, these millions of pygmies were like creating complex war machines and doing intense strategies to just make sure Aira and Okarun, even with Aira having her acrobatic silky powers and Okarun's newfound physical prowess, it was nothing in the face of these billions of tiny soldiers. Thankfully though, because the protagonists have unbeatable teamwork, the unstoppable power couple duo of Momo and Okarun were able to turn the tides and honestly almost get Momo into jail and prison for life with an assault charge after throwing a desk nearly inches away from shattering Kokiyuki Shiro's skull. After getting stitched to almost every situation, almost dying 3 or 4 times, and Momo, Aira, and Okarun doing everything they could to find Koki, Momo managed to figure out that Koki was using a cloth that was stitched by the pygmies to camouflage next to the big chalkboard in the school. And honestly, that makes sense. With how fast the pygmies have shown themselves to be able to stitch Okarun and Aira's clothes to the desks and everything, it makes sense that even though as soon as Aira and Okarun came into the door, it was only like 2 seconds after Koki did, the pygmies would just stitch her up to the wall and you wouldn't even know the difference. Now, after Momo puts in all that work to reveal the pygmies general, she basically opens a fire extinguisher and sprays it everywhere she can to not just disorientate the army of small little warriors, but also she knows that the pygmies are gonna do their best to try and continue fighting, or at least that's what she thought, because as soon as Koki is in danger, the pygmies immediately just give up, no problem. They start unstitching Aira and Okarun, they start waving a white flag in surrender. Honestly, for how violent these things were moments ago, they give up pretty easily. Don't let the fact that they've just given up and stopped being hostile fool you. The war is still on. We may have won the battle, but we've got plenty more things to go. Because by the time our protagonists even notice, the pygmies have not only stitched Koki to a big line of them, but they're on their way to carting her out and getting her away as fast as they can so that way they can fight again another day. Which means this fight never ended. No longer a battle against insane numbers. Now we're right back to that high-speed chase we started a couple chapters ago. The pygmies aren't trying to hurt anybody, but they are still definitely doing their best to try and save their general, which is definitely questionable considering we know that desk knocked her the fuck out. The pygmies, instead of attacking or fighting Okarun and Aira, are just tickling them and doing their best to distract them. Meanwhile, on the outside of the room, Gigi, Bamora, and Kintaka are still locked outside of empty space, which is another very weird conundrum because Gigi even mentions that they have plenty of enough spiritual power to enter empty space. There should be no reason why they were locked out of that room, especially considering Okarun barely has spiritual power as far as we know. But I gotta give it to Gigi. For as dumb as he looks and acts, he actually has a very big brain move here, where he goes, okay, if we can't enter this existing empty space, Bamora, if you transform into your kaiju costume, then that will automatically open empty space, which will merge the 2 empty spaces, and we'll just all be in the same realm together, which surprisingly works like a charm. They are able to enter empty space the moment Koki is able to escape the room and starts flying down the hallway. And as someone pointed out in the comments, and I want to mention here, especially now that we got this small scene with Bamora, empty space has really only shown itself when we're dealing with aliens of any kind of shape or form. It opened with the Serpoans, we got it with the Flatwoods monster, the Kerr invasion. It's always almost always aliens, and I can't think of a direct moment where we've been dealing with a yokai and we've entered empty space. Why this is interesting is because if empty space was activated from Koki and the Pygmies, what we know about real-world mythology, Pygmies are supposed to be Greek little tiny creatures that in my book I would consider as spirits or yokai, but if they're able to manipulate empty space, they might actually be aliens. Or at the very least, the real person who's controlling them, since Koki is unconscious, and you could argue that the Pygmies are definitely trying to save her of their own free will. With what we know at the end of the chapter, it's also possible that there might be another ringleader at the top of this whole pygmy situation. So maybe they're an alien. Again, it's completely possible that Koki has created such a great relationship with the Pygmies, or just the Pygmies are indebted to their master and they are going to work to their best to save them. There's also that huge possibility that if Koki is not controlling the Pygmies, there must be someone else, at least in the school or vicinity, that is. And the Pygmies might generally just be a loan of power to Koki. But we'll get into what that means later, because as the Pygmies are dragging Koki down the hallway, across the ceiling, on the wall, whatever these little guys need to do to get their mission done, which is commendable, Kintaka, the protagonist that every audience member loves, he's their favorite character. I know that's not true, but I gotta try and gas him up when I can. Kintaka, despite everyone hating him, does have a great moment here. And I know everyone doesn't want Kintaka to be a part of the story anymore, but the fact that he pulls out these little nanocells shows that he still has them from the Kerr invasion, turns it into a hoverboard and just starts skating down the hallway and almost catches up to Koki. Kind of commendable. Sure, you could argue that his annoying incel topics of having all of the women now look at him and they can't ignore him, he deserved to get a bat to the face, but maybe not as hard as this girl hit him. Unfortunately, his Cloud9 moment being on top does not last for long, because this woman who is protecting Koki Yukishiro apparently smashes a bat right into Kintaka's mitt and just makes him collapse on the floor.
So I actually had to add this part in because I didn't even realize this woman is from chapter 25. She's the school nurse, obviously by the getup, but she was weird from the very beginning. And apparently I didn't realize that there have been theories about this woman this whole entire time of being suspect. So the fact that she would show up in empty space, yeah, this is for sure. I'm fully convinced now that the entire faculty of the school have always just been terrible people, or Count Saint Germain has been influencing them from the very beginning, because there was that whole situation where he was able to easily integrate into the school. Maybe he's always been a part of the school. Maybe he's always, and he just comes and goes, erases people's memories and re-enters people's memories as he sees fit. I have no idea, but I am fully convinced now that we don't have to worry about just the nurse. It's most likely possible that the entire school is in the cahoots. The faculty, at least. It is kids versus adults, for sure. All right, I'm sorry. If this sounds out of order, I apologize. I had to add this in post. Love you. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the review.
Gigi is genuinely confused as to who this is. And one, you could just argue that Gigi is kind of new. He's never went to the school nurse before. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me for this woman who is definitely a villain, considering Koki Yukishiro is not being taken away by the Pygmies anymore. In fact, all the Pygmies are gone, and she's hiding behind a little door while the nurse with the bat sits and confronts them. So it's very clear that if she is not a part of this little alliance that Koki has with Count Saint Germain or whatever faculty members are involved, she has at the very least decided to take the wrong side in this fight. But it genuinely would just make way more sense to me that this was either the main controller of the Pygmies to begin with. Maybe she was even the person that, again, blackmailed Koki Yukishiro. She was the person in the locker taunting Koki. Or this could all have to do with Count Saint Germain. And I know I keep invoking his name, and he's played small little cameo roles so far by telling us not to run in the hallways. But again, that could play right into Koki's hands, because she was able to trap them in empty space by Count Saint Germain giving them those couple extra seconds. Now again, could this just be a piece of shit school faculty member? Because as I said before, from all the anime that I've watched, I think it's pretty clear, cut and dry, that most faculty members at Japanese schools just suck. So The way that Koki Yukishiro is being blackmailed, I'm sure has happened to plenty of Japanese students in the real world. And knowing Tatsu, he loves to bring up the horror in ordinary life settings, and I'm surprised the school hasn't been a setting that he's touched yet. So that would make perfect sense if we were just a bunch of kids going up against the evil faculty members of this terrible high school. Whether she is the one controlling the pygmies, whether Koki Yukishiro has control of the pygmies and she is just another asset of Count Saint Germain's gang, or it's something entirely different, I know I'm here for all of it. I want to see Okarun turn up his physical powers yet again. And now that Gigi and Bamora and Kintaka, although he's knocked out, are back involved, I am very excited to see what the next step of this arc is. Are we going to get into an immediately next fight and have Gigi and Bamora kick in gears? Or is this nurse going to be a much bigger problem than we thought in more ways than one? So the good news that we were able to get from this latest chapter of Dandadan is that Nurse Queen, and honestly, most of the other school faculty, can be marked off the list as evil co-conspirators, meaning that Yukinobu Tatsu, the author, is probably refraining from doing anything similar to the Cursed House arc, which is what I really thought we were going for with this whole school faculty and bullying is all terrible. I think he really hit the nail on the head with the Cursed House arc by showing how small towns and the environments and people that live within them can truly create the circumstances to make someone unalive themselves. Instead, we are clearly getting full confirmation that Count Saint Germain is going to be the main villain of everything going forward, because he is the one blackmailing people, erasing memories. If you remember in the Danmanra arc, there was also Unjizuma, who got Okarun's golden testicle specifically from Count Saint Germain and was told to jump into the cursed trunk and free, quote unquote, the people inside, not realizing that there was an evil yokai spirit that Count Saint Germain just wanted to steal the power of. Not only was he tricked and lied to into accomplishing this evil deed for Count Saint Germain, in the exact same situation, Zuma cannot remember who the person was that gave him all this information and sent him out on this journey, which is exactly to a T verbatim what Koki Yukishiro claims after we find her, as supposedly the teacher that blackmailed her using all of these lewd underwear pictures and everything, even though meeting up with them for the last 2 days straight. Koki just cannot remember who this is, what they were, if they were even a faculty member, and what their role was in her life. But not for nothing, we know. You can't hide it from us. Thankfully, Nurse Queen isn't actually a villain, which is the one greatest thing we can take out of this chapter, because contrary to what I believed, this whole Count Saint Germain shenanigan has just left me being unable to trust anyone. Nurse Queen is just as good-natured as she came off in chapter 5, albeit a little bit quirky, a little bit violent, but at the end of the day, she's just a nurse that wants the best for her students. She has absolutely no tolerance for bullying, and the amount of support that she gives to the people that come to her is unheard of. She's even willing to go to spiritual exorcisms, supernatural rituals, whatever it may be. If a student comes to her for help and in trouble, she takes that student's credibility seriously, no matter how zany the situation might be. After all of this different exposure to the spiritual and supernatural, Nurse Queen ended up eventually gaining the ability to not only see spirits, but actually enter empty space itself as a spiritual medium, which is how she was able to enter empty space and try to protect Koki Yukishiro from these bullies that are attacking her. Koki Yukishiro has clearly learned a thing or two from Count Saint Germain, despite not remembering who he is, because she very much takes advantage of this situation and Queen Nurse's no tolerance policy on bullying and says, "Oh my god, they were attacking me and they were making fun of me, please save me." And Nurse Queen does not believe Gigi or Bamora for a second that they are not the aggressors in this situation. Gigi is like a pretty fit athlete and Bamora is wearing a giant kaiju costume. Right now, they do not look like the innocent party. They look like much bigger people attacking the smaller Koki. However, Nurse Queen does give them time to explain themselves, admitting that she has a good habit of believing people that make sense. Despite no situation in Dandadan ever making sense, this is the one thing that does hold true, which is Gigi's feelings for Momo and his being of deep down just being a great and awesome and candid guy. Like, there's not a mean bone in Gigi's body whatsoever. He earnestly admits to Nurse Queen out in the open, doesn't care who's around to hear it, that Momo is precious to him. And someone that's willing to hurt a precious woman in Gigi's life is someone that Gigi refuses to forgive, no matter what the reason or, no matter why they did it. Which is honestly the most true and real thing Nurse Queen has heard all day, when compared to Koki Yukishiro, who is just clearly like manic right now, just going, hey, they attacked me. They're lying to you. Trust me. Oh my God, trust me. And now you're not making sense. And as that faculty member that constantly prides herself on taking her students seriously and always being willing to hear them out and what they have to say, because again, every student has a unique situation, especially as a school nurse. She is not able to be fooled by bullshit. She instantly calls Koki out, because not only is Koki clearly lying about knowing these people, which she slipped up on when she was spilling out words and shit at the mouth. And what doesn't add up even more is that Koki claims that she's outnumbered, but she's got all these thousands of pygmies clearly backing her up in support. So how are you able to get bullied alone if you've got millions of friends to help you out? If anything, it looks like you might be the aggressor, which means that despite Ira and Okaru not being able to see the pygmies, Queen Nurse is, making it very obvious that being paired with this giant army of little fairy spirits, yeah, that outnumbered claim Koki made was an absolute lie. And in one sincere moment of humanity, instead of immediately turning on and beating the crap out of Koki, Nurse Queen says, hey, you know what? It's okay. Explain to me why you're in pain. Explain to me what's going on. Tell me everything that's troubling you, and I will hear you out, and I won't be mad at you, and I will actually listen. And honestly, this might have been the first time Koki has heard those words in years since her parents stopped loving her. No one has been willing to give Koki Yukishiro the time of day or even accept her existence as a person. And sure, Momo, Ira, and Okarun are seeing her, but that's just because she's an enemy. But Nurse Queen is willing to say, hey, even if you did some bad things, let's talk about it. It doesn't define you, which is beautiful. And honestly, she really is everything she says she is. This is the kind of faculty member that students go to and eat their lunch with because they don't want to be anywhere else, which causes Koki to break down in tears and actually come clean. As not for nothing, she has never had the proper resolve or proper dedication to complete this mission anyway. It's not her desire, it's not her mission. She's just doing what she was blackmailed into doing. Koki admits that she was the one that aggressed Momo and she was the one that attacked first. Nurse Queen feels the need to smack the shit out of Koki and send her flying, despite telling her that she wouldn't be mad afterwards. It's not out of anger, it's out of you being stupid. How could you fall for this? And also she says that she just hates people that pretend to be weak. So it's more like, don't you dare ever lie to me again. I love you, but don't dare ever lie to me. Which, after taking that massive slap and getting crushed by a giant desk with a stove in it, I'd have to say that if Koki Yukishiro didn't have a concussion or brain damage at this point, I don't know what else would give it to her. With all the tension defused, Koki Yukishiro is tamed, no longer hostile, and is inside the nurse's office with the rest of the protagonist cast. And now we're gonna get to the bottom of all of these shenanigans. Koki lets everything spill. The blackmail, the mystery teacher who's been pulling the strings in the background and basically blackmailing her over her lewd pictures. And most importantly, how the goal wasn't to kill Momo, Ira, or any of these people, but it was to actually steal their powers with this mail opener dagger. And although the mystery isn't just clearly spelled out for them at this point, not only have they never seen the mail opener dagger, they have no real suspicions as to Count Saint Germain yet. They have all these different pieces of clues, but nothing that points in a solid direction yet. And I'm very interested to see how this protagonist crew is able to solve the mystery of Count Saint Germain. At the same time, they need to do it quickly because the more time they spend idling and not solving it, the more time Count Saint Germain has to blackmail more people or get other spirits in line with other students and have them all be surrounded and have a big all-out brawl in the school. As long as there's no running in the halls, then you might get an ouchie ouchie. But now that we know that Count Saint Germain is just brainwashing people and wiping their memories like it's nothing, we do need to work fast, because with the mail opener dagger being revealed to the students and the main goal of power stealing being presented to them, they all know that if they lose more of their powers, they're already at a big disadvantage. Luckily, Okarun is a Chad now and has his physical stats, and Momo hasn't lost any of her psychic powers despite being so tiny. But if Ira was to lose her acrobatic silky powers or Gigi was to lose the evil eye, we are at a significant nerf that we might not be able to come back from. The only piece of evidence that I hope they're able to pick up on is the quote-unquote I yield. We know that Count Saint Germain cannot steal the power from people that don't admit defeat. And sure, while everything else might be in the dark, before all of this happened, Okarun was confronted by Count Saint Germain and was forced to yield. Now, of course, we know Okarun didn't have Turbo Granny's power at the time, which allowed Count Saint Germain to back off because he's not going to get anything out of this. If Okarun didn't realize it then, I'm hoping he realizes it now, that these two things are very similar. Whatever Count Saint Germain is up to, be it stealing every single power that's possible, and then by having every single spiritual power in the world, he can open up this Dandadan or whatever it is. All I know is that if he's willing to blackmail girls and also put people like Unji Zuma in more trauma than they've already deserved, he's a villain in my book. And I don't know how we're gonna figure this out, but something tells me that this is just the beginning of this little arc that we're in. And within a next chapter or two, there's gonna be more problems rearing their head from our favorite Count Saint Germain. And the last thing that I want to bring up before I leave this video off is Count Saint Germain and Ludris actually have similar logos. Count Saint Germain has a upside down triangle with multiple rings inside of it on his coat jacket. Ludris has it in the middle of his chest. So take that as you will. Is Ludris some kind of secret alternate identity that Count Saint Germain was able to interact with our people with and not get caught? Is Ludris and Count Saint Germain a part of some secret society, secret Illuminati that we have yet to even get into? All I know is whatever connections Count Saint Germain has, they're gonna be big. And I really truly think he might be the big final villain of everything. So now that we've got Kokiyuki Shiro on the protagonist team, it's pretty clear that it's only a matter of time until Count Saint Germain catches on about her betrayal. With the amount of strings that this man has been pulling from behind the scenes, it would not surprise me at all if he's already in the know. My main hope is that they can at least get some level of jump on Count Saint Germain by him meeting up with Koki and not realizing that she's been converted yet. As Gigi does suggest later on in the chapter that there might be other students that Count Saint Germain currently has on blackmail roster and is just waiting to send them after us, potentially even stronger paranormal abilities than the pygmies. And because we were not able to get a hold of that quote-unquote yield condition that the daggers require, there are still a lot of surprises that the protagonist can get hit with that could eventually screw us over in the long run. Because unfortunately, one of the biggest problems we have is the way that Count Saint Germain is able to affect the memories of his victims. The fact that Kokiyuki Shiro was very well aware during both times that she was looking for Momo that all she had to do was yield to get that power. Now that she's already forgotten the yield condition, it's honestly scary how precise Count Saint Germain is with his plans. And if he's this careful, even staying together is kind of worrisome, because we've already seen Count Saint Germain have the confidence to confront someone like Okarun alone with that whole intellectual battle of wits thing. It doesn't even require a real fight to the death for Count Saint Germain to get someone to yield and steal their powers. So the fact that they are missing that crucial piece of information can make all of the difference in how the tables turn. But anyway, after last chapter, we finally defeated Kokiyuki Shiro and her army of pygmies. Along the way, we discovered that Queen, the school nurse, is actually not only a no-tolerance bully stopper, but also a paranormal investigator herself. Queen has spent most of her career as a school nurse, helping students and doing the best they can to make sure they feel safe. Sometimes that did also require her to take part in supernatural events or exorcisms, or just being with a student when they were going through a dark supernatural time. Because of this and the amount of exposure that Queen has had to all of these different paranormal activities, she has now awakened the ability to see paranormal entities and be a supernatural person herself. We now have two new friends that are going to be very crucial in keeping us safe from this power-stealing man that is Count Saint Germain. Something that does at least help us figure out what's going on is the fact that Count Saint Germain is actually able to bestow powers using these daggers as well. Previously, we knew that he was able to steal things like the fairy tale cards powers and give them to himself. Now we know for sure that just because Count Saint Germain steals a power does not mean that it is lost for good.
they can be retrieved. So even if Count Saint Germain is able to steal something like Aira's acrobatic silky or Gigi's evil eye, we can still get it back in a critical moment of a fight if we can get a hold of these daggers. Speaking of given powers, the power of the pygmies is something that Koki Yukishiro, after investigating her and interrogating her a little bit more, we find out she actually cannot stand this new supernatural power that she has been given. Which, I mean, it makes complete sense. The fact that she was forced to have this power after being blackmailed and already going through enough teenage angst of her own, she just wants to be a normal girl, whether that means going back to her status quo of being the quiet girl that no one pays attention to, or just having a couple friends and living a normal high school life. Pygmies and small little fairies swarming her and never leaving her alone was not a part of her high school dream. She really just resents them, and honestly, despite them doing their best to help her heal her wounds and save her from threats, she just outright ignores them to the best she can. However, that is at least until Queen, the school nurse, explains Pygmy's great nature to Koki and actually how much they get along and how similar they really are. The Pygmies were a small group of little entities and people that were forced down below because they were societally weak and no one really wanted them. They were shunned people who quietly accepted their disappearance from the world and did the best they could for the people that could actually see them. Since we've already seen with Aira, Okarun, and Momo, it's kind of tough to see them if you're not either the same size or if you aren't aware of their paranormal existence, because average ordinary people are so distracted by things like smartphones, just society in general, electronics, that they've lost the ability to see mythological little fairies such as the Pygmies. And because of this, they can honestly understand Koki Yukishiro's loneliness and terrible feelings of no one wanting her more than anybody else. The Pygmies don't just support Koki because she can see them. They support her because they genuinely understand and empathize with her situation. According to Queen, the school nurse, Pygmies are known to actually be good luck. It's why the student that she reached out to, because apparently Pygmies are a supernatural entity that Queen, the nurse, has seen multiple times before. She's even helped a student in her past specifically deal with the little old men that the Pygmies are. After discovering all of this information and finding out that they were good luck, conveniently enough, that student immediately lost the ability to see the Pygmies and they were never seen again. Now, if I was a betting man, I would say that probably had a lot to do with Count Saint Germain stealing the power of the Pygmies, and that's probably how he got them in order to give them to Koki. So despite Koki constantly rejecting them, it makes sense now, and she realizes that if this is the power that she's stuck with, she might as well accept them, especially if they're the only people that can get along. One thing that I did want to touch on as well was Okarun's reaction to Koki just really wishing that she could be a normal girl and not want to have anything to do with this paranormal shit, because Okarun kind of had the same life before all of this. I mean, he was a nerd who just enjoyed reading about aliens, and then the next day, he's lost his cock and balls. If anybody can understand the sadness and terrible situation that someone gets put in after living their whole lives normally and then having all of this paranormal stuff thrust upon them, it's tough. And especially with the blackmail, her parents not loving her, thinking that the world is against her, all of these things just add up to a terrible existence. Unfortunately though, as Okarun found out, once you're pulled into this world, the only thing that you can really do is roll with the punches and just figure it out. Which is honestly exactly what everyone's plan is going to be going forward, because whether Germain finds out that Koki has been compromised or not, I'm sure he will interfere with us in some way, shape, or form in the future. Knowing that the enemy can steal their powers and nerf a character for good, everybody realizes that they need to stick together and be as prepared as they possibly can. And hopefully, what will be the best of their benefit is that Koki can meet up with Germain, and Germain is going to have no idea that Koki is going to be fishing for information from him. We're just going to have to wait and see next week what happens and how this story of the arc goes forward. However, one thing that I did want to touch on that I think is very clever symbolism and foreshadowing is the interaction that Aira and Koki Yukishiro have together in this chapter. I think it's clear there's going to be some level of development on both of their halves, as their past connection with the piano competition that a lot of you guys were able to pick up on when we saw Koki's flashback, and we did see someone that looked like Ira in it, fully confirmed that these are two old rivals, and Ira is actually the catalyst for why Koki stopped and gave up on her dreams of playing piano in the first place. So with Ira being present and Koki potentially being a new member of our team and fighting alongside us, this might be the best way for Koki to overcome her fears and angst and understand who she is as a true self. Because it turns out that Koki was a prodigy, one of the most talented people playing piano at her age, until she lost one time by Ira. Ira lost and said, you know what? I'm going to do my best and practice and get better than this girl. Whereas Koki thought her talent was a lie, and she just stopped playing entirely. Koki, as a young girl, thought she would just be the best forever because of her talent, whereas Ira was willing to accept her loss and grow because of it, which just revealed how much Koki's parents' expectations really did weigh her down and stop her from becoming a better person or growing up at all, because this misguided confidence that they gave her, making her think that she was the best and could never be beaten, literally stopped her from ever thinking she could get better. She thought, well, this is as good as I am, and if I'm being beaten, that's the way it is. And honestly, I can't even hold her for feeling that way, because when your parents legitimately just stop loving you because of your failures, what else are you supposed to believe? So I personally think the main lesson for Koki in this arc is going to be not only accepting who she is as a person, but understanding that if she wants things in life, not being overlooked, not being seen as the quiet person, not being forgotten, she's got to reach out in life and grab those things. And if she's not powerful enough or strong enough on her own to reach those things, then she has to do the self-improvement and do the work to be able to reach it. As Ira says herself, those who constantly worry and speak about talent are usually the ones that don't have much of it, and once it's gone, have nothing else to fall back on. But the truth is, Koki's skills as a pianist and just her abilities as a human being in general haven't disappeared. They haven't gone anywhere. She's just neglected them. It's time to water them and let them grow and bloom, which I choose to see as another reference towards Count Saint Germain, who again is a villain who prides themselves on stealing powers and, from what we've seen in the fairy tale card, using them even better than their original host. So it could foreshadow the possibility that despite Count Saint Germain acquiring all of these different superpowers and wielding them on such a high level, without the experience and time it takes to truly hone and master these abilities, he may never win against someone who has actually taken the extra time and put in the work. But as of right now, that's just a small little theory and dissection based off this small interaction between two characters who have a backstory that, while getting into, I'm sure is going to play a much larger role in Koki Yukishiro's character development going forward. And I am going to be here for all of it because I cannot wait to see how Count Saint Germain responds to all of this nonsense. After our protagonists regroup in Nurse Queen's office and the reveal that Koki Yukishiro wasn't just some mastermind villain and was actually being blackmailed, has given us a brand new perspective on not just a lot of different things going on in the school, but has given us a brand new mission: search for the man who keeps pulling all of these strings in the background. And it's no big secret, Count Saint Germain is the one that has been interfering with all of these vulnerable and emotional human beings, all in order to gain different paranormal items for his own benefit. By taking advantage of their weakness and utilizing them to get exactly what he wants, he's basically not putting himself in danger whatsoever. He's already used Unji-zuma, whose terrible and tragic backstory I don't even want to recount, and he used Unji to steal the fairy tale card's power. So it seems like people that are depressed or have awful tragedies in their past are much more easily manipulated by someone like Germain. And honestly, if things had went his way that he planned so far, he would have made out with not just Momo's psychic powers, but most likely, he probably would have been able to steal Okarun's Turbo Granny powers if Turbo Granny was still around. If Koki Yukishiro succeeded, and if beating Okarun in the marketplace of debate was actually enough to steal his paranormal abilities, Okarun and Momo would be nerfed 10 times more than they already are. Which this also means that the danger hasn't went away whatsoever. Someone like Gigi or Ira could end up nerfed and in the exact same situation as Okarun. And with Turbo Granny still MIA and disappeared, Okarun is also feeling pretty useless himself, having no extra power, especially compared to the rest of the group like Ira and Gigi,
who single-handedly solved this problem that we were in. Despite Okarun's current physical level that allows him to increase his movement speed, agility, so that way he can dodge projectile knives or beat his old bully in a PE race, Okarun still feels like a liability to everyone around him. And adding on to the fact that Koki and her army of pygmies had literally next to no idea how to possibly grow Momo back to normal size, Okarun feels like the entire situation was wasted. And by chasing Koki and putting Aira and Momo in that situation with him, he placed them in so much more danger than what was originally thought. However, it isn't like encountering Koki and her army of pygmies was a complete dead end, as we did discover that the shadowy figure, Count Saint Germain, who's been manipulating all of these events from the shadows, is connected to the school, narrowing down our search party at least a little bit. And by allying ourselves with Koki Yukishiro for the future, we might be able to actually uncover Count Saint Germain's identity and catch him red-handed, or at the very least, whoever's doing his bidding in the high school. Thanks to Kintaka's nanomachines, he was able to build a small hairpin for Koki that doubles as a security camera. With alien technology, Ludris's specifically, the camera can easily identify any being that's placed in front of it and also record the event. With 100% accuracy, by the way, because it doesn't even call Gigi by name, it literally just titles him idiot. What this does mean is that if this mysterious blackmailer does try to contact Koki again, even if her memory gets wiped of Germain, the surveillance camera will be able to capture all of the footage and reveal the identity, whether Koki can remember it or not. At least as long as someone like Count Saint Germain is dumb enough to fall for that plan, which I very highly doubt. On top of Koki, it does also seem like we gained another ally in Nurse Queen, after learning that she is also some kind of paranormal investigator, quote unquote, and her no tolerance policy on bullying is more than just a gag, but a complete lifestyle that has led Queen to amass a lot of paranormal encounters, information, and power, apparently, because just in one touch with Kintaka, she was able to heal all of his injuries, even though she literally just caved in his face with a bat, and even Gigi wasn't sure if he would ever be able to recover that handsome mug again. Apparently, at some point, after encountering all of these different supernatural beings, and probably also a little bit of a self-wanting will to heal the students that are in all of these bullying situations, she's developed recovery powers. And as a nurse, I guess that makes sense. Now, we literally have like a rest spot hub, like a video game, which I think is very beneficial if our big time bad is going to be present in the school with us. Everyone is very aware that nowhere is safe anymore, not even just inside the school. Our real only hope is that Germain contacts Koki within a short period of time, so that way we can reveal his identity before even more problems happen. And another big problem that we're going to have going forward is Okarun currently feeling like he has nothing to help contribute and feeling left out. But thankfully, now that Momo and Okarun are seeing a lot more eye to eye and are much more closer since they started going steady, you could say, Momo is just happy that Okarun is willing to care that much about Momo and is willing to put in whatever work is possible to achieve the strength he needs. She says, hey, why not get trained by Granny Psycho? Which makes so much sense if you really think about it, because obviously Okarun does still have some kind of minuscule paranormal power left. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to access empty space or see yokais anymore. So there's got to be something that Okarun can use going forward to gain power without Turbo Granny. Also, not for nothing, a good 90% of the story so far was us trying to find Okarun's Kintama, his golden testicles, and we knew that all of these beings, alien, spirit, or otherwise, was able to gain tremendous power from Okarun's Kintama. So if Okarun can somehow harness that ability and learn to wield that power, eventually using it to like amplify his physical stats or strength, so that way he can start acting more like Turbo Granny without needing her power specifically, that would be very convenient and also put Okarun back on the pedestal he was before. Unfortunately, it seems like Grandma Psycho has some problems of her own unfolding, because we actually do cut to her and see what she's been up to since this whole school arc has been going on. Psycho is in a restaurant with some of what appears to be her paranormal colleagues. A woman named Payase, who is a deranged cursed object collector, filling her house with numerous items and supernatural curses that are just constantly igniting her house into flames. And I think it's funnier that one, not only does she not care, no matter how many pieces or areas of her house burn down, none of these cursed items catch on fire. And to the point, Payase even deems herself protected and is not gonna catch on fire at all during any of these times,
because she adores and cares for these items so much, they also ward her their strength and protection. And again, whether she's delusional or not is yet to be seen. We're gonna focus on the next guy here, who I think has a little bit of a secret Easter egg that I want to touch base on. The man Kashimoto, who seems to be just some kind of average paranormal investigator, doesn't really have some kind of major or like specialization, at least not that we've heard of. Grandma Psycho does try to question him about his supernatural research into pygmies, so that's all I've got to work with. But what is most important about this man Kashimoto is something that has reemerged numerous times throughout the series and has really gone under the radar. And it's that patch that's stitched directly onto Kashimoto's tracksuit. And if it looks familiar, that's because we've definitely seen this logo twice before, actually. Our first time seeing it was when we met Ludris, the man who created nanotechnology and is an infamous alien that is very rare to see in the entire universe. What is very weird is who else we've seen this logo on. And that other person is our big bad Count Saint Germain. He appeared to have it on his collar on his little coat, formal attire when he was meeting with the Kerr, the space globalists. Now, if it was just Ludris and Kashimoto, I would think there was some harmless cooperation and relation there. However, with our potential main villain being familiar with and even more so directly tied to this group, it makes the symbol all the more sinister. There could be multiple reasons for this, some good, some bad. Honestly, with Occam's razor, the most simple solution is that the symbol is just some logo for a paranormal investigative group that no one is none the wiser about Count Saint Germain's issues and villainhood. And apparently this group spans the entire universe. Whether this group is, like I said, just a fan club where we share ideas and talk about investigations and items that we've collected, or if it's some kind of evil organization with an ulterior motive, we really have no idea. But I have to mention that we gotta pay attention to this logo going forward because it is clearly important and has been emphasized multiple times over the course of this 170, 180 chapter run. The most scariest possibility out of all of this is that this symbol is literally just a sign that Count Saint Germain is present, and Count Saint Germain is just using some kind of yokai ability or power to disguise himself and appear as different human beings or even aliens. And while this is even less likely, with how many weird instances of memory wiping and just disguise switching we've seen from Count Saint Germain already, going from Mr. Formal to Mr. School Teacher, and somehow just always being the president of the paranormal club, even though he just showed up now and was able to put himself in our timeline, I wouldn't put anything past him at all. And again, if Count Saint Germain really has been pulling the strings from the background, who's to say that this isn't how he's been slowly and subtly manipulating events until he had everything he needed to make himself known and strike. Again, could all be headcanon. We still really have no idea how capable Count Saint Germain is. I'm just saying at this point, there's literally nothing we can rule out. Let's just remember this is all speculation, and until we truly find out the meaning of this symbol, let's just keep it in the back of our minds. Because Psycho's got more pressing issues than a little logo being stitched onto a track jacket. Within moments of Kashimoto revealing some dire information to Psycho, he is roundhouse kicked by apparently the next group of supernatural entities we're gonna be facing. Jiangshi, or Chinese vampires, an undead creature or reanimated corpse that is very common in Chinese folklore. And now with Grandma Psycho in danger, we may get to see for once a section of the story dedicated to her battling some evil spirits, and I'm not mad about that. And if her two paranormal colleagues are also more than just background characters and meant to be actual allies in this big arc, then we may just see even more supernatural adults like Queen in action. And it's possible that, even though this is just a theory, this next section of Dandadan may focus with much more of these adult themes and more of these organized paranormal aspects. We know Psycho does something to be a professional medium in the world, so there's probably many people like her that meet up. So the idea of some kind of Illuminati group existing isn't out of left field either. It could be a very historical organization that has existed since the beginning of time. I mean, if you think about it, Google Count Saint Germain, the man that was supposed to travel time and live until Jesus came back. There are
multiple different things in world history and life that the author is weaving together so beautifully, and I'm genuinely just excited to see what the heck is going on. Because right now, with all of these different logical fallacies happening, it's hard to tell who's on our side and who isn't some kind of undercover agent at this point. However, one big lore drop that we did get this chapter that sets our sights for the future of the series, Saiko learning from Kashimoto about the Uchide no Kozuchi, a magic hammer wielded by Usun Boshi, the inch-high samurai, famous in Japanese lore, and by swinging that hammer, the samurai was able to grow large sizes in battle. So, if we can collect that object and have Momo swing it, then she might just be able to return to normal and escape the fairy tale card's curse. The great god Okunu Nishi, or Daikokuten, is the one last said to be in possession of the magic hammer, which means with a goal in mind and a direct location, only a few Chinese vampires stand in Saiko's way from kicking some fucking ass and saving her granddaughter. Also, quick note, I never noticed how much Saiko and Momo looked like each other until I got this surprised face of Saiko. They look so close, and the art in this series is beautiful. Regardless, with the next couple chapters possibly revealing to us why Grandma Saiko is this all-powerful medium, and on top of all of that, give us a taste of what she can teach Okarun for the future if she does train this young Sigma Chad. I am excited to see where this arc continues to go, and even though we had a couple little bit of a lull chapters focusing on Koki, I think we're finally going to see some stuff start ramping up in this arc. Let me tell you, I have never been more excited in my entire life to watch a grandma start kicking some Chinese vampire butt than I am right now. Because despite this chapter really not leaving us much to talk about because it was all just straight up hands and action, it's definitely been one of the most enjoyable chapters recently for me. But for the purposes of having some type of dialogue and putting context into this big fight, last chapter we did ally with Koki Yukishiro, the woman who was being manipulated by Count Saint Germain into using the pygmies against Momo, and by building a small hairpin camera thing out of Kintaka's nanomachines, she now has a camera on her that whenever she goes to meet up with whoever is blackmailing her, despite the fact that she constantly has her memories wiped to keep their identity hidden, now with the camera, there's gonna be next to no way for Count Saint Germain to not have his identity exposed. Meanwhile, while all of that is going on in the school, we do cut back to Saiko, and honestly, the chaos of the supernatural attacks normally focus on all of the kids, and for once, now the scale of events have moved towards the adults, so that's how you know we're getting into some real shit. Saiko has always stayed relatively neutral in regards to all of these topics. Sure, she's jumped in to help fight against the evil eye a couple times, but other than that, she usually lets Momo and Okarun handle their own things out as an adult that wants to give power to their youngins and watch them grow and flourish as long as they can. Saiko really only steps into an active role the moment Momo gets shrunken down by the fairy tale card's curse, and she is unable to get her back to normal size. No matter what kind of knowledge or paranormal investigation she can do, there's nothing in her research that shows a way to save Momo. So she has to rely on two of her paranormal friends, Payase and Kashimoto. Payase is a cursed item lover, and Kashimoto is apparently just some kind of supernatural investigator of some sort. But he is currently sus based off of the eye he has stitched onto his jumpsuit, the same eye that can be seen on Ludris and Count Saint Germain. Now, the one thing Kashimoto does come in handy for is revealing that he has information about a special item named the Uchide no Kozuchi magic hammer, a hammer wielded by the 1-inch samurai, a very ancient yokai in Japanese folklore, that after swinging the hammer, the 1-inch samurai was able to grow to enormous size. So if they're able to get their hands on this, they might just be able to have Momo swing it and get back to normal height. Those Chinese vampires did not realize who they were messing with though, because Grandma Saiko has proven multiple times before, and now in this chapter, even more so, she's a badass beyond all proportions. I mean, she is clearly not just a spirit medium, she's a goddamn kung fu master. She's performing even better moves than these Jiang Shi are, and they're making full-on Jackie Chan noises, so you know they have to be an expert in some field of martial arts. Saiko just beats all of their asses at once despite them group jumping her, and even she makes fun of them for saying all these random noises. Said, "Don't you acha me?" Throws a whole fucking furnace on top of those zombies. She is performing breakdance moves, smacking the shit out of people with a wooden 4x4 since her handy dandy baseball bat is not present right now. She starts spraying Lysol and shit, throwing teapots. She is using everything at her disposal to beat these zombies. And one of the reasons this chapter is so fun is because we never really get moments like this with Psycho. As I said, she's always been in the background, so to see her front and center here proves that she really is this awesome character that we all stan. And it's not just because she's got some sex appeal. We always knew she was capable of great things, at least I did. I mean, she fought pretty well against the evil eye, so that's no easy feat. And there is a major theory going around about Psycho that she may even have more supernatural powers than we've even seen or known about. Because if you remember, when she was introduced, there's a big possibility that it was foreshadowing the ability of future sight. Now, obviously, Psycho is not a fortune teller. She might not know everything that's going on in the future, but if you do recall from her introduction, she was getting reamed out for being completely wrong about some celebrity she did a reading on, only for every single thing that she talked about to come true. The man was literally just pretending to not be having an affair and have children, but it turns out he was hiding all of it behind closed doors. And Psycho had no reason to know any of this besides just trusting her supernatural instincts. She even tells the taxi that's bringing her home to let her out early on the road so that way he doesn't get pulled into Turbo Granny about to devour Momo. So she was already aware of that. And even if this is just one big headcanon theory that gets proved wrong, I think my overall point with this is we should just never underestimate Psycho, especially knowing how strong our cast of teenagers are. Adults like Psycho have so much more experience in the paranormal and fights like this. It's clear as day what comes with age, which is why a huge arc-spanning villain like the Jiangshi, or at least they would be if they didn't encounter Psycho first, are just turned on instantly and put down, showing that real big threats don't mean anything to Psycho. Unless at least they're not a giant iron bull. Because even though we're still pinpointing exactly what folklore the bull is from, it's most likely a reference to the iron bull torture method or some other Chinese reference, but no matter how many times Psycho hits or defends against the bull, it gets denser, thicker, and by proxy, stronger. Able to overwhelm Psycho fairly easily, with her having no counter to the bull's hacks, despite acknowledging its hardness. And after defeating Psycho, we do see the bull actually pull out the magical dagger that reveals its connection to the Count Saint Germain fan club, asking Psycho to admit defeat and he'll spare her life, revealing that Count Saint Germain has also put a hit out on Psycho as well. Every one of these yokai UMAs are all apparently under his direct order. Why is he so focused on us now? What has changed? And again, if Psycho was just some normal human with a little bit of supernatural tendencies and a great connection to local deities, what does Count Saint Germain want from her and want to steal from her? Unless there really was some type of power that we just haven't seen Psycho use yet. And the fact that Dandadan has kept Psycho mostly in the background the entire series really does create this perfect mystery as to what Count Saint Germain could be after here. Taking her out so she can't protect the kids does make sense, sure, but attempting to make her yield and steal her power is the real question. Thankfully though, Psycho does not get chipped by the magical dagger. As I mentioned, supernatural adults are potentially much stronger than the kids we now know and have seen in all of these situations. Psycho's two friends reveal themselves and defend Psycho at the very last moment, punching the bull away. Payase, who seems to be cloaked in a ghostly evil aura, creates the shape of a humanoid bird and potentially is using the power of all of the curses to empower him. Meanwhile, Kashimoto summons a JoJo stand shaped like a chicken in a big flow of aura behind him. These two allies are strong enough to send that iron bull flying, where Psycho couldn't even do anything with any of the attacks she did. And their aura also makes up the shape of the yin yang. It's interesting to see what impact these characters will have and how strong they really are. They seem to both represent different bird deities, such as like the phoenix or Zook or Suzaku, whichever one we haven't heard exactly yet. Let's hope that they will be the ones to save Psycho from the Iron Bull. And I guess my one question is Psycho really out for the count? Or is she gonna recover, meet up with everybody, and search for the Uchida no Kozuki hammer? Is Kashimoto really on our side, or is he gonna double cross us and betray us? All in the name of that secret organization whose logo he sports proudly. There are so many questions that we just do not have the answers to yet. The battle of Chinese vampires led by their hot Iron Bull continues, with Seiko and her two paranormal allies, who despite getting knocked out of the battle in the very beginning, have rejoined the battle, each sporting different supernatural powers. Kashimoto seems to be able to connect with guardian spirits and make use of their energy and powers for a short amount of time. Meanwhile, Payase cloaks themselves in cursed energy and is able to control shadows and darkness to manipulate and attack opponents. And the fact that Grandma Seiko is still a huge powerhouse with just her bare hands, even while standing next to her investigator friends that need to rely on actual superpowers, is not lost on me by any means. Yukinobu Tatsu never misses a chance to show Seiko as a badass, as he shouldn't. Speaking of Yukinobu the author, the fact he was able to have this iron bull point to his junk, repeatedly mention how hot it is, or other people constantly complimenting how hard he is down there, and just pass it by all those Shueisha editors has to be studied. A lot of these mangaka nowadays are getting real bold with their stories, and honestly, I'm not mad about it, as while it's definitely a choice, it does add some uniqueness and fun to an otherwise zany character that literally is just a giant bull made of iron who probably wouldn't have much of a personality otherwise. So the chapter focuses primarily on the remainder of that all-out battle between Seiko, her allies, and the Vampire Bull Squad. Seiko always carries a handy-dandy evil talisman within her purse, so as long as they're able to fight through all of these enemies, retrieve that talisman, and hit the Iron Bull with it, they can end the fight nice and quick. However, considering the Iron Bull's power allows him to actually just grow stronger from all of the attacks that hit him, and the heat that stems off of him is a significant boost to his power already, the three allies are going to have to take it seriously and give the best that they possibly have. And thankfully, that's where her friends come in. As mentioned before, Payase is able to move between and send attacks through enemy shadows. He claims his body is similar to a Kodoku curse poison, which is a ritual where several poisonous insects are all placed inside of a jar and left to fight for supremacy. The winning insect is then stripped for its venom and used against the intended target of the ritual to make sure the poison is as potent and dangerous as it possibly can be. And while it's unclear exactly what Payase means by this, I have to assume he's claiming the reason no one will ever be able to use his powers is because he was one of the many intended tested vessels for this supernatural ability, and he was the only user that was able to prove his compatibility and was strong enough to box out all of the other participants. Which is why even if the Iron Bull managed to steal Payase's power, he might not be able to use it at all, which just shows how special Seiko's allies are. Meanwhile, Kashimoto is summoning his guardian spirits to fight by either amping his striking strength or conjuring pure flames of spirit energy that can harm his enemies. But it's not just any kind of flame. Kashimoto refers to this power as ice flames, as he is able to directly influence the temperature of the fire he creates. Which means I imagine he can use hot fire like normal if so desired, but when he's up against an enemy like the Iron Bull, who gets hotter and more durable from every attack, by snuffing out all of this heat, we can override the toughness. Kashimoto can even drop these flames to absolute zero, cooling the bull's heat as it builds, while the bull is none the wiser due to its insane pain tolerance working against it. We still don't know if Kashimoto is able to use more than one guardian spirit, or even if this fire is from the phoenix spirit he conjured last chapter, but his counter against the bull was supremely convenient. With the combined effort of Seiko and Payase clearing the various Jiangshi vampires surrounding them, and the fact that Kashimoto's Afumza attack is able to dull the Iron Bull's heat and actually fight it back, the trio are slowly overcoming these overwhelming odds, and hopefully none of them are going to lose any of this power that we've seen them use. Although, the fact that two of these characters were just introduced and may not be that important makes me worry that they may be the ones losing first. And I want to make sure that the audience does not underestimate how much of a threat the Bull and Chinese Vampire Squad actually were. Because I have to imagine if these guys were sent against the main protagonist group, especially with how nerfed Momo and Okarun are, I don't know if we would have came out the other side as easily as they did. Also, not even to say they came out the other side easy, because Seiko and her allies were definitely struggling. The people that are getting contracted by Count Saint Germain to come after us and find us are just getting stronger and stronger,
And if this is only the beginning of his attempted heist on everyone's powers, I'm worried what might come next. As not only is it likely that Count Saint Germain himself is supremely powerful and a lot stronger than the people he's been sending so far, he could just have stronger allies and have plenty of different powers that he can keep gifting and gifting people to keep building a bigger army. With the fact that all of them are able to hold on to the male daggers that can steal power, and the fact that Count Saint Germain doesn't even have to be present to potentially take over this entire team, one victory on Count Saint Germain's side can make all the difference and change the tides of the entire story for the worst. One loss of Gigi, one loss of Seiko, and we may never recover. But now that Grandma Seiko and her paranormal friends are involved, it's up to them to not only try and retrieve the Uchide no Tachikaze hammer as soon as possible, which will reverse Momo Ayase's size and bring her back to normal. Seiko is going to have to meet up with the protagonist as soon as possible. Because again, just based off the way things are going, something tells me the next time we see an enemy, we might not be able to handle it. Because the power and threat level is going to continually get more and more bumped up until Saint Germain claims a W. Hopefully, we have enough time to set Okarun up with Grandma Seiko and have a training session done so that way he's not as much of a liability as he was in the pygmy fight. Because again, Seiko almost lost this fight against the bull. She really needed to risk it all to get the victory as well, because she was completely at the Iron Bull's mercy. Threatened to have her body split in half because she was not ever going to yield to the Iron Bull, and he was threatening to just choke her out until she died if she wouldn't give it up. So Kashimoto punching the Iron Bull with his absolute zero flames over and over again not only was reverberating all of that force and damage back to Psycho, so she had to deal with that as well. If Kashimoto and Payase weren't able to come up with the perfect counter to the Iron Bull, again, this would have been a loss. The reverberating shockwaves that were going back on Psycho could have caused irreparable damage to her body. So who knows how much stamina she has left, because even though she pulled off a badass moment, how many of those does she have left in her? It took the combined efforts of Kashimoto's flames, Seiko's badassery, and Payase slipping in with his shadow powers at the last second to take advantage of this opening that Kashimoto exploited. And again, it was all because Kashimoto's fires were so cold, it doused the Iron Bull's heat, and Payase was able to slip in through all of the light that the fire was creating, casting their shadows right into the Iron Bull's shoulders and split the main body from his strong arms. All because the changing temperature was enough to make the Iron Bull susceptible to hydrogen penetration and softened the arms and shoulders for Payase to make that final cut. The fourth and final aspect was that the bull's pain tolerance was almost non-existent and created a great way for the Iron Bull to not realize his body was getting weaker under the cold fire. I mean, the Iron Bull was so one-track minded, bro didn't even realize that the fire Kashimoto was using was cold in temperature. So if the enemy was any bit smarter, it might not have worked. The Iron Bull's undoing was his own cockiness and misplaced confidence in the power he was gifted. Which is why, despite the Iron Bull's defeat, Seiko does acknowledge its strength, admitting that it's been a very long time since she's faced someone this powerful. Which says a lot and almost confirms for me that the protagonist team would not have won if they were the ones to go up against him. Considering even yokai like the Evil Eye or aliens like the Cur weren't enough to make Granny say shit like this. Damn, I'd be sweating. While it's most likely due to his hack's overpowered ability, it makes me worried to see what other hack's powers Count Saint Germain can gift to his allies. But just before the bull reveals who sent him after Seiko, and we find out who the mastermind is, Seiko just delivers that finishing kick to his head combined with the talisman, erasing the bull from existence and sending him to the spirit realm. Once again, keeping the mastermind behind all of these attacks a secret from the cast. But to me, it was clear Seiko knew the bull was about to reveal this information based off her reaction, but she killed the bull anyway. Is this because Seiko already had a pretty clear idea who was at fault? Or is it more of a doesn't matter who sent you, everyone's fucked once they mess with me kind of thing? Because again, Seiko is a pretty big badass. But either way, they are really building up to this Count Saint Germain reveal, and it would be crazy for all of this to just be one big red herring and
he has nothing to do with any of this, as unlikely as that sounds, because he's the only character that has ever stole powers through daggers and would have all of the desire and motivation to be the one to attack our protagonist. It wouldn't surprise me if Yukinobu was working up to some twist that would make Count Saint Germain a secret ally or some type of anti-hero. I'm not holding my breath on that though. I am just interested to see where we go from here. Everyone meeting up and training, trying to figure out who's behind all of this, or is Count Saint Germain sending another lackey our way? Finally, we are getting some concrete lore, not specifically about Count Saint Germain, but in regards to the kind of power that he's abusing, as well as exactly what Count Saint Germain might be hoping to accomplish by stealing everyone's yokai powers and taking them for his own. Introduced as a collector who is apparently in search of the Dandadan, whatever that may be, Count Saint Germain is playing this too calculated, in my opinion, for this to be some sort of hobby that he's just looking to steal a couple supernatural abilities here and there and then just f*** off to a brand new planet. And we can assume that whatever Count Saint Germain's goal actually is, it is going to directly involve his sword that we now have full confirmation on is the Sword of Asura, an ancient blade used in the earliest days of Japanese society, which was said to curse the wielder of the blade with a life full of non-stop killing, forcing the cursed wielder to kill for all of eternity, at least until their last breath is drawn. And to ensure that the swordsman would be able to kill all of the obstacles in their way, as well as any master swordsmen that stand before them, the Sword of Asura was able to take on the powers of different yokai to aid in the wielder in battle. While originally being sealed by an order of magic users due to its overwhelming power, about 5 years ago specifically, the Sword of Asura was stolen from its shrine. Meaning, this hunt for the Dandadan started sometime around then, as Count Saint Germain's very first heist was the sword. Or, it's possible it was only one of the many objects that's been on his path to the Dandadan since his journey started ages ago. Count Saint Germain is loosely based off of the mystery and concept of a real-life man known as Count of Saint Germain, an infamous English adventurer from the 1700s who rose to prominence among top figures of the age, such as Mozart, Casanova, Voltaire. He just knew and fraternized with everybody that was important. Very mysterious. What's even more mysterious is that Count Saint Germain was known for taking on multiple different identities depending on the land or people that he was visiting in, and would often just make impossible claims such as being over 500 years old. Now, whatever this Count Saint Germain is in the series of Dandadan, whether he's immortal and has just been drifting through the universe as a collector, or he was a man cursed by Jesus himself to walk the earth forever until he locates the Dandadan, what we do know for sure, at least now, is that those little daggers that have been used are just smaller portions of the Asura blade shaved off to be used by Germain and his lackeys to steal yokai and supernatural abilities, which at least gives us much more context as to what is going on. And unfortunately, despite the defeat of the Iron Bull and the poor soul that was being controlled by the yokai comes to, despite being blackmailed by Count Saint Germain, he, like everyone else, like Koki, like Unjizuma, cannot remember Germain's face or name. It's like every memory that is associated with him has just disappeared into thin air. But unlike our protagonist, thanks to Grandma Seiko and her allies' knowledge on the occult in general, Seiko can instantly recognize the Asura blade's appearance in the little daggers by assuming that the Kokuza or the Kozaku or whatever the small daggers are called, are made from the Asura directly. It signals to Seiko and her allies that this new threat isn't some type of amateur, or it's not something to be taken lightly. One, showing how important Granny Seiko and her allies will be in this higher stakes story arc, as just based off of our protagonist's interaction with Koki and Queen, it's clear they aren't familiar enough with the supernatural to figure out complex plans of a man like Count Saint Germain, as opposed to Seiko, who, even though she doesn't know what's going on, was still able to immediately decipher what the artifact being used was. It further confirms that whatever Count Saint Germain is looking for in the Dandadan, he's going to be willing to perform any act of evil to do so. Taking advantage of Kokiyuki Shuro and Ujizuma as traumatized young youths was one thing, But now Count Saint Germain taking advantage of adults down on their luck that are willing to do anything to save their dying loved ones, it shows that Germain is willing to drag in any necessary component for his plan, no matter how selfish or how depraved it comes across as. This is a man that is only thinking of his goal and doesn't care about anything else, except at least learning just random and obscure little facts and knowledge for some reason. I think it's a very interesting trait of Count Saint Germain because it could be multiple different things. It could legitimately just be a weird personality trait where he likes to search out for weird facts or information. That's how he came to be this paranormal collector. Or just based off of the mystical historical legend he has and the kind of different yokai powers that he may need to live forever, depending on why that even is. Maybe learning everything is a part of like this ultimate plan to tackle Dandadan with, or maybe his immortality has everything to do with some kind of yokai that in exchange for learning as many random facts as he can maintain and expand his lifespan. Or it could just be because he likes to intellectually destroy people in debates like he did with Okarun earlier in the arc. But seriously, either way, Count Saint Germain is a dick because this poor guy's situation, it's not that it's, worse than the bullied or broken home children Germain was already blackmailing, but it shows that there's, again, nothing is untouchable. All three of Count Saint Germain's allies so far have been awful and sad sights. Is he doing this because he's purely evil? Maybe. Is he doing this because he actually thinks that by helping them out and helping them accomplish their goals or helping them say, hey, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, Count Saint Germain thinks he's actually doing good and helping these people in some way? I mean, technically speaking, he offered this man's dying wife a way to survive. We've never exactly seen Count Saint Germain to act malicious. He seems much more ignorant and self-centered. But until we find out more about this character, we really can only assume and make guesses. Knowing his sword helps carve out what his plan might be and how long he's been at it and what kind of strategy he's overall working with. But because every single person that interacts with him forgets everything about him immediately, we essentially have no other choice but to continue moving on high alert and just wait for the next attack to come, because we don't have enough information to find out when that attack is coming. As based off of what the civilian tells us, there seems to be some kind of major text thread that goes out once Count Saint Germain interacts with and makes negotiations with someone. Very similar to like random hitman jobs or blackmail tasks, where some kind of unknown number sends out an order or mission anonymously, while the receiver has to perform the task no matter what, knowing that either their blackmailer is watching them and can reveal all of their secrets, or can just attack and kill them if they don't do the job right. You can see this on like Black Mirror and probably in real life somewhere, but it's very common in media and stories. And the man who previously was the Iron Bull reveals this is the case. He had no idea what this job was other than to attack Seiko, and the controller of the Jiangshi was actually a different person entirely, an ally of the Iron Bulls. But again, based off of the whole anonymity and Germain's memory shenanigans, these two people had no idea who each other were and did not know each other at all. The text threads are completely solo, singular, jobs sometimes overlap, but these people don't ask questions, they just act. So with the Jiangshi user running away and still on the loose, no way for the Iron Bull to contact him or Count Saint Germain, Seiko and her allies have hit a dead end, and basically until this next attack, all they can really do is just carry on. Seiko plans on making her move on the Uchide no Tachikaze hammer to try and heal Momo's miniature ailment, while Kashimoto and Payase declare that they'll be contacting every quote-unquote quarter about this event, which to me is just 110% confirming that there is a secret paranormal society that these adults are all part of, as per the Illuminati logo on Kashimoto's chest. And if you've watched any old videos of me yapping, you've seen me bring up this logo before. I've been very critical and very observant of it, especially the fact that Ludris and Count Saint Germain have both also sported this exact symbol. And what you guys in the comments have also pointed out to me that I didn't even notice is that compared to Kashimoto, Ludris and Germain's triangles are turned around upside down. Does this symbolize some kind of secret society turf war? The secret organizations of the earthly yokai users against the secret society of aliens? What side you're on is depicted by the direction of the triangle. Maybe it's more peaceful than that, and the earthlings and aliens share the society, but they just notate where they're from by the triangle's direction. It could go either way, and honestly, I'm sure we'll be finding out more about this soon enough.
I'm also sure that based on Count Saint Germain being invited to some singles mixer, this is only just going to be a larger recruiting ground for Germain to find even more allies to send against us. So it tells me that if Germain is getting all the help that he can get, we as protagonists are going to have to do the same, which I think may be depicted with Officer Bega, the cop from Unjizuma's story, getting inadvertently pulled into the chaos as he investigates the cafe fight and suspects Seiko and her allies as they disappear on him. Officer Bega, from what we learned in the Cursed Trunk arc, always accomplishes his missions. So he may accidentally get involved in all of this paranormal nonsense just like he did last time, but I just hope and pray good guys like him, or even our new friends Payase and Kashimoto, stay safe while they're not in our sights and Count Saint Germain doesn't attack them, and the next fight we're in, someone just starts using their powers and we're like, ah, shit. Because I won't lie to you, besides the Space Globalist arc, this seems to be the highest stakes Dandadan has ever reached. And we, right now, barely understand half the story that's being told. Just when we thought the stakes of this current story arc could not get any higher, we cut back to the high school with the main protagonist, who, by the way, still have yet to finish one day of school yet, which I would just love to point out. The amount of chapters that we've already passed on just one whole afternoon has to be some Dragon Ball Z timing if I've ever seen it before. But getting back into focus, now with Koki Yukishiro and Nurse Queen on their side, along with Kintaka's nanomachines giving them a full recording of Koki's perspective, they should be able to find the culprit responsible for blackmailing her, as the students prepare to take their next step on the hunt. Although, based on the extreme difficulty Grandma Seiko and her adult allies had against the Iron Bull and Jiangxi enemies, I think it's pretty possible the protagonist team, despite feeling like they might have a handle on things, are about to have a huge rug pulled out from underneath them. Why do I believe that? Well, just from this chapter alone, it's clear that my previous prediction that there are enemies just literally everywhere all around us and no one can be trusted was pretty true, as even ordinary innocents that one would never expect are revealed to be enemies in this chapter. Even ordinary innocents that one would never expect have become enemies. And while Mr. Sanjome, or Count Saint Germain as we know him, is definitely weird and sticks out like a sore thumb, what is gonna be the most dangerous, in my opinion, are the threats that are gonna sneak up on us when we least expect it. I mean, Seiko and her allies were literally just having a nice relaxing brunch when they were sneak attacked by the two blackmailed yokai users. And sure, Koki Yukishiro's method was a bit rushed of trying to steal Momo's powers, but as we've seen when Count Saint Germain confronted Okarun, his strategy of making the target yield is almost flawless, which in my opinion just shows that the level of problem each new yokai user is capable of bringing completely just depends on that particular person and their skill sets. If they're great with emotional manipulation, whereas people like the Iron Bull, who was a very awkward, quiet person from the very beginning, probably wouldn't be that cunning and evil and mastermindy, if you get what I'm saying. The protagonist crew does have a couple suspects just based off of the teachers that Koki interacts with. Unfortunately, all of them are pretty ordinary, and despite beginning to suspect Saint Germain, as they probably should, because of his overall weirdness, Kintaka just shuts it down and just says that Mr. Sanjome is just off-putting and quirky, and that's actually normal for him. Sure, Mr. Sanjome had that very weird and definitely interesting encounter with Okarun, where he tried to debate him in the intellectual marketplace of ideas, and after beating him, tried to tell him that, you know what, now you have to admit that you lost this intellectual debate, right? Sure, that would immediately tip me off, but if you've got someone like Kintaka being like, dude, he's just weird, don't even think about it, obviously they're just gonna brush it off. Which, this could be foreshadowing as to how they actually discover Saint Germain's true identity, by like him actually for once acting in a very normal way, and it tips them off that something is weird. But on top of that, this also could be referencing the state that the Dandadan audience is in right now, because if you've been paying attention to the community, there has been a lot of back and forth in regards to if Count Saint Germain truly is the main villain, or if he's just some kind of red herring that Tatsu is really just trying to make us think is the bad guy. But I truly don't know if I buy that. The segue of the Danmanra arc to our current arc was split with the scene of Saint Germain cornering the fairy tale card and stealing his powers. After having tricked and played the fairy tale card like a fool, But I don't know if I buy all of that, because the entire segue of the Danmanra arc to the current story arc that we're in was split by the scene of Count Saint Germain cornering the fairy tale card and stealing his powers. Saint Germain spent all of this time tricking and manipulating the fairy tale card like a fool, and also playing people like Unji Zuma and the protagonist to do his dirty work for him. Mr. Sanjome also appears out of what are known as the Gates of Hell, and seems to have the power to affect people's memories to such a degree he can almost appear and disappear from locations at random, something that Kintaka even mentions. And if he can just fill people's heads with memories by just saying that, oh yeah, I've actually been a tenured teacher at this high school for years and I run the occult club. You don't remember me? And everyone's like, oh yeah, that's right, Mr. Sanjome, I've known you for whole years. It's like some Tsukishima stuff. Or, just based off of the words of the Iron Bull blackmailed user, Mr. Sanjome is also infiltrating plenty of other locations and even work positions just to spread his influence out and reach as many vulnerable people as he can. Count Saint Germain has a type of victim he's looking for. The salaryman of the Iron Bull was some awkward guy, as I mentioned before, who met the love of his life that was the only girl that was willing to give him the time of day, and she's now dying from disease, so he's desperate to save her. Koki Yukishiro was an outcast from family and friends and thought she lost everything that made her who she was, resorting to her falling prey to, the social media and, sending out bad pictures and setting herself up for blackmail. We've got Unji Zuma, who was a delinquent teen with one of the worst youth and backstories I've ever possibly seen in anime manga history. And that turned into a spiraled, twisted sense of justice that allowed Germain to manipulate that and give him a goal in mind that seemed good, but actually ended up being evil. The one thing that all of these people have in common is that they are all down on their luck and are in some of the lowest moments of their lives when Count Saint Germain decides to show up. And by giving them a way out of this dark abyss, he's almost like a cult, right, in real life, using the weakness and insecurities of their victims to prey on them, gather more members, and instill more and more loyalty by cutting off every single path out that they have besides the path they have to follow, which is the path that you want them to take. And this just becomes even more clear when we get the reveal that Miss Adachi, Koki Yukishiro's homeroom teacher, and normally from what Kintaka tells us, a nice and polite, average teacher, is actually revealed to be the source of the Jiangshi vampires that attacked Psycho at the cafe. And while this could just be, a lie that she says to excuse why she was gone, I think it's pretty truthful and probably makes sense as to why she was targeted by Germain. Miss Adachi claims her mother isn't feeling well, probably in the hospital. Simply, I believe it simply because it gives Saint Germain a weakness to prey on and makes sense why a normal, good person would fall into such evil deeds like anonymous hit jobs or yokai hunts. This small scene with Adachi talking with Koki could also potentially mean that Count Saint Germain has Adachi blackmailing Koki Yukishiro. Now, again, Miss Adachi could have her memories changed and moved so she doesn't remember being the one to blackmail, or vice versa. Count Saint Germain's abilities are so omnipresent, I don't think we can discount him as any kind of threat at all. I think it's pretty clear as day that he's the villain, and we're getting ourselves into scenarios where it's so obvious that he's the villain, we're like, no way, can't be, no way. But even though I could be wrong and there could be some big bad whose name is Dandadan or whatever, and Count Saint Germain is actually trying to stop him, until right now, based off the information, I've got all my sights set on Germain. And the short scene with Miss Adachi that we do get also makes another hint at something that we also got last chapter with Saint Germain, which is the singles mixer that's being planned by the teachers at the school for basketball. Now, again, mentioning this event from last chapter and the same coach inviting Mr. Sanjome hints at its importance as either some big thing where a battle is going to happen, or Germain's going to gain access to a whole litany of teachers that may be vulnerable that he can turn into allies. And speaking of new lackeys for Count Saint Germain, we cut back to Heisei for a minute. And if you don't know who Heisei is, I think this might be the first time we got a name drop for him, but this is Okarun's bully that appeared early on in the series and was brought back a couple chapters ago just so Okarun could dust his ass in a foot race. Now, I said it before in that review and I'll say it again, having this random dude show up again after 100 chapters just to show how far Okarun has come with just his resolve, his physical stature, but his confidence as a whole. Seeing Okarun smoke Heisei was satisfying. Not just because it's fun to watch bullies get embarrassed, because again, it's a great showing of Okarune's character development and how far he's come since the beginning of this story. And if that's all he came back for, I would have been fine with that. But it does seem that Heisei was brought back into the picture to fill an even more important role, which again just shows how big and layered this arc really is. Rather than just being a symbol for Okarune's character development, Heisei's status, it turns out, as a popular kid in school is slowly declining. Now, this could just be due to his awful personality, being an asshole and a bully, and sure, he's a creepiness to women, so that doesn't help. This kind of attitude is only gonna get you so far in life, and high school is almost always where this type of dude peaks, simply because once you get past high school and at a certain age, maturity is what's deemed as attractive and desirable in social situations. So just being immature only gets you so far until everyone around you grows up and you're the only one that hasn't. But on top of that and my own personal ideas of how people are, it seems Okarune is slowly gaining more popularity in school as well. Which makes sense if you think about it. I mean, I saw a post the other day that was saying that Okarune's pretty much hanging out with most of the popular people in his school at this point, or if they're not popular, they're just eye candy. You know, Gigi's the handsome dude, Aira's the cute girl. So after Okarune beats Heisei in a sprint, it's clear that Okarune is surpassing Heisei, not just in physical skills, but in social standing. And when Heisei sees that the two girls he's harassing are whispering about how they find Okarune attractive now, this is the final straw for Heisei, who, frankly, just does a major self-report that he reveals that he is definitely one of those bullies that just feels bad about themselves and needs to put others down to feel better. Okarune's success is grinding at Heisei, making him feel inadequate. And just another quick opinion, if other people's successes are becoming your failures, and vice versa, if your successes are what you deem as other people's failures, you might have lost the plot and you might need to regain some self-awareness. So it shows the disconnect of Heisei and why he would turn evil. All of these characters have such human reactions to this information, especially at the age that they're at, right? Koki falling prey to her parents' terrible parenting skills, terrible self-accountability, and just wanting to find attention anywhere she can get it, so she posts a lewd photo, to now we've got the high school bully realizing that people don't actually like him for him and just like him because they don't want him to bully them, and is now realizing that people are now enjoying other people that are genuinely good people. He is now at a crossroads where, oh shit, do I suck? And of course, as an angsty teenager, a bully, it's so much easier to then put that blame on others and say, it's this guy's fault for turning people against me, rather than looking within and going, you know what, maybe I'm a dickhead. Heisei shows us that he was gifted one of the Asura Blade's daggers, as after the main villain, Count Saint Germain in my eyes, picked up on his feelings of self-loathing and jealousy, whoever this villain may be, they telepathically connect with Heisei and talk to him through his mind without ever revealing themselves, which has us learn two things in this scene, and it's why it's so important. One, Count Saint Germain does not need to introduce himself or even reveal who he is to the victims he bestows with Asura Blade daggers. He can just have them appear out in front of them and just talk to them telepathically, invading their minds and recruiting them that way. Two, it shows us that there are two different types of daggers. The white dagger gives someone powers of a specific yokai, while the black blade is used to steal powers after the opponent admits defeat. By harping on Heisei's innate desire to be better than Okarune, Germain convinces Heisei to resort to these evil methods and stand up to protect his popularity. Which, while revealing how the Asura Blade works in more detail, it also shows that not everyone might get the two daggers. Koki may have only been given the black dagger and then given power with the white dagger, whereas Heisei was given both to basically give himself powers whenever he felt necessary, showing that Germain may be able to use his manipulation at different levels depending on who needs what. Heisei wasn't able to be convinced right away. He needed to be reminded of his inadequacy before resorting to his last method. Whereas Koki was so down on her luck, she could easily just be given a power and sent on her way. And it makes sense because at first, Heisei thinks this is a whole bunch of baloney. Germain tells Heisei that Okarune is cheating and getting better than him because he has special powers. So it's only fair that Heisei has powers of his own to compete. And in this moment of weakness, after those girls insults him, he pricks himself with that dagger to see if he can gain strength and if it was all a bunch of hoopla, which summons forth an evil deity that appears right behind Heisei. And I'll be honest, after seeing this page, I scoured the internet for the Dandadan community, looked into all these different things, and while I may have missed something, I couldn't find anything that either confirmed or denied these allegations. Based off of my first impressions, it seems like this might be some kind of variant of Turbo Granny, or honestly, a concept that hasn't been visited yet in Dandadan, the idea that multiple versions of the same yokai can exist. I mean, in this arc alone, we've seen multiple pygmies, multiple Jiangshi, and to be fair, throughout the series, while it's always been kind of assumed that every yokai is one of one, the way that Turbo Granny and other occultists feed us information about yokai and deities makes it very clear that they aren't one of a kind. And to give you an example, Reiko Kashima specifically, while very unique, has her own name and has her own legends, is at the end of the day a split-mouthed woman, which is a very common and popular yokai in Japan. It wouldn't be impossible for other split-mouthed women to exist. Frankly, it's almost probably guaranteed because legends of certain yokai come from multiple different countries and wouldn't travel as far as they did if they were just one-off local legends. But without jumping the gun and immediately saying that Heisei now has his own Turbo Granny, I also want to bring up the possibility that there are also variants of yokai that are just a little bit different, such as the Hopping Granny or Jumping Baba, that do go hand in hand with Turbo Granny, but just are a little bit different, probably just based off of a different culture's dialect and a different understanding of the same legend. But without spending too much time dwelling on that, I think what's more important to bring up is how much it sets the perfect rivalry between Heisei and Okarun. And I love it because I really never thought Dandadan would enter the shonen route of creating a rival for Okarun that has the exact same powers and strength as he does, especially the story ramifications that could go on right now considering Okarun doesn't have access to Turbo Granny, meaning that this might create a scenario where Okarun literally has to overcome and defeat everything that he once was. And I think this also raises more questions as well. If Count Saint Germain already failed to steal Okarun's power, why would he send Heisei after Okarun a second time? Adding fuel to the fire of people wondering if Count Saint Germain is really the villain and there's someone else pulling the strings. And also adding weight to Kintaka's words from the beginning of the chapter, which almost seem to be speaking directly to us, saying that if we're so quick to suspect him, we're probably wrong. But also, this could mean other things, such as Okarun having powers he's not yet privy to. And this has also been hinted at, considering he still has the ability to inhabit empty space. Or, even worse, this is our Turbo Granny that Germain already captured after noticing Okarun wasn't connected to her anymore, and she's just taken on a different, more evil appearance to fit her new host. Which, I doubt that. I would hate to see that, and I don't think that is the case, but I do just want to put all of these thoughts out into the ether, just to see what you guys have to say. Don't be afraid to comment down below and let me know what you guys think. Because at the end of the day, it could just be as simple as Germain wants to eliminate people he views as threats. Because not for nothing, Psycho doesn't, as far as we know, have any kind of crazy yokai power, but she was still a target for power stealing. And she's just a regular spirit medium. Could this have something to do with the fact that Okarun was hinted at being training? Could this have anything to do with the fact that Momo hinted at Okarun needing to be trained by Psycho? And when we eventually do get to that point, Psycho could reveal that there's more to her spirit powers than meets the eye, and she's going to teach Okarun that very same power? Honestly, until the next couple of chapters, we just don't know. The story has been moving somewhat slowly paced, but the amount of events are really kicking off, and it's going to be one of the most satisfying slow burns ever. Every new chapter, we end up with new questions rather than answers. But it just tells me that Yukinobu Tatsu is crafting this new story arc with the finest tone of care, and I'm all for it. So listen, I'm not sure if this is setting up to be the final story arc of Dandadan or anything like that, but as we're slowly approaching the 200 chapter mark and enter a phase of the plot where almost every character that we've ever interacted with throughout the series is becoming involved, that just might be the case. It was already slated to be an impactful arc the moment Grandma Psycho was involved in battle, but with the arrival of Unjizuma now from the Fairy Tail card arc, who surprisingly still has his powers even though I thought he lost them at the end of the Danmanra arc, it's clear that our protagonist team is getting buffed in numbers a lot, and there's gotta be a reason for that. In my eyes, it can only mean that the danger we're going to eventually be facing is going to require all of these hands that are on deck right now. And honestly, I would believe it because there's just so much tension and high stakes being built up in the background, and our characters really only have a grasp of like a fraction of what's going on. Which just creates a scenario where we, as readers, are significantly much more worried about what's going on in the events that are about to happen than the characters in the story currently are. I don't know about you, but when Ira and Gigi were all kind of fighting each other and all of their powers immediately shut off and stopped, I genuinely feared the worst. I said, oh my god, something just happened. They got him. They figured it out and stole their powers. But nope, it was just Momo bringing everybody's power down so everyone would chill out and stop fighting. But I have to tell you, that is exactly what tension is supposed to do for the reader. Honestly, the separation between what the characters feel and what we feel, and still making all of that feel real and honest and not really ruin any kind of pacing, shows me that the author knows what they're doing. And I have to just give praise to Yukinobu Tatsu for making this big arc feel as impactful as it needs to, if it truly is and is going to be what leads to the finality of Dandadan. The reason everything is so tense is because at this point, we literally know anyone can be a villain, and they can come out of anywhere at any time. There's already 2 we know of at the school, and again, that's all we know of. Potentially, there are even more in the school already, and more on the way from other locations. Not for nothing, sure, our protagonists are on a little bit of alert, especially after having Koki Yukishiro and the big pygmy attack come, because Ira and Gigi spring into action immediately and start fighting Unjizuma with no warning or logic the moment Gigi thinks Momo is in trouble. And I don't know what kind of arc that Gigi has been on lately, but he's been very much more honest and just open about his feelings and who he is as a person. I am not sure if this is going to be leading to some kind of moment we're going to get with Gigi, but his character interactions that he's had as of late, especially with Nurse Queen, and saying that he'll do anything he can to mess with people that hurt the women that he appreciates and likes, it's got to come into play at some point. But until then, thankfully, this school day from hell is over. And now that the day is over and everybody's leaving, not only do our protagonists become a lot less safe now that they are just out in the open world, it also makes sense why Gigi and Ira would immediately start fighting, because they never met Unji, so why would they know who he was? And 2, at this point, anyone can be a villain. We don't even know who the main blackmailer is to Koki. We know it's most likely Count Saint Germain, but the protagonists know nothing. So all we can really hope for with this team up is that we're able to meet up with Psycho, get Okarun trained, and have a little bit of respite before the next big battle that is definitely coming. I mean, unless some random grunt with yokai powers shows up to attack the group again and just jumps in, I'm hoping that we can at least have a little bit of a calm down and transitionary phase in the story until this big foreshadowed basketball singles mixer that Count Saint Germain is definitely going to be raising some hell at. In this transitionary chapter, we also talk a little bit more about Okarun's potential training with Psycho, as Okarun and Momo are, now that the school day is over, off to find Grandma Psycho and potentially start Okarun's training into being a spiritual medium. Now, Psycho is out looking for the Uchide no Tachikaze hammer from Momo, so we don't know if these people will be able to meet. And again, this arc has so many twists and turns. Who knows if we're even going to get that little break moment where Okarun can train. But one thing I do want to focus on too is Okarun's growth as a character, because at the beginning of the series, from what we can tell, Okarun didn't have any spiritual powers. And without Turbo Granny, Okarun was essentially useless. And obviously since then, Okarun has learned a lot and gained plenty of battle experience. I mean, it's to the point that some of Turbo Granny's speed and physicality has actually rubbed off on him, enough for Okarun to not only break the sprint record of his high school, but also drag his old bully into a spiral that leads him into his villain arc. When we first started this journey, without his Kintama, the golden balls, Okarun was just a normal kid. But now, after everything he's been through and separating from Turbo Granny, that might no longer be the case. And we see this because Okarun gets pulled into empty space during the pygmy attack with Koki Yukishiro. Most normal people that don't have spiritual energy are not going to get pulled into empty space unless it's deemed worthy of the people creating the space. So the fact that Okarun was able to exist in empty space proves that he does have some level of spirit energy that's lying dormant within him. Almost like Gigi and the Evil Eye arc, where through being possessed by the Evil Eye was able to connect with his own spiritual energy and manifest that spiritual energy outside of him into the big spiral cannon that he uses against the Cur. But this is also because Gigi was born with latent spiritual talent. It's part of the reason that the Evil Eye isn't able to possess him 100% anyway. So Okarun is kind of in doubts about this. He doesn't believe he has that same level of innate talent. But Momo assures Okarun that he's overthinking it, and I think he is too. I think now, if anything, Psycho may be more than willing to train Okarun and make him into someone that can protect her granddaughter. And again, is this because Okarun always had this power and it was just awakened by Turbo Granny after so much time, or something new changed after Turbo Granny separated? But I will say, and I want to remind everyone about the little theory I talked about last chapter review, which is Psycho potentially being able to see into the future with her introduction of being a spirit medium that can read the crystal ball and correctly guesses the celebrity's life despite everything he's hiding from the public. So I'll leave this "did he have the potential, did he awaken the potential later" discussion off with this. It's very possible that Okarun always had the potential, but it just was never meant to be released until now. And Grandma Psycho has known this from the very beginning, and why she never mentioned anything until now when she takes him as a student. But again, it's all just speculation. Right now, we just have to focus on what's happening next in the story, because again, every chapter is building more and more suspense. Because now that Unjizuma and his gang of delinquents have arrived to find and recruit Momo, we also learn that she wasn't the only person that was cursed by the fairy tale game board. Originally, we just assumed that Momo turned small because she ate all of the candy that was in the Danmanra. But now that we've had some time to think about it and Unji's out of the hospital, Unji also ate the same food, and Unji didn't turn small, just Momo did. But what did happen to Unji now that he's awakened and out of his little coma that he had is that he was stricken with a curse on his eyes. His eyesight has diminished so bad that now he not only needs glasses, but his eyes are getting worse by the day. And the third person to be stricken by this curse, who is the saddest in my honest opinion, is Daiki Hakuno. And if you're not familiar with that name, he is the crazy kid that was stuck inside the cursed trunk. And actually, we get a big reveal that it wasn't 10, 20, 30 years like we thought he was trapped inside the Danmanra for. We never really got an idea, but from going from a little kid to a man, we would assumed it was plenty of years. Turns out it was only 4 years. And instead of losing his eyesight or becoming small, Daiki Hokuno was cursed with accelerated aging and is now an old, wrinkled man before the age of 10. And because of that separate flow of time in the cursed trunk, now that he's free and able to go back to life, he can't go back to life because his parents reject him. As far as his parents are concerned, they lost their 5-6-year-old who was gone for 4 years. He should be about 10 or 11. Not an old fucking man. Seeing his parents to his face tell him, "Stop playing games, get this guy out of here. Our kid should be this old." And just imagine living through hell, going through all the bullshit that this kid went through, only to be rejected from the family you've been trying so hard and long to get back to. And what a curse, right? Like, sure, Unji has to wear glasses for the rest of his life. He might go blind. Momo's small, but has a potential fix coming her way with the Uchide no Tachikaze hammer. This guy is just kind of fucked. And why? For what? What did he do? He deserves this. He gets a disgusting cost, and he has to pay for his crimes of accepting a gift from his loving parents? Sad. But you know what? All that tells me is these are the kinds of people that we're left with. These are the victims of Count Saint Germain after he chews them up and spits them out. Sure, the kid may not have been, the main target of Count Saint Germain, but he was a collateral damage, and Count Saint Germain has no worries at all using people to get what he wants and then tossing them aside. Look what happened to Unji. Look what happened to the Iron Bull dude. Count Saint Germain, in my opinion, whether he's the villain or not, whoever is the villain, whoever is the main guy needs to be stopped. We got to get him now. But you know what? I'm getting less and less worried that this may be a problem the more numbers we get to our protagonist group, because not for nothing, Unjizuma is the GOAT, and I am so happy to see him back. But again, that just means that whatever level of force Count Saint Germain's gonna hit us with, it's gonna be big time. But you know what? If there was any kind of group of people that needed to stop him, who better to try? Yukinobu Tatsu has been firing on all cylinders to set up what feels like is going to be one of the best and most impactful arcs of the entire series. Similar to the Space Globalists, everyone we have made a relationship with up until this point is here. Minus, Peeny Weenie, who is solely missed here, at least by me. Because this arc has primarily affected the students, and it doesn't seem like Count Saint Germain has set his sights on the aliens of Earth at least, he and Chiquita might stay absent this arc, is what I would say. If this chapter didn't open up with one of the craziest plot developments yet, which is revealing that one of the Kerr soldiers survived, and not only that, wasn't actually an octopus person and was a humanoid alien girl similar to Vamola the whole time. Now, if you were in deep in the Dandadan community, you would know that there was a volume extra where there was a brief secret scene that vaguely revealed the space fighter exosuit had crash landed somewhere on Earth and survived. Not only that, they were speaking for someone asking them for help, and it seems like this is the full rendition of that secret scene. Now, this alien is an octopus shape, but it is similar to the rest of the Kerr in that the gravity of Earth is just so heavy for them, it makes it tough to stand or even exist really. And with a damaged exosuit, the alien is essentially stranded on this planet with no allies, no way to get help, or way to even really function and try to survive properly due to the atmosphere. It's also possible that this is Reiko Kashima's domain as well, found at the start of the Space Globalist arc by Momo and Vamola, although it could just be a similar or reused background. With the appearance of Count Saint Germain and his hunt for any and all supernatural phenomena, we shouldn't discount his potential of at least trying to steal Reiko's powers. For now, we can only speculate though, and although it seems that our friend Count Saint Germain is here to offer help to the incapacitated alien, it is important to be aware that these two characters likely do already know each other. At least, there's high potential of that due to Count Saint Germain's involvement with the Kerr that was revealed by the Serpoans. And it seems to be this way because the alien is somewhat hostile at first, passive-aggressive almost you would say, getting right to the point and asking what Germain wants in return, instead of feeding into his attempts to pretend to care and offer help out of the goodness of his heart. And sure, you could argue that Count Saint Germain can't be evil, he didn't give the alien an ultimatum here, it wasn't help me or I'll kill you. However, I do want to note that there is definitely a level of coercion here that should not be missed. Because, yeah, if the alien declines Germain's offer, sure, he won't kill her directly, but by leaving her on the harsh atmosphere of Earth with no way to fend for herself, he may as well be leaving her for dead if he simply leaves. He even says all of what I just said, almost verbatim, before asking her again if he should or should not lend her a hand. Which, I mean, come on. And listen, I know people are really riding for this guy to be some big misdirect and not the true villain, but seeing interactions like this, I just don't buy it. At best, I'm willing to half-heartedly believe the idea that Sanjome and Count Saint Germain might be like different people or just different personas entirely, but even that doesn't seem too realistic to me. I'm open to being wrong though. The man is a weirdo and also a master manipulator, so with no idea what his true goals really are other than plain collection, it makes him easy to suspect, but also easy to write off at the very same time like Kintaka does in a couple chapters. Personally, I'm just a fan of Occam's razor in scenarios like this, at least until I'm proven otherwise. Now, it's unknown when exactly this conversation occurs between Germain and the alien, but when we return to present time, everyone has finally, thankfully everyone made it, rendezvoused at the Ayase residence, just as Grandma Saiko and the priest from the Tsuchinoko incident Manjiro are packing up the car to travel towards Shimane, where the shrine that holds the Uchide no Tachikaze hammer is held. However, despite everything that everyone has been through across the span of a single day, I want to remind everyone, time is of the essence here, and no one can actually properly explain or divulge the full situation that everyone's going through. which is probably gonna lead to some miscommunication or issues down the line. I mean, we literally already saw it happen between Ira, Gigi, and Unji not even a chapter ago. So it's possible this could really come back to bite us at the worst possible time. And because of the time, everyone has no choice to split up, which is another terrible decision, mind you, that unfortunately had to really be made because two things are happening at once at entirely different locations. Saiko and Momo are in a rush because the Uchide no Tachikaze hammer can only work during the hours of the ox on the day of a supermoon, and that's tomorrow. Meaning, if they miss this opportunity, Momo could be small for a longer period of time. Sure, that sucks, but now that we've reunited with Zuma, we also know that, one, Zuma could potentially go blind after a while, and Daiki, the boy from the cursed trunk that was originally the person that got stuck there, is just gonna keep aging at an extreme pace until they die. So there are now 3 curses that are on the line that all need to be handled by tomorrow at best. And meanwhile, before Okarun is able to invite himself on Momo's journey to Shimane, Kintaka flies in on his hoverboard and reveals they've uncovered the teacher that has been blackmailing Kokiyuki Shiro this entire time. And if they don't act now, they could miss their chance to catch him. Which makes Ira and Okarun leave and head towards the school. Meanwhile, the class rep is at the school keeping watch to make sure Koki is safe. However, by the final panel, it seems like the school right now is just the most unsafe place to be, as a silhouette that looks just like the basketball coach teacher approaches the class rep from behind. And sure, this coach did seem innocent enough. It could be a misdirection. He could be fine. I mean, he was even indifferent to Mr. Sanjome when inviting him to the basketball mixer. Who knows what could have happened between these 2 points in time? It's also possible that he was always an enemy. Again, these people don't know each other. They don't know who the real enemy is. Koki doesn't even know who's blackmailing her, so it could be someone that he doesn't know who Mr. Sanjome is. And considering even that little sweet innocent teacher, Miss Adachi, was revealed to be the user of the Jiangshi yokai, we should literally just consider everyone an op, except maybe Queen Nurse, and even she, who knows if she can turn on us. We don't know. Because anyone, it seems, is susceptible to Count Saint Germain's manipulation, especially when he's able to target their largest vulnerabilities: a quiet man's dying wife, an innocent woman's sickly mother, a self-destructive teenager's desire to save people, a young girl's insecurity and cries for attention, an insecure bully's feeling like he's inadequate. Doesn't seem too far out of character for a man we literally just watched hold an alien's life in front of them as if it was an hourglass that was about to run out, and he was the only one that could turn it around to start it over. Count Saint Germain, at least to me, prime enemy number 1, fully suspicious in my eyes. However, I think what could be more nuanced is Count Saint Germain's goals, because again, we still don't even know what Dandadan is. Perhaps that is the ultimate evil, and Count Saint Germain is just the anti-hero who's willing to do whatever it takes to stop it. Based on his real-life lore that we went over a couple of videos ago, he could have been chasing this evil greatness for centuries, making him jaded over time and cold to others who don't share the same burden as him. Whoever the main bad does turn out to be here, the kind of shit they're doing to weak and vulnerable people is unacceptable and must be stopped, regardless of the mission or the reason behind it. With the main cast splitting their numbers up though, instead of grouping together, and just how large this yokai army does seem to be, as well as how much larger it seems to be growing, bad canon events are most likely going to be present in our future. And speaking of bad omens, an interesting point of contention that I just want to mention in the groups that were formed is the pairings of Ira with Okarun as well as Gigi with Momo, potentially hinting that this might be the character's chances to fully reject and let down Ira and Gigi's crushes and reveal their true feelings towards Momo and Okarun respectively. Because the tension of Ira and Gigi's crushes have been entertaining, sure, but with Momo and Okarun solidifying their relationship as a much more serious, going steady attitude, these loose ends need to be cut off and the caged birds need to be let free to fly to other nests. It'll be sad to see the two of them get their hearts broken, but you know what? With everything that we've been through in this series, I think they're hardened enough to move on, right? Also, not for nothing, Ira and Gigi are, based off of background characters' interactions with them, some of the most attractive people in their school, and Ira and Unji already seem to be doing some passive-aggressive flirting this chapter anyway. So, moving on might be quicker than we think. Ira being the one to say that she'll leave to help Koki also gives weight to my theories that these two characters will be able to help each other develop into better people. Their contrast in talent versus hard work is shown in the small piano recital flashback, and I'm sure that's going to come into play. And with Gigi, Momo, and Unjizuma all heading off with Grandma Psycho to retrieve the hammer that can break the fairy tale curse, we can potentially find out more lore dumps about whatever yokai are attacking us, whatever secret paranormal organization there is that's been lying in the background this entire time, and even some more things about Count Saint Germain, especially since we have such a more knowledgeable party in Seiko. With how slow burn and how much tension has just been rising in the background these last couple of chapters, I think it's clear the two teams will encounter heavy struggles against whatever opponents they face in these directions they're going. And it will all, at least in my opinion, lead up to one big climax where everyone does finally meet up, and maybe that could even be the basketball mixer, which I don't think is some offhanded event, and I think it's something we should remember and pay attention to. Also, one last thing to leave you with. When we first saw Turbo Granny find out Saint Germain was involved, she referenced someone named Hyper Geezer, and a lot of people just assumed she meant Germain, but what if she was actually talking about Jumping Baba, the yokai given to Heisei, Okarun's bully? The two yokai having some kind of rivalry or at least knowing each other would make sense, considering their similarities, and it makes me wonder if Turbo Granny's weird nature around leaving and the act she put on during her departure was actually because she realized what might have been coming and wanted to try and keep everyone, or at least Okarun, safe from Count Saint Germain. Listen, alls I know, truly and wholeheartedly, is that if Turbo Granny doesn't come back soon, I'm gonna lose my mind. But you guys already know, the minute she does come back, I'll be here to talk about it. There is nothing else I could possibly title this video other than "We Are So Back," because quite frankly, without beating around the bush at all, we are actually like so back. It is insane. After a short, Denji's hopping off the fucking bottom shelf because it is that crazy. With the last couple of chapters being mostly set up and getting certain groups of characters into the positions they need to be in, now Yukinobu isn't afraid to be going all out and just start the action right from the beginning. And I'm talking like on page 4, things are already getting real. Right now, our perspective is focusing on Okarun, Kintaka, and Aira as they close in on Kokiyuki Shiro and the class rep Rin Sawaki's location. Before being able to fully explain their situation to Grandma Psycho, who was also attacked in this rogue yokai hit, the protagonist group received a ping that Kokiyuki Shiro was meeting up with the person responsible for blackmailing her and gifting her those spiritual powers that let her control the pygmies. The final scene we were left on seemed to be a silhouette of the gym teacher approaching Rin from behind, with Yukishiro's video transmission not responding and apparently having cut out the moment she entered the gymnasium. The three protagonists are kind of jumping into this whole situation completely blind. And because Kintaka, at least at this point, is basically just a nanomachine merchant, and Okarun still does not really have any real spiritual powers to call his own, Aira opts to enter the school first just in case they encounter danger right off the bat. Which obviously they were going to, but unfortunately it happens in a way that they wouldn't have even expected. Like clockwork, the moment they split up, shit hits the fan on both sides of the gym entrance. The door to the gymnasium slams shut as Aira examines her surroundings, most likely from the sheer force of that familiar dropkick that both Kintaka and Okarun are crashed into with. Thankfully, Kintaka was able to weave the nanomachines into airbags to suppress the blow, which big brain move on his part. Although, it does seem with Okarun's new physical upgrades, Okarun was like way more braced and prepared to endure this attack than Kintaka was, despite both of them getting caught off guard. But who appears before them? The enemies that are ready to fight is a shock to Okarun, but something that we probably could have seen coming. Because we turn the page and get an awesome parallel to the Space Globalist arc's first introduction double spreads of the Kerr invasion force, except this time it's just two threats standing in Okarun's way. The Jet Booster Kerr, who has had an entirely new exosuit crafted for them as promised by Count Saint Germain, which basically means there's really no doubt about it that he is the one sending these enemies against our protagonist, but I'm sure people will still find reasons to not believe so. But another surprise that he definitely wasn't expecting was Heisei, Okarune's school bully and the new vessel of the Jumping Crone yokai, thanks to the Asura Blade Kintaka gifted to him by Count Saint Germain. With only Nanomachine Merchant and a non-Turbo Granny Okarune left on their own, as well as a guarantee that no outside help might come to them thanks to the other part of the main crew, Saiko, Gigi, Zuma, and Momo, all on their way to retrieve the Uchide no Tachikaze, a magical hammer that should return Momo to normal size. Which means this could be a pretty bad fight for these two normal humans. Although I do just want to make it clear and mention that we really haven't quite exhausted all of our allies, if you know what I mean. We've got Peeny Weeny and Rokuro Serpo, our resident alien allies, as well as Officer Bega. Also, one thing I want to mention too before I move off of the topic here is that Kintaka actually has the little triangle symbol on the bottom of his shoes. Now, I'm going to imagine this is most likely because of Ludris's nanomachines, not because Kintaka is actually some member of a secret organization. But who knows, maybe he's been the op all along. Honestly, with the way the story is going, who knows? There has not been a major arc like this in Dandadan, where everyone has had our homies just come out and throw a helping hand in the woodworks, but I'm ready for it. Officer Vega surely knows something is up with Seiko and her friends Kashimoto and Payase disappearing. He was intelligent enough in the Danmanra arc to find his way all the way into the cursed trunk despite having really minimal to no evidence. And the fact that he's a police officer, he could easily look into who she was if he recognized her or asked who was, sitting at the table, who was attending the restaurant. Psycho is also a paranormal celebrity. While on the other side of things, Rokuro Serpo and Peeny Weeny just always seem to find a way to involve themselves in trouble. So not something I'm ever really going to be upset about, and not that we can fully count on them, but I doubt we're going to lose this battle. And if we do, we have to be at least able to live to tell the tale another day. Because Okarune doesn't really have any spiritual powers to seal that we know of. Kintaka, however, again, maybe there's more to him than we know. But either way, in these kinds of circumstances, I think it's pretty safe to say help may come our way. But one thing is for sure, and it's that they're not getting any help from Aira anytime soon. Because on the other side of everything, she is encountering a horde of decapitated gym students that, similar to Kokiyuki Shiro's pygmies, all seem to be tied to their user in a way that even if you defeat them, they are unable to be destroyed, unless the user themselves is actually taken out and defeated. The decapitated students, in unison with their whistleblowing coach, pull their heads down that seem to all be mindlessly floating at the ceiling of the gym and throw them like rocket volleys and dodgeball at Aira. Now, the one thing I will say is very impressive on Aira's part, the amount of training and everything that she's been throughout the course of the series. This whole entire event is just child's play to her. The user of this yokai and the decapitated students just aren't able to keep up with her speed and attacks, dictating the inexperience level, obviously. However, if it's an endless horde of non-stop attacks, even if she can keep up, if this fight goes on for too long, it could clearly just become a loss of attrition. Which means Aira's main point is to locate the user of this technique, but honestly, even more importantly, Aira needs to find the class rep and Kokiyuki Shiro, who are actually the sole reason that they are even here in the first place. However, as she's dodging attacks, Aira happens to look up at the decapitated heads, and she's able to pick out the class rep's guardian spirit, Mai Kawabanga, coddling one of the heads. And upon closer look, she realizes that one of those decapitated heads is the class rep Rin Sawaki. Surprised to see that both of her friends could be dead and among this horde of gym students. Now, I'm just gonna come right out and say this. I really doubt that Rin is actually dead, like permanently. I'm sure that once we defeat the basketball coach or whoever is the one controlling this horde of students, I'm sure Rin and everyone that we know is going to turn right back to normal, no problem, because that would be such a crazy way to kill off a character that honestly, Yukinobu has never done anything like that before. I don't know if we've encountered anything close to that in his writing style, but hey, what a way to make an arc impactful. That would be pretty crazy. But focusing on the more important topic of everything, it seems like both members of this side of the party are encountering almost impossible odds to overcome. Ira is faced with a perfect counter and a similar battle to the pygmy fight against Koki, and the only issue is this time she's all alone and needs to figure out where the user is hiding without anybody to help her out. And on top of that, Okarun and Kintaka, although both Sigma Kings in their own rights, let's be honest, are pretty underleveled for this boss battle they're about to go into. They are up against a Kerr exosuit and potentially the Turbo Granny equivalent that is more than intent on removing Okarun to sustain his social reputation. But again, something tells me our boys and girls are gonna find a way to tackle this obstacle and again, either come out of it alive at the very least and maybe even win. But I don't want to get too confident on that because, to be honest with you, if this is already the level of chaos that these three are running into, it makes me worried to find out what the other side of the party is going to be encountering on their way to Shimane, because something tells me with a far trip like that, they might have a couple enemies in their way trying to stop them from reaching that shrine that holds the Uchida no Tachikaze. Worst of all though, because the magical hammer needs to be retrieved and used on Momo and the other cursed humans before this supermoon event is over, they are basically on an extremely tight time limit that Psycho honestly didn't even want to risk missing in their last conversation. She said we needed to go now. So if too many obstacles get in their way, what happens if they aren't able to reach the shrine? Momo could be small forever. Unji would continue to go blind, and the Don Manra kid is just gonna keep aging at an accelerated rate until he withers away and dies. I just have to say it, this arc stakes are absolutely insane, and I'm so happy that we're kicking right off with the crazy shit right after hiatus. No pause, no setup time. We're going right into it, and I'm so happy to be back into Dandadan's weekly grind, because I won't lie, it has been one of my favorites every Monday, and I was definitely missing something not having it. While I am sad that we have to wait another week to see how Okarun and King Taka are doing, I am definitely still excited to see what the tag team of Ira and class rep Rin Sawaki are able to accomplish against the severed head dribblers. Now, I did try to look up and do some research on whatever these mythological yokai or paranormal entities are, and I was not able to find a single lick of anything. But I mean, if anybody does know if this is some kind of reference to a different cryptid or just anything at all, please comment down below, let me know, because otherwise I just have to assume this is a Yukinobu Tatsu original. With Rin's severed head floating up in the air and her body down below with the dribblers, Mai explains that her body is separated, obviously, but what I mean by that is her body is in the afterlife and her floating head is still alive, at least for now, because the longer that Rin stays like this, the more that her head will begin to disintegrate and she will eventually become fully dead, just putting a time limit stress on top of the already difficult fight. One thing that's nice is we do get to see how far Ira has come since her very selfish beginnings, because not just as the quote-unquote leader of the group, but also just as a very intelligent and noble combatant in battle. Because when Ira gets caught off guard by the dribblers' cannonballs, the guardian spirit Mai does opt to take the hit for Ira at first in order to, of course, not save Ira, who she keeps insulting the entire time, but indirectly save Rin, so that way Ira can save her and she has a chance to actually survive. But Ira actually surprisingly pulls a no you and throws herself right in front of the guardian spirit Mai, tossing her back directly right into the line of fire and just putting her right into the dribbler's clutches. And she ends up just getting forcibly dribbled against the gym floor with her head towards the basket for a slam dunk, which I do have to give another big props, because honestly, I mean, I know these are supernatural characters here, but I would have been out of commission the moment she fell from that height right onto the basketball court. Just let the earth reclaim me at that point. It's all over. But as the headless dribbler is just channeling the spirit of Waka Flocka Flame and taking Ira right through the paint to the basket, she does have a small little flashback to childhood of when she and her friends were putting together a toy whose head had popped off. And it just gives her the biggest brain idea ever, because she takes her hair in the final moments and throws Rin's head towards the basket and then also whips her body upwards, down, upwards, backwards through the basket. And, using the basket as the connecting point, basically just reconnects the body and head together and pushes the body back into the real life instead of the afterlife. So not only does Ira win the Stacy Award, which if you were wondering is just the woman equivalent to Chad, for taking the cannonballs for Mai, but Ira also wins the Big Brain Award for sending Rin's body back from the afterlife. This is all while her head is getting fucking dribbled in the paint too. Like, her brain surprisingly wasn't getting knocked around too much to not think of that. Also, Rin being able to just transform instantly and use her singing technique, even with no background music at all, is just clutch and gives them more than enough advantage to probably win this whole battle now. Rin was previously only shown to be able to maximize her gravity techniques with a background band, which is honestly most likely just required to increase her distance and the efficiency of her singing, but it doesn't seem to be outright necessary for Rin to use her gravity powers at all. Because by being able to increase gravity, the severed head dribbler's primary form of offense is just rendered completely useless. As they all throw their heads at them, they immediately just are forced right to the ground. And as long as Rin and Mai are able to keep their powers going and keep the singing going and they don't get stopped, they pretty much seem to have this one in the bag. And based on what Rin showed she was capable of in the battle against the fairy tale yokai as well, she should also be able to shift gravity upwards, which also means she can just potentially counter them even more by sending their abilities right back at them, or maybe just taking all of the heads or the bodies and just reattaching their heads just like Ira did to Rin. The only issue is no matter how much of a handicap they do have in this fight, at the end of the day, the dribblers are just going to keep respawning and respawning over and over again until they find the user controlling them, who is, again, most likely, I've said it before, the gym coach that we saw approach Rin from behind before any of this happened. Rin also does mention that Kokiyuki Shiro, who we came here for in the first place, is in a lot of trouble, meaning that this is only the first obstacle we have in our way, and we're still gonna have to try and rescue Yukishiro from whatever she's going through next. Whether the person who blackmailed her and started this whole issue with the pygmies and honestly most of the story in general, whether it's directly tied to Count Saint Germain or it's just someone else, considering, I mean, now we know the Asura Kintaka, the small little daggers, and how they work, honestly, it could realistically just be another faculty member that Saint Germain is employing to manipulate Yukishiro. It might not even be the main source of the crime. But either way, it's probably not good that she's just off and alone with whoever this is, especially if the user of the severed head dribblers was potentially just like keeping guard for this event to occur or something along those lines, right? Because why else would the coach feel the need to attack Rin if she was just some regular, normal student just wandering in the gym after school? Now, you could argue Saint Germain does know that everyone in the occult club, Rin, pretty much Okru and all of our main characters all have powers that he should be able to steal. But the thing is that makes me question it is if Rin wasn't going to get saved by Ira here, she potentially pretty much would have died. And I don't know if we've gotten any kind of confirmation that these people's corpses are able to have their stolen abilities taken, because, it's actually an important discussion to have, in my opinion. The stealing powers, we know, do require some kind of yield condition. You have to lose and admit your loss for the Asura Blade to take your power. So I feel like if the person is dead, they can't exactly do that unless it's just immediately assumed to be a loss. Although, again, why would Count Saint Germain keep the fairy tale card alive if that was the case? Most likely, that would nullify the Asura Blade stealing ability, so they probably have to keep them alive. Which, long story short, means to me that I don't really think that Rin was a target of Saint Germain, at least for the purposes of power stealing. If she was at threat of dying, this seems much more like trying to stop Rin and now Ira, who's interrupted whatever the fuck is going on with Yukishiro and the blackmailer. At least until next chapter, we really won't know. It's all just guessing and hearsay. Or just 4D chess because Germain apparently knew that Ira was going to come save her. That's really the only option I would consider here. But meanwhile, something else that I think kind of bolsters my argument a bit is we also know that Heisei and the Jet Booster Kerr are outside of the gymnasium, currently locked in combat with Okarun and Kingtaka. Both characters who Saint Germain probably knows don't really have any powers at all, unless you want to consider Kingtaka's nanomachines as something that we could steal. But I don't know if you would need the Asura Blade for that. So again, it makes me question, these characters aren't really here to steal abilities. It's almost like this fight is more for revenge, which we do know Germain promised the Jet Booster Kerr in a couple earlier chapters ago. And essentially, might as well have implied by empowering Heisei with the jumping crone and pitting him directly against Okarun, who is, as far as he's concerned, the source of his social outcasting. This attack does not seem like it's for spiritual powers at all. It seems much more focused on violence and blood. Ira being thrown in the mix does potentially change things, and whoever the blackmailer is, who knows how many Asura Kintakas are in circulation at this point. It is completely possible that this blackmailer, if it's not Count Saint Germain, might be able to call some kind of audible and just say, hey, you guys have spirit powers? Awesome. I was just looking to meet up with Yukishiro, but let me just take your guys' powers as well after, the basketball coach wins or something like that. I mean, who says everything has to be 4D chess plays? Sometimes in life, you just encounter come-ups, and you take those every single time, personally. How crazy would it be, honestly, if Queen Sensei was actually a traitor and has been fooling us and blackmailing Yukishiro the entire time? I mean, the blackmailer has never been revealed. Not even Yukishiro knows who it is. We've only seen them from behind a locker. Anything is possible. Sure, Queen's story of no tolerance against bullying and supporting her students, even in times of paranormal crisis, checks out. But Kintaka, said the same kind of thing and assumed innocence for both Miss Adachi and Mr. Sanjome. And now we know that Miss Adachi is the user of the Jiangshi, and Sanjome is, fucking Count Saint Germain, so we shouldn't really trust his judgment. Quite possible my original theory from 10-20 chapters ago was correct in that there's not a single fucking adult we can trust in this whole school facility. But I might be jumping to conclusions a little too soon, especially since we might be needing to rely on Queen Sensei here, or honestly, literally anybody at this point who's near the vicinity that might be able to help Okarun and Kintaka, because unless Okarun unlocks some kind of secret power here, we are definitely in trouble, at least on this side of the gymnasium. Until then though, we're just gonna have to wait till next week, yet another insane chapter of Dandadan, and I don't feel crazy assuming that there's only more insanity to come. Whether we focus on this developing dribbler fight and dive into Yukishiro's current situation, whether we cut to Okarun and Kintaka's fight, or we just check back on Momo and Psycho's gang, because I'm more worried about them than ever, since, everybody on that ride has powers that are desired for stealing, which might make the situation a little bit even more intense than what we're showing here. So last chapter in Dandadan, it was made abundantly clear that whoever is controlling these headless dribblers in the gym is fully intent on killing those that he's trapped within. Considering the fact that once your head is slam dunked, there's only a short amount of time before you are just converted into the afterlife completely, it's obvious, to me at least, that the blackmailer has to be out for blood. Because again, I don't know if you can steal someone's powers after they're dead. Now, we don't know exactly why this person has chosen to actually eliminate Rin, Ira, and Koki, 3 people that all have yokai powers that are available to steal. Now, it could be possible that they're trying to get revenge on Koki's betrayal, and it's also completely possible that this blackmailer type character has gone completely rogue from Count Saint Germain's Grand Master plan, but as of right now, we really just have no idea. Yes, I definitely will not be convinced that Saint Germain is not the primary antagonist, especially now that we have the appearance of the Jet Booster Cur alongside Heisei outside of the gym as they prepare to fight Okarun and Kintaka. It's obvious to me that Germain has some kind of hand in this. But with the reveal that the blackmailer pulling the strings behind Koki's lewd picture was Mr. Murakami, the gym teacher, it calls into question just exactly how many knives and yokai abilities have been distributed throughout this school, because Koki claims that Mr. Murakami has been blackmailing multiple high school girls, not just Koki herself, potentially meaning that every single case of Murakami harassing a student could lead down another road to danger, as if the Asura Kintakers were literally just spreading like some infectious disease. Also, not for nothing, this established trope of gym teachers just all being SA pieces of shit will just never die out, because it not only does it have real life ramifications across the entire world, no matter what side of the hemisphere you are on, it's just sad to me to see that this is just a universally accepted fact of life that gym teachers are always gonna be fucking gross. There's always gonna be that one. However, just to note, it does not seem that Murakami is really anything more than some higher rank soldier in Saint Germain's army, because just the fact that he's able to distribute kintakas of his own doesn't mean he has any more of a know than anyone else. I mean, it wasn't made expressively obvious that Murakami knew any of the other sleeper agents that were already existing in the school. Like, he probably didn't understand that Miss Adachi was the wielder of the Jiangshi yokai, even though he invited her to the basketball mixer, which, in my opinion, especially with the inclusion of Count Saint Germain, it's pretty clear that that's just going to be some large recruitment opportunity for this ever-building group of enemies. But without getting too far ahead of ourselves, this chapter primarily surrounds Aira and Rin doing their absolute best to save Koki Yukishiro's head from being disintegrated and turned into the afterlife. And again, it's just shown that Rin Sawaki's control over gravity, thanks to her ombudsman powers and her guardian spirit Mai's assistance, is just the prevalent factor in this fight. Like a rock getting thrown constantly against scissors, Rin and Aira are really in no danger of being hurt while Rin is able to use her singing powers against the headless dribblers. However, it seems that without any kind of amplification or lack of a background band to assist her, Rin's gravity can only extend about 5 or so meters and doesn't encompass the entire gym. And according to Mai, this is due to Rin not harnessing the true power of her idol abilities yet. So based on Mai's comments here, as well as Rin and Mai discussing how her level up might actually result in a change of costume, I think it's heavily implied that if it doesn't happen now, it will happen later. Rin's idol abilities will have levels that she ascend to, and they will be able to evolve. Maybe not just giving her some new power and a longer range, but hopefully, at least she hopes, that it will provide a much more tasteful idol outfit. While on the search for Koki's head, Mai is unfortunately the only one capable of seeing her due to Koki's head being surrounded in the pygmies for protection, forcing Aira and Rin to take desperate measures and remove Rin's idol advantage so that way Mai can collaborate with the pygmies and help Koki return to the lower half of her body. Now, how they actually do this is actually really cool because Mai essentially uses the pygmies as like a shape-shifting body while she is the head, so she can just bob and weave between the headless dribblers and carry Koki's head right to the hoop. Thankfully, Mai was nice enough not to dribble the shit out of Koki's head and cause CTE, but honestly, at this point, it would have been pretty funny if she did. And as Mai goes for the layup and the headless dribblers set up the perfect defense, the guardian spirit tricks the dribblers, who most likely have no brains either due to their condition, by using the pygmies to just slip Yukishiro's head right underneath the dribbler's feet and dunk her head back upwards, which sends Yukishiro flying out of the hoop from the very top, fully intact with her body, and allows Aira to snatch everyone out of the air before the dribblers can rebound and get everyone to safety. Least about as good as safety as they can really get in this situation, considering they are still all just locked in the gymnasium with no way out. While they do now have 3 mediums capable of producing pretty strong yokai abilities, they have absolutely no idea where Mr. Murakami, the revealed user of the headless dribbler yokai, is, and in order to end the attack, they need to find him and stop him. And even with the added benefits of Koki and her pygmies, combined with Aira's mobility and Rin's gravity, I have to remind everyone these characters do not have infinite stamina. If this ends up going on for way too long, one of them's gonna make a mistake, or they're just eventually gonna keel over from just plain exhaustion and lose through attrition. And just based on the fact that immediately after saving Koki, all of the dribblers just massively increase in size and their assault against the 3 students just intensifies, it's very clear that they were holding back this entire time and are now showing their true power. So, as the walls of the gym start to close in and narrow the battlefield significantly, threatening to crush the students, this battle seems less and less winnable by the moment. If they don't find Mr. Murakami soon, there really is and might be no way to escape this crisis. And the worst part is, something that you and I already know from reading the chapter, but they don't, is Mr. Murakami isn't even in the gym. The blackmailing gym teacher is completely safe from harm in a different location from the school entirely. He's either at some what looks like a high-rise gym or some luxury apartment overlooking the city. Either way, Murakami isn't anywhere near these 3 girls, and they won't be able to reach him whatsoever, nor stop his attack like they did Koki and her pygmies the first time. I have to imagine, just based off the fact that Murakami mentions Koki's stupidity from that battle earlier, it's possible the gym teacher even knows of her loss and betrayal because of that. So whatever Count Saint Germain and Mr. Murakami, and whatever he is to Count Saint Germain, whatever their cause is, as of right now, the inner workings of all of this seem to be an enigma, again, just based off of these characters potentially dying. Maybe they were never meant to be here. Maybe, again, this character has gone rogue. Either way, I genuinely have absolutely no idea how any of these characters are going to get out of this situation, especially considering that not just the party inside the gym, but the party outside with Okarun and Kingtaka, we're all outmatched. The only way that any of us will be able to survive this is in some form of help coming to us. You know, maybe they get abducted by Peeny Weenie or Serpo's tractor beam in their UFO, because that's all I can imagine at this point. We've got a long-ranged yokai user who can't be stopped, everyone is trapped, and then we've got the Hands Merchant teamed up with a potential Columbine reenactor ready to beat our other main character's ass. And again, we still don't know how bad the situation is gonna be for characters like Seiko, Momo, Unji, and everyone else that went to go get the Uchidai no Hachikaze hammer. I probably said that terribly, but the point is, someone has to come help. As the battle between Mr. Murakami and the protagonist continues in the gymnasium, the spotlight of this chapter focuses primarily on the awakening of Kokiyuki Shiro to her dormant potential, as well as the absolute guarantee that anyone reading the series is starting to hate this gym teacher more and more by the chapter. Mr. Murakami is someone that seemed pretty innocent when they were first introduced. I mean, this gym teacher was also included in a bunch of volume extra segments that Yukinobu Tatsu added to the official releases. He was initially shown to just be a caring gym teacher that just wanted his students to listen and succeed in physical fitness. But unfortunately, he was a gym teacher, so we should have known from the beginning. Now, whether the gym teacher has just always been a scumbag and was merely able to hide behind his position of authority and behind the scenes blackmailing, there is also a chance that this teacher has been corrupted in some way by Count Saint Germain or some other unknown force, which maybe we'll find out about more as we learn about the Shadow Organization and how it overall operates. Because even at this point, with how little anyone knows about Count Saint Germain's organization, quote unquote, or even how the people inside of the organization don't even understand the inner workings of it, it's really all just one big unknown. It does seem, however, that Mr. Murakami is a little bit more aware than most of the other members, especially with how he seems to be willing to blackmail Miss Adachi. The power is definitely going to Bro's head. And we also know Miss Adachi is in on the Kozuka knife operation as well. We do know that a lot of the organization members don't even know who the other members are. So who knows if Mr. Murakami is blackmailing Adachi because he knows she's on his side, or he's just a dickhead in general. It is completely possible that Mr. Murakami just let everything go to his head, has bitten off way more than he could chew, and is just completely jaded by all of this power that he's been given. But honestly, I don't think this guy deserves a benefit of the doubt, because just based off of this little meathead personality we see him in and his other negative aspects of his character when he's more than willing to force himself on Miss Adachi just by offering to pay her mother's medical bills. Just another form of blackmail. Guy is getting really fucking cocky. So I'm more than willing to believe he was always a shitty human being, and again, was just able to hide it. Something that a lot of people did pick up on this chapter, and the last one, was when we got the reveal of Mr. Murakami being the blackmailer, his overall weird mannerisms and behavior, like, picking his nose, eating the booger. Most of us in the Dandadan community know that Yukinobu Tatsu doesn't include these small little details for no reason. 9 times out of 10, these small little things are breadcrumbs of foreshadowing and story prediction. Because one thing that a lot of readers in the Dandadan community noticed, Mr. Murakami is almost acting identical to one of the Cursed House arc's Kito family, but more specifically, Naki Kito. The matriarch of the Kito family that was actually revealed to be a centuries-year-old subterranean creature just disguising themselves with human flesh, had the primary goal to sacrifice local villagers and feed them to keep the gigantic Mongolian deathworm they had living underground, known as the Tsuchinoko, alive and prospering. After the death of the Tsuchinoko at the hands of Momoyase and the loss and arrest of the Kito family, Nakikito declared and vowed revenge on Momo and her friends for ruining her 200-year spanning plan to raise the Tsuchinoko. She was somehow able to escape while the rest of the family was arrested, and we know that she could come back at any point in time. While, again, this is not confirmed by any means and just speculation, it would make sense to me. Again, with both of these battles having to do with people that Count Saint Germain was able to enlist just because he knew they had grudges against our protagonists. But just to get back to the fight in the gymnasium here, although we have searched high and low across the gym with Koki's pygmies, it's very apparent that the protagonists have been had. Mr. Murakami is nowhere near the battlefield that they're on, which means all this time they've spent looking for him, fighting off the dribblers while looking for him instead of escaping, was just one big waste of time that only served as a detriment to their energy levels. With exhaustion coming full circle and the dribblers not slowing down any bit, Mr. Murakami is in a completely safe area, and there's literally nothing Ira, Rin, or Koki can do to get themselves out of this situation. It might be Fubar. And especially with this being Koki's first major battle, she's immediately doubting herself, and she really thinks that there's nothing she can do to help whatsoever. She has not built the level of experience that, Rin and Ira have over the course of the series, and it shows right here. That is what I would say, at least until the Pygmies remind Koki that she has a true ability of her own. They make a makeshift piano for Koki and request that she start to play this instrument. And it's very obvious that the Pygmies, from watching Koki from afar this whole time, know more about her than she may even know herself. Something that Rin's guardian spirit even confirms by claiming that the Pygmies are literally telling Koki to use her true powers that she didn't even know she had. Rin and Ira's first idea is honestly that Koki being able to play the piano could produce a powerful enough song that would flow well with Rin's singing abilities, so they could combine their power and potentially expand Rin's gravity strength and out of the gym, at least to escape, right? But even more than that, it seems that unbeknownst to Koki, she had a paranormal ability that was just lying dormant that she never realized she had, which, if Koki's got one, that just makes me even more sure that our boy Okarun is about to turn up in this fight against Heisei and Jet Booster. But anyway, going into a brief flashback for motivation, from an early age, Koki started playing piano, and she realized that as she played and felt in tune with the instrument, she could almost see the sound flowing through the air itself. This is a representation of Koki being born with a very special talent that a lot of skilled musicians actually have in real life, and it's called perfect pitch. Again, very rare ability that humans have where they're literally able to replicate a song and play it to 100% accuracy without knowing the notes, having any prior instruction. They are quite literally able to reconstruct the song through the memory that they have of hearing it. It's obvious that this is why, from a young age, Koki was deemed a prodigy at playing the piano, because whatever she did, she was able to play freely. She was able to produce amazing sounds and music just by letting the music flow through her fingers and not really thinking about it too much. However, this eventually became a crutch for Koki, because as she grew up and started taking music more seriously, her parents became a lot more strict and started coming down on her hard for not understanding sheet music and being unable to interpret notes the correct way. While Koki's perfect pitch was more than enough to win childhood competitions and deem her a prodigy, she really seemed to struggle by interpreting other musicians' notes and having to follow instructions. Being restricted and limited to the songs she could create ended up hurting her and her ability more than having freedom and being able to produce whatever she wanted did. It almost seemed like her innate talent would quite literally leave her body, as all of these free-flowing sounds that were previously moving all around her were drowned out by what seemed to be the depths of a dark and underwater ocean. Coupling all of this with her parents' neglect, anger, and her social outcasting, it created a very traumatic scenario around the piano that basically made it impossible for Koki to find what made playing piano so fun in the first place. Forcing her into a box and having to play according to someone else's rules wasn't fun for Koki. It wasn't what she got into piano for, and it resulted in lower quality performance, placing Koki in a rut that she wasn't able to shake off and basically change the trajectory of her life. I mean, let's be honest, her terrible parents didn't help. They should have inspired and helped her child instead of, kicking her while she was down. But thankfully, even in real life, sometimes you just need to hear the right words. Even if they don't come from the people you need to hear it from, Sometimes just hearing them is more than enough. And it's here that we get one of the most inspiring speeches from quote-unquote leader Ira, and it's pretty fitting, honestly. Because Ira and Koki, we know they have this history of being competitors in this piano competition. Ira used to idolize Koki back in the day. Not because she was just, so great and skilled at the piano, but because the music that Koki crafted, the music that Koki played was fun, it was exhilarating, it was free. She was able to play notes that Ira didn't even know was possible, and it allowed Ira to forget her mom's death for a while. It allowed her to immerse herself in playing piano. It inspired Ira to continue playing the piano and grow and get better than Koki, to the point that when Koki quit, so did Ira. She saw no reason to play piano herself if the girl who showed her how great piano could be also gave up. And it's that motivational speech from Ira, her former piano rival, that courses through Koki's veins. It shuts off any and all distractions except the notes that ring from the piano. Koki is eventually, using this advice, able to lock in and discover her lost passion for pitch-perfect improvisation. Koki releases a heart-wrenching orchestral rendition that strikes into the hearts and souls of those who hear it. Upon hearing Koki's tune, Ira and Rin are forced to shudder from the vibrations and frequency. Instead of Rin's singing ability being amplified, she's shook by Koki's rhythm. It's Mai, Rin's guardian spirit, that confirms for us here. Koki isn't using her music to expand Rin's power. She's not using her music to help control her pygmies. In actuality, Koki has just awakened to her own supernatural ability, and that is the effect that's being felt. This frequency that rings out is of Koki's own creative design, not held back by any limitations, her parents, her social outcasting, but just letting the music flow freely. And as it oscillates all the way across the town, soon flies everywhere begin to lose controls of themselves, twisting and contorting to Koki's rhythm, and eventually coming together and conjuring a massive swarm of insects that all seem beholden to Koki's song, like the Pied Piper. While it's unclear as of right now what is going on, and honestly it'll probably be revealed next chapter, it is ironic to me, at least, that this power that Koki seems to have almost falls directly in line with one of Count Saint Germain's random facts he was hitting Okarun with at the beginning of this arc. His whole noise cancellation, frequencies bouncing off one another to create new sounds and block others out, and even the very final piece of the puzzle, which was how living beings can technically be controlled through subtle vibration of our bacteria. The whole philosophy that free will is just a lie that we tell ourselves. It seems that Koki's power might directly piggyback off of this idea and may have been a foreshadowing to what she could do, as the ability does seem to be sending out vibrations and frequencies that allow her to control insects, maybe even more things as she unlocks more of the power. But at least until next week, the one thing that does seem very apparent is that Koki's sound might now be far and wide enough to reach outside of the gym and actually affect Mr. Murakami. And last thing to mention before I close out this review is, I didn't mention it, but it also seems like Mr. Murakami might not be as safe as we think, because he is blackmailing Miss Adachi, but she might have some secret plans of her own. Not only is she not very responsive to the blackmailing, she might be girlbossing her own way out of this scenario, as we do see behind the back, she is holding a talisman that appears to be the same talisman her Jiangshi wield, the talisman that forces servitude even in death, which could potentially mean she plans on stamping Mr. Murakami with that shit and converting him into one of her zombies when he least expects it, or at the very least turning on him and fucking over that dirtbag slime ball, because his hubris, cockiness being his downfall, is poetic. So I just want to say, before we even go ahead and get started with the review, the fact that I called the actual name of Koki Yukishiro's power last chapter review, I deserve a medal or something here. Guys, welcome to Dandadan. Another day, another video out about this amazing series, and to be honest with you, this couldn't have been the more perfect ending for someone who deserves to get thrown in the pig pen. I don't know what it is about PE teachers, but they are some of the most despicable human beings in the entire world. Now, last chapter, we were obviously getting into Ira, Rin, and Koki's big struggle going up against the severed head dribblers, because no matter how hard they tried, it was clear that Mr. Murakami was nowhere in the gymnasium, and as long as they had no access to defeat him or physically stop him, the headless dribblers would keep attacking without end. And obviously our characters have stamina to worry about, and they were slowly approaching that breaking point. Meanwhile, our evil mastermind, Mr. Murakami, is over in his high luxury apartment trying to harass one of his fellow teachers and blackmail them into sleeping with him just so he will help pay Miss Adachi's mom's hospital expenses. Adding a whole nother layer to this disgusting creep of a human being who was already using his power and authority over younger women to take advantage of them, find lewd pictures of them, and then get them to do awful things. And add in the whole Count Saint Germain Kozuka knife thing. It all gets absolutely indescribable to redeem this man. I know everyone was making the joke that, wait until everyone sees Mr. Murakami's crazy backstory and, everyone starts feeling bad for him. I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, even Ira doesn't seem to be willing to forgive him because she cracks the fuck out of him right in the mitt with her leg, right when he tries to play it off all funny, like, oh wow, I was in the bath and suddenly I'm here. I don't know what happened. Guys, what are you doing in school this late? Run away. Like, you are not getting away with that nonsense. We caught you. We know what's up. But something that I think is really interesting in regard to the whole Kozuka knife situation, because a lot of these characters don't seem to either know who is exactly an ally, who is exactly an enemy, it seems like it's really just one big free-for-all, despite the fact that these Kozuka knives have been distributed equally. Count Saint Germain, at first, it seemed like was running this crazy shadow organization and hitman squad where he was sending people out to do his bidding, which we do know is the case. We do know that certain people are getting text messages and targets to go after. However, it also seems to be the case that some of these characters aren't really loyal to whoever gave them the Kozuka knife in the first place. Because if they were, maybe they would be acting at least more friendly towards each other. Obviously, Mr. Murakami is being an absolute terrible person to Miss Adachi, but she not only is aware that he has a power that she has to be worried about, she also is willing to steal his power, which shows that insubordination or betraying your allies isn't something that she is at all worried about in whatever situation she got herself contracted into. We know Koki Yukishiro was specifically contracted by Mr. Murakami now, using the lewd pictures as blackmail. She is not the only girl that has suffered these consequences and may have been given powers and instructed to steal other people's powers. The real main issue is it seems like Count Saint Germain isn't steadily organizing these people. He is just giving them power and seeing what they do with it, which obviously leads to awful situations because you have people like Mr. Murakami who, the moment they get a little bit of power and authority, are more than willing to use it to exploit all the people that they think are beneath them. It is nice to know that no matter what happened, Mr. Murakami was gonna get pieced up, whether it was by Miss Adachi and the Jiangshi, who were ready to go the moment that he pounced on Miss Adachi and let his guard down. They were literally going to Uzumaki barrage the fuck out of my man. Not only that, with Koki's ability, Lord of the Flies, named by me, of course, Koki is able to literally control not just flies, but any small beings or insects whatsoever. Now, this may even be able to extend further as she levels up and grows. Maybe she can control critters and, small like bunnies and little rodents. But as of right now, it's just bugs. And bugs, at least the giant swarms of them that Koki is summoning, are more than enough to not only completely just obliterate all of the headless dribblers and get them out of their way, but also completely just eradicate Mr. Murakami to the point that it seems like he's being devoured and just having bugs flown and forced into every orifice of his body, which is just terrifying. Probably one of my biggest fears. The one thing that I think proves true is, despite that Miss Adachi is someone that took on this evil power to potentially commit evil deeds just for the sake of her mom, she is still a good person at the end of the day. Something that shows that Kintaka wasn't all wrong in assuming that she was innocent in this grand scheme of things. Because even after this man, Mr. Murakami, tried to legitimately assault her and take advantage of her, after she steals his power and he admits defeat because he just can't handle all of the bugs just torturing him, which again, the funniest thing is Mr. Murakami is assuming that these bugs are her power. He sees the Jiangshi, he sees the bugs, everything like that, and he just assumes everything is all together. He doesn't realize that there are two separate abilities. Miss Adachi doesn't even know what's going on, but she's going to be more than happy to take advantage of this situation. I mean, just like Mr. Murakami was more than willing to take advantage of the previous situation, but I digress. Even after all of this, and Mr. Murakami does accept defeat and give up his power to Miss Adachi, she follows through on her promise. She does try to spare his life, which I think it's important to note. He only accepted this because he thought it would stop his torture. He didn't accept this because he learned a lesson. Clearly, he did not learn a lesson, because after the bugs transport him to the gymnasium, and after he tries to pretend he had nothing to do with any of this and is none the wiser, he also goes, you know what, fine, I'll delete all of the pictures of Yukishiro, but don't push me too hard because, you know, I still do have all the power in this situation with the pictures. So Mr. Murakami didn't learn anything. He's not someone that I potentially thought of might have been corrupted or went from a very good person to a bad person. He was always a piece of shit. It's very clear that that was all one big act. This guy was more than willing to blackmail students, more than willing to take advantage and shove a teacher into a bunny costume because she needed money to pay for her poor sickly mother's hospital expenses. So I think it is very fair that Ira ends up quite literally knocking the block off of him. I don't know why he thought he was going to get away with that one. So now that the bugs have completely just broken into the entire gymnasium, have completely swarmed everything, brought Mr. Murakami back, and he's taken care of, I have to imagine they have broken all of the glass. They're swarming this entire gym. What is going on outside? Because we know nothing about what has happened in the fight between Okarun, Kintaka, and the Jet Booster Kerr and Heisei. And honestly, this has been such a fun battle. I'm happy that we have resolved it relatively in a fun way of giving Kokiyuki Shiro an awakening of her true powers. I've got to be honest with you, I'm much more interested to see what in the hell is going on outside. It seems like these may be the characters that are going to be able to help Okarun and Kintaka out of the situation that they're in, if they're like not already cooked and just completely incapacitated. Because remember, we haven't cut back at all. So much could have happened to two characters that, as far as we know, don't have anything to go off of but Kintaka's nanomachines. Other than that, I'm expecting Ira and everyone leave to a beaten and destroyed Okarun and Kintaka, or they get kidnapped, or frankly, one of the most biggest FUs by Yukinobu would be just transitioning over to what Momo and Seiko are doing. Although I highly doubt that. I'm happy to see that Mr. Murakami is going to get his comeuppance. I'm genuinely interested to see what they do with him going forward, because he is, as far as we know, the main and first adult to be a big villain in the series. All of the other villains have either been aliens, spirits that we have put to peace. Are we going to send Mr. Murakami to jail? What do you guys feel is the appropriate situation and the appropriate way to handle Mr. Murakami from this point going forward? And also, what do you guys think is going to be the situation that we walk into outside of the gym? Is Okarun going to be standing atop two bodies as the king? That would be kind of fucking crazy. But all I know is Dandadan keeps getting better every chapter. I am loving it. I'm happy that Lord of the Flies is an awesome ability for Koki to use. It honestly seems pretty OP, but we'll just have to see what its limitations are, what its conditions are. As we know, Koki's pretty tired right now. She might not be able to recreate that swarm up against and save Okarun, but we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens next week, guys. So after last chapter with the defeat of Mr. Murakami, the gym teacher, and his headless dribblers, we are finally able to move on to one of the biggest fights that I feel like a lot of people have been waiting for, which is Okarun and Kintaka versus the Jet Booster Cur and Heisei. With Kokiyuki Shiro's awakening last chapter, we're releasing the giant swarm of bugs that was able to literally transport Mr. Murakami from his luxury apartment to the gym and have him rightfully sent to the pig pen. Our next big fight is going to focus primarily on, it seems, Kintaka's experience and the different creative ways that he's able to use the nanocell technology that Ludris gave to him, on top of the fact that Okarun, despite having no real powers and abilities himself, is still the main target of the Jet Booster Cur and Heisei. So for one, Count Saint Germain has to now be the person that is sending all of these people after these abilities. There is no argument, no kind of debate that can be said as such where Mr. Sanjome and Count Saint Germain are, different people interworking and there's different personalities, or the blackmailer is some hidden mystery villain we don't know yet. Now we know for sure the person that gave the Jet Booster Cur this new suit specifically to target Takakura is Count Saint Germain. What's mostly interesting is the fact that, as far as we know, Okarun doesn't have any abilities right now. Even Count Saint Germain, when in his Mr. Sanjome personality, confirmed this much. He tried to make Okarun yield and steal Turbo Granny, or whatever powers that Okarun held at the time, and he was so shocked that Turbo Granny wasn't there, he actually gave up on the mission. So my question is, what makes Okarun so interesting to Count Saint Germain, even with his yokai powers missing? And I think that might be something that either comes out in this fight, or we get more information on later. I thought something interesting about all of this power giving and power stealing was that you aren't just immediately made a master of the power that you are given. Because it's very clear that Heisei, the school bully that's after Okarun, is not at all anywhere close to the same mastery level that Okarun might have had over Turbo Granny. He even admits that transforming is very exhausting and it's putting a lot of strain on his feet and legs, which, I mean, if you've seen the amount of bulk that his legs get from the one panel of him transforming, I wouldn't be surprised. My legs would probably strain too if I was gaining 10 times muscle mass every time I transformed. The problem is, when you put someone like Heisei, a school bully who was really only in this for self-interested reasons, he even admits that he doesn't want to steal Okarun's powers, he just wants to beat the shit out of Okarun because for some reason he thinks that that's going to return his social status. I'm not really sure what this guy's plan is. Very low IQ in my honest opinion, very school bully coded, to the point that Heisei isn't even able to work cooperatively with the Jet Booster Cur. Not that the Jet Booster Cur really wants to work cooperatively or anything. Heisei is literally berating the Jet Booster Cur, saying that, hey, just let me beat him up, stay out of my way, and you can have the powers afterwards. And this Jet Booster Cur doesn't even listen to him. She's too busy focusing on her little, keypad on her new exosuit that Count Saint Germain gave her, that apparently is a lot more complicated than the last one, which makes me wonder, where did Count Saint Germain acquire this exosuit from? Did he use nanomachines like Ludris did to make this exosuit? That would be a very interesting parallel from Kintaka, who is really coming out of his element here and showing how much effort he's put into growing alongside of his protagonist team. Because obviously, we knew that Kintaka was able to create this giant, massive kaiju robot last time in the Space Globalist arc when facing up against the big giant kaiju. But we did not know that Kintaka was steadily increasing his level and steadily increasing his ability to use these nanomachines in better combat situations. Which the best example is Kintaka actually improving the level of defense and durability of his nanomachines just by keeping a paperweight in his pocket and getting his brain and mind to better understand and associate the feeling of steel and how metaphysically and physically all of these scientific properties work to actually better craft a more durable steel-like resource when you are building with the nanomachines. It makes a lot of sense, and you gotta give my man props. I know everyone clowns on my boy Kintaka, but when he steps in, he honestly always comes in clutch. Because to be honest, it really doesn't seem like Okarun really would have been able to participate in this fight. At least we don't know what his abilities are. In the beginning of the fight, he's just using lifeboats and airbags to kind of reduce the amount of danger and harm that he's taking from not just Heisei's giant fucking double kicks, but the jet booster Kerr, who is using alien technology. I have to imagine without the lifeboat or without the airbags, Okarun would probably get split in two by the level of power that the jet booster Kerr is bringing to the fight. And after running around for a decent amount of time, it's revealed that Kintaka was actually able to build this armor for Okarun and himself. Okarun's got like this prototype Iron Man fucking terrible exposed armor that at least does tank the power of the jet booster Kerr, which it's weird to me that the alien technology wouldn't have found a way to surpass steel of all things, but I'm not gonna think that far into it. I'm just happy that Okarun isn't getting split in half by these giant kicks that everyone's throwing around. The only downside is something that Kintaka did not bring into the equation is speed. Because he has always used the great Kinta, the great giant mech in this colossal form, he never realized that in human size, it's actually pretty slow, which is a very bad thing to be when you're going up against two characters who primarily rely on speed. Even though Jumping Crone Heisei is letting the jet booster Kerr get his comeuppance right now, once he starts popping in, they are going to be completely overwhelmed if they are just too slow to react. Thankfully though, even though the mech armor isn't enough for Kinta to be relevant in the fight, as he's just getting bodied by every single person that comes his way, Heisei's pushing him over, he's trying to throw punches at the jet booster Kerr, and that is just not even hitting. But the main point of this chapter seems to be that the jet booster Kerr is looking to take revenge on Okarun. Not because he destroyed the Kerr or took down the space globalist squad that came to conquer Earth, but because it's revealed that this jet booster Kerr was actually a double agent the entire time. The jet booster Kerr is a member of a planet that the Kerr absolutely obliterated, and she was able to survive, sneak into the space globalist army, and slowly rise the ranks until she was Hoster, the lead Kerr. She was his right-hand man. And it makes sense that she spent most of her life for avenging her planet, her family, whatever situation she had. It seems in the short little flashback panel that we get as we might go into the full backstory of the jet booster Kerr next chapter, it seems like she had love. She did have reasons to enjoy being on the planet. So sure, the space globalists are all dead. Okarun and everybody killed all of them. They're all destroyed. So the jet booster Kerr realistically should be happy. But the problem is, Okarun stole all those decades, all those years, however long it took for her to get to that point. Okarun stole that joy from her. Okarun stole that justice from her. By killing Hoster and taking out the space globalist arc before she could, she essentially spent who knows how long of her life being a member of the space globalist and taking down other planets all in the name of revenge for nothing. Which, frankly, you could see either way of, she should be happy that the space globalists have been destroyed. Okarun even mentions, I am not your enemy, we're not your enemy. So it's possible that she may actually join our side, because not for nothing, she does not seem very happy to be working with Count Saint Germain. Whereas everyone else is just an ignorant human that is doing things out of self-interest, selfishness, especially Heisei doing it for social reputation. The jet booster Kerr is one of the only people that seems to have ulterior motives, that seems to have their own level of understanding of the situation that's going on. Like, yeah, sure, a bunch of these humans have never met with Count Saint Germain before, but not only does the jet booster Kerr have knowledge of who he really is, she was also someone that was willing to be a double agent under the space globalists for years. So it makes sense that she would reluctantly work for Count Saint Germain, but also keep her own interest at heart, which means she may possibly become an ally or a friend. We know how Dandadan works. It wouldn't be a surprise if that was to happen. But listen, all I'm hoping to get out of this chapter is Okarun's hidden abilities finally revealed, because the very fact that Count Saint Germain is still sending people after Okarun proves that there is something to be taken. Whatever the situation is, that's what I'm most interested in, because to be honest with you, I love Kintaka as much as the next guy, but that whole paperweight thing, learning to see how Kintaka has improved his level of creation with the nanomachines, that was enough for me. I'm happy with that level of character development. Right now, I need to not only see this jet booster Kerr's backstory and why they were willing to not only give up 100 years of their life to be a double agent, but get so mad when ultimately at the end of the day, the space globalist arc, was taken care of. They're all gone. So she should be happy.
But guys, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below. Let me know if you think that there's still a chance Count Saint Germain could have his name cleared and not be the bad guy. But at this point, I think every chapter that we get in this saga continues to prove more and more that the theories that Count Saint Germain is just some misunderstood good guy just is not the case.
So this chapter of Dandadan picks up exactly where we left off last chapter, with Kinta and Okarun going to battle with the Jet Booster Cur and Heisei, the school bully. And one thing that's very apparent in this fight is how different these two teams are of fighters, because we have one side of the group, Kinta and Okarun, who are doing their absolute best to work together and work as a team, despite the fact that both of them are almost polar opposites. And we even see this as we get the robot merge later on in the chapter, where Kinta admits that, hey, you know, I'm creative, I can build all these different things with my nanomachines and keep merging our robots and do everything, but Okarun, you are the one that has combat experience. You are the one that knows how to fight. Without you working in tandem with my robots, we are not going to be able to win, because Okarun, of course, we know, has been nerfed drastically without Turbo Granny. He did play a pretty pivotal role when he fought against Kokiyuki Shiro, but again, he had Ira with all of her spirit powers, and Momo, who despite being small, still does have her telekinesis, so he had a lot of help, and also people that he's worked with often before, and people that he knows how to cooperate with. I mean, Ira and Okarun quite literally trained together during the musician Topa. So I do think it's interesting that that is the core struggle of this chapter, is Kinta trying to fuse with Okarun. Again, Kinta being much more of a brain-heavy fighter, whereas Okarun is much more of an instinct, body-heavy fighter. Contrast that with the Jet Fighter Cur and Heisei, the school bully. It's actually extremely funny how they're kind of suffering from the same problem, except just a little bit different. Because where Kinta and Okarun are struggling just because they're two people that have never actually worked together before, the Jet Cur and Heisei are people that haven't worked together in a fight necessarily, but their big problem is the fact that they both want to kill Okarun for their own revenge purposes. We have slowly been getting small panels and glimpses trickle to us of what appears to be the Jet Booster Cur's backstory. Even Okarun is surprised in this chapter that when the spacesuit comes off a little bit, it reveals a girl. It doesn't reveal an octopus, which is what we thought the Cur were. So I'm interested to see how that is going to affect Okarun going forward in this fight, and if he's going to start looking at the Jet Booster Cur differently, especially considering that even last chapter he was already saying that, hey, I don't want to fight you, we are no longer enemies, I'm gonna take you out if I have to, you don't need to hurt me to get revenge. Realistically, I said it even last video, this person taking a grudge out on Takakura because Okarun killed the Cur and stopped the Cur invasion when she wanted to do that, as much as you can agree and understand and empathize with the fact that, hey, she spent hundreds of years as a double agent looking to take out Hoster, the leader of the Cur squad herself, and just to have someone else do it is definitely very upsetting. But if the goal of what you wanted was to have the Cur be trampled, have the Cur be destroyed, didn't you accomplish that already? It just had to be you that did it, you selfish person. Anyway, we do get a fun little Berserk reference, and I'm not exactly sure if this is, we were having such a great time in paradise and then, oh my god, life is over, or if this Jet Booster Cur's husband or boyfriend is being like manipulated by a fake woman while she's being thrown into, you know, the Cur alien sludge. It's unclear, and we're just gonna have to wait for a couple chapters, I imagine, to get that full backstory and figure out what has hurt her so much. As of right now, it's gonna be completely interrupted because Heisei, the school bully, refuses to let the Jet Booster Cur continue fighting Takakura, to the point that they even start fighting amongst each other. Apparently, Heisei with the jumping crone is like super badass and very powerful, at least strong enough to just blitz and overwhelm the Jet Booster Cur. This is a Jet Booster Cur that was in the Space Globalist arc taking on Okarun with his Turbo Granny powers. Sure, you could argue he didn't have all of his buffs yet. He didn't have the electrical power buff. To see that Heisei has already reached that point, if not surpassed it, just on his first transformation alone, it opens up a lot of different questions. Most importantly, I think what could be his downfall is the very fact that, based off of his buff ass legs and the fact that he is not wearing up, you know, disengaging, he is in constant all out mode for what seems to be since this entire fight. And that might ultimately make Heisei's weakness. Because remember, when the story first began, Okarun was really only able to go all out speed once or twice.
And sure, Jumping Crone and Turbo Granny are two entirely different yokais. The similarities between them can't be denied. Even more so, they can't be denied because giving Heisei Jumping Crone in the first place is definitely meant to be a major parallel. I also think it's funny that Heisei, this entire fight, is just unable to comprehend anybody's own opinions or feelings, and it shows just how self-centered and selfish that he truly is, and how much he cares about his reputation and just his social standing. Because after you kick the shit out of Okarun, what is Heisei's plan here? Obviously, Count Saint Germain is going to exploit this evil side of Heisei. Realistically, it shows how short-sighted he really is as a person, because not only is he completely going all out and fucking up his partner that's supposed to be in this fight, again, you're going up against two people that have way more combat experience than you. Even if you don't want to work with the Jet Booster Cur, at the very least you can make a plan with her. He's not even trying to. He quite literally mollywops her and just slams her into the ground to where she can't fight anymore, which literally just ends up giving Kinta and Okarun plenty of openings to start fighting. The big set piece of this chapter is Kinta and Okarun merging with their nanomachines, because obviously Okarun, who is so used to fighting inside Turbo Granny, even though he's actually putting up a pretty decent fight in this big armored suit, I gotta give it to him. The fact that he already has like technique names, pile drive, and everything, that he's throwing hands with the Jet Booster Cur of all people, yeah, that's gotta tell me that Okarun, even without Turbo Granny, has those combat moves and just hand-to-hand kind of just ingrained into his flesh at this point. But again, once Kinta and Okarun actually merge and Okarun becomes the legs while Kinta becomes the top, it shows again the big parallel between these two characters. If they are not able to combine the brains and the muscles, then they are just going to fall to Heisei, who again is not even that experienced. It shows how much of a big nerf they are taking and putting on these protagonists. I also think it's funny that Heisei keeps telling Okarun to transform and use his powers when it's very clear that at least we know Okarun does not have Turbo Granny. And if Okarun did have Turbo Granny, something tells me this fight would be happening a lot quicker, because Turbo Granny Okarun is one, definitely going to be stronger than the Jet Booster Cur, because I don't know if this exosuit is supposed to be more powerful, but I mean, she got beaten in Space Globalist arc and then laid around, you know, injured until Count Saint Germain went to go find her. So I don't think she got more powerful. Taking on Heisei though, it really is great to see that they're giving him as much power as they do and not making him just a loser or someone that's easily ran over. This could also just because he's going up against Kinta, who is obviously not one of the most combat oriented people, and Okarun, who has lost all of his ability at this point. So that might be what's making this fight so dynamic. Either way, I am very excited to see how these two groups overcome their differences. Kinta and Okarun need to find a way to work together. Kinta is weird and out there, and I think Okarun needs to match his wavelength and synchronize with him. I think that's the issue. Kinta is like so high level, whereas Okarun is again just so, you know, grounded, foundational. He has all of the base skills, whereas Kinta has all of the imagination and creativity. Will the Jet Booster Cur end up becoming a ally for us and joining our side, with her backstory slowly getting revealed to us and it being shown that realistically she has no reason to be fighting us right now? Sure, Count Saint Germain gave her the exosuit, but I feel like unless he can remote control the exosuit, she should have every reason to go on our side, because I think he would be the new villain to put our sights onto and take down. Because one, the partner that he set you up with is just an asshole, is beating the shit out of you. Something tells me that this alien woman, just like Bamora, whatever your translation is going to join our team, fill us in. She could be our access to all of the information we need on Count Saint Germain, because she seems to know who he is and what he's about. Even at the very least, if she doesn't know what his secret plans are, she knows what he's been doing for probably the last couple of decades, based off of her being a double agent and working alongside Germain. She could be a very valuable ally in more ways than one, not just fighting, but with knowledge. The last
last point that I'll leave you guys with is a question that I've seen a lot of people in the community ask, and I think it's genuinely a really important thing to chew on and think about, is what are we going to do with Heisei after this? Now, obviously, him being a crazy yelling asshole, I mean, Heisei sucks, right? He's a school bully, we can all admit that. But the person that he is now while taking on Jumping Crone's transformation is most likely a full-on, you know, multiplication and just emphasizing of his worst traits possible. We've seen this with Okarun, we've seen this with Unjizuma, so it's most likely that Heisei isn't always this mean-spirited evil person that's gonna beat the shit out of even his own allies. He is probably suffering from the effects of the mental, you know, fluctuation of transforming and being merged with a yokai. Saying that, I wonder how that kind of is parallel with Okarun and Kinta's issue. Is Okarun going to have to do the same thing he did with Turbo Granny? You know, find a way to synchronize their spirits and find a way to synchronize their fighting styles to make things work better. But even more importantly now, if we do beat Heisei, obviously with the Jet Booster Cur, if we beat her, she's an alien. She can either go back to her own planet. Most likely she's going to end up helping us fight against Count Saint Germain. Heisei though, is he going to join the team, the school bully, or is he going to get beaten and then live his life? Now, we already have the gym teacher who was defeated by Ira, Koki, and Rin. His crimes were a little bit more easier. This bro needs to go to jail. That simple. Heisei though, he needs one, you know, a reality check. He needs to realize that he needs to not be someone that peaks in high school. Probably should, you know, give a little bit more thought to his future and how much after high school should care to him more than girls don't like him in high school. Now, my guy, you got all college, you got after college, you got plenty. Go study abroad. Go to Europe or something, my guy. I don't know what to tell you, but taking out all of this mental anguish and angst into a transformation and then joining the evil team, I don't know what to tell you, and I don't know what your redemption is. I think it is really funny to me that the genocidal alien is more likely to get a heartfelt backstory that brings them over to our side than the probably reasonably traumatized school bully who is taking out their own insecurities on other people is, which is just, you know, not lost on me. Yeah, I do wonder what's going to happen to Heisei if he loses. Is Heisei going to stay a villain after this? Is this fight going to end on a draw and Heisei continues to fight for Count Saint Germain? Or just like the gym teacher, is he going to be bodied and I guess either we're showing him the wrong of his ways, or it could go anywhere.
So I absolutely love how Yukinobu Tatsu, without fail, has managed to prove Okarun's character development did not all disappear the moment that he lost Turbo Granny. Because this is the second fight in the arc that Okarun proves himself as a strong and independent hero that does not require any supernatural powers or backing from some yokai to accomplish and make executive decisions mid-battle that can change the entire momentum of everything. From the last chapter of Dandadan, it was obvious that Heisei in the Jumping Crone transformation was supremely more dominant and a lot stronger than both Okarun and Kinta combined. And the reason for that is, well, obviously, you're going up against the Jet Booster Cur with an alien exosuit and someone with yokai powers, where Kinta just barely has like a little cube of nanomachines that he's able to mold into this armor, thankfully. Because without this armor, it's pretty much made clear that these characters wouldn't survive 1 or 2 shots of what the Jumping Crone or Jet Booster Cur are capable of. Which is why it's really lucky that Okarun and Kinta got the duo of characters that are just bickering and ended up fighting each other and knocking the other one out, because if they were actually working together and cooperating, they would be obliterating Kinta and Okarun. But one of the most interesting things that isn't lost on me is how much of an advantage Heisei has over not just Okarun and Kinta, but the Jet Booster Cur as well. Because the main thing that I think this battle proves is how much a yokai ability can make a huge difference in a fight. Picture Jumping Crone as Okarun going up against Kinta and maybe Momo, or Kinta and Gigi. This really proves to you that having these kinds of yokai powers really does make all of the difference and add such a layer of handicap that you can 1v2 this giant mech and just absolutely obliterate them. I mean, for half the battle, Jumping Crone is moving at such high speeds, you could literally say he is blitzing Okarun and Kinta, and there's the scene where he's coming at him from all directions. Heisei is a demon with this power, and it just shows how strong Jumping Crone is for the fact that he's only had this ability for what?
a day, and he's already this powerful. Which just makes me upset that Okarun wasn't able to fight him with his Turbo Granny powers, because that would be a battle that was of legendary proportions. But getting into why I absolutely love this chapter and Okarun's character is because despite Kinta's passion, as he calls it, being the reason that they are able to create this giant mech of creative proportions and still be able to keep up with two characters they have no right going up against. However, Kinta's passion is not enough. Kinta said last chapter that they have to combine their knowledge and their talents, and unfortunately with Okarun lacking a yokai ability, all he can really do is support Kinta. However, that's not how this fight needs to go. These two characters need to fuse perfectly. They need to make that fusion dance actually work. And we get a nice little flashback to when Okarun still had that yee boy ass haircut before he got it all scruffed up, and we remind ourselves why Heisei is not getting a nice backstory that explains why he is the way he is. And that's because Heisei is ontologically evil. But no, Heisei is just a piece of shit. Even from way back in the day, just reading this little conspiracy theory magazine is enough for Heisei to say that Okarun does not deserve to live, which just shows that Heisei just wanted to make Okarun's life hell. He didn't care what the reason was for why he made fun of Okarun. He was gonna find any way to talk shit about the kid with the yee ass haircut. And not only is it just so inspiring to see Okarun rip through the mech, foregoing all of the nanomachines and just grabbing onto Heisei so that way he can just bite into him, hold on to him while Kinta re-merges the fusion and fixes the mech. As Heisei is screaming, telling him that it's creeping him out, Okarun says, "I'm not letting you get away with the nonsense that you have put me through." It's even funnier because he's not like, "This is what you get for being a bully." He just proves Heisei wrong. Now that Okarun is getting girls think that Okarun's hot, and honestly, Heisei's pretty much passing his peak of high school where women are like, "Dude, you're just kind of a fucking douchebag. I'm not attracted to that anymore." It's Okarun's fault. Okarun did this. As opposed to him looking inward and saying, "You know what? Maybe I fucking suck as a human being and I need to do some work." I think it's beautiful, not just that Okarun has come so far throughout the series to where he beat Heisei in the foot race like 10-20 chapters ago. He had girls talking to him and he's hanging out with some of the most popular people in his school. Okarun has earned that. He worked on himself. He did everything he possibly could to become a better Okarun. And he didn't give up anything of what he was to do so either. He didn't give up his conspiracy theories. He didn't give up his love for aliens. He stayed true to who he was, and that ended up netting him more popularity and praise and support than Heisei could have ever dreamed of. And that is why he is the villain, and that is why he's not gonna get a backstory. Because he hasn't done any work. He has no reason to be the way that he is. He is just, frankly, someone who was too privileged to ever look within. And it's about time that he got his ass cooked, because Kinta uses his amazing creativity and brain to create a new fusion of the mech, and Okarun, now fully locked in and believing in himself and in the battle, does what he knows is best, pushes his limits and wants to do what is right for him. And this combination between Kinta's creativity and Okarun's strong will create the exact fusion of mech that is the perfect way to defeat Heisei, by locking him into the mech with them, and then because they get so heavy with the fusion, they just drop right down to the ground full speed and crush Heisei. Have you ever seen Kirby's down B from Super Smash? They literally just did that. The power of this pile drive right to the ground is enough to revert Heisei to his regular form and take him completely out of commission, and he is done with the battle. Conveniently enough, this is the perfect time for the Jet Booster Cur to wake up, because she is getting back on her feet. However, realizing that she is dealing with the greatest duo to ever do it, she dips. She takes the wings that are on her suit and flies off, because if she wasn't able to beat Heisei in jumping crone form, she's definitely not going to be able to beat Kinta and Okarun in whatever fusion you want to call it. She will definitely be coming back. But until then, we have now bested Mr. Murakami and Heisei.
the two big villains that were left in the school that we know of. Obviously, we still have Miss Adachi, but with her innocent heart and the fact that she's pretty much just being blackmailed by Count Saint Germain, I don't think we have to worry too much about her. So all this tells me is, where are we going next in the story? Are Koki, Ira, and Rin gonna meet up with Okarun and Kinta, and we are going to reconvene now that we have saved everyone? How are we gonna handle Heisei and Mr. Murakami after this, now that they are two villains that clearly are just irredeemable? Two evil people that finally, for once, don't have a reason for us to feel sorry for them. Are we going to tie them up and hold them hostage so that way we can figure out who the big bad actually is? Count Saint Germain, of course. Heisei basically was telepathically given his powers, so he doesn't know the main big bad. But Mr. Murakami, running his own, scandal and nonsense, may have more information for us. But until then, we're just gonna have to wait for next chapter. We might even cut to what Seiko and Momo and Unji are all doing, because as I've been saying it for the last couple of chapters, if we ran into this much trouble just checking on Koki, I can only imagine what obstacles are going to stand in the way of Momo getting to that goddamn magical hammer. This chapter of Dandadan got so dark very, very fast. And not only did we see just how far the main orchestrator and central antagonist of the entire Kozuka Knife saga is willing to go to get what they deem the id cosmos, we also see just how deep and convoluted this plan has been, and how much 4D chess is truly being played in order for the central antagonist, Count Saint Germain, it's completely concrete obvious at this point, is in dire need of, apparently, Momo's power. And going back into all of the attacks and all of the different events that have occurred ever since we finished the Fairy Tail card arc, it's all beginning to make sense. And again, point back to it being undeniable that Count Saint Germain, Mr. Sanjome, whether they are the same person, whether they're two different entities that look alike that are collaborating, now with the information that we get in regards to the main orchestrator talking to Miss Adachi when she goes to drop off this power that she stole from Mr. Murakami, we find out that this id cosmos is what Count Saint Germain is searching for. And it may potentially just be in Momo Ayase, or she might be this direct object that he's referring to. And the reason why I say it contextualizes a lot of the things that have happened so far is because some of the attacks that occurred, we weren't really sure why. They didn't make much sense in the very beginning of when they were all happening. Imagine Psycho Ayase getting attacked. As far as we know, at least, Psycho doesn't really have any kind of yokai abilities to have stolen. Although the Iron Bull and Jiangxi were trying to force Seiko to submit her powers. And then we also have the most recent attack with Heisei and the Jet Booster Cur going after Okarun and Kingta, who a lot of people were throwing shade at the idea that this can't be Saint Germain, because if it was Saint Germain, he would know that Okarun doesn't have his powers. But now we have a whole nother layer of knowledge that makes all of these prior inconsistencies make sense. The id cosmos is something that Count Saint Germain describes as, or at least what we assume to be Count Saint Germain. I don't want to outright say it yet because I could be proven wrong. The reason Miss Adachi has to be ejected from the group, not because she went against Count Saint Germain's wishes. The main orchestrator says the reason why she needs to be ejected is because she does not have the guts. We can go back to Mr. Murakami's defeat, right? Miss Adachi's like, hey, well, no, I was able to do it. I stole his power. He's like, no, don't cap. Miss Adachi only got that power because Mr. Murakami said, hey, please, you know what, I'll surrender my power, please help me. And she was like, oh yeah, surrender your power and I'll help you, I promise. And again, she happened to come across that by happenstance and just being in the right place at the right time. And because at the end of the day, even despite the fact that Mr. Murakami was probably about to assault her, she was still willing to see a person in need of help and help them, even if it meant stealing their powers. He got defeated and she just ended up with the power. She tried to take the glory for that. And again, that isn't necessarily the issue. The issue is the fact that she doesn't have what this orchestrator deems as the ability to destroy someone to the purest sense of their weakness. And the problem is this id cosmos that Count Saint Germain describes. We get a direct panel of Momo when this orchestrator describes it. Someone that does not fear death and has a marvelous power. In order to defeat this person, you have to attack the people around them because their lives are worth risking in a sense. And we actually get the perfect comparison panel here with Momo when she destroyed Hoster, the space manipulation cur. This proved that Momo doesn't fear death. She's willing to take risks because she trusts in herself and her allies. And then again, you start going back and everything makes sense. The main targets in all of this have mostly been people close to Momo. Yes, the fairy tale card back in the day was something that Count Saint Germain clearly had his sights set on, but we see here that he's using the fairy tale card and giving that power to others in his, little army that he's been gaining in order to fight against Momo and target Momo. But because Momo can't be targeted and beaten down in a normal fight setting, Count Saint Germain has to target all the other people around her, her friends, steal her friends' power, hurt her friends, and defeat them. Which is why, again, Seiko and her friends were attacked despite Seiko potentially not really having any powers to steal. I just want to mention, Officer Bega has, for such a small little cameo in the last arc, become one of my favorite characters, and I quite literally was so excited to see him step in and save Miss Adachi from what might have been one of the scariest and again darkest moments in Dandadan, watching her get bludgeoned to death by this fucking man in a mask with a suitcase who clearly does not give a single fuck about anything besides ushering in whatever Count Saint Germain plans to do. Officer Bega thankfully steps in and saves her, and Officer Bega is so badass that even this guy who has the fairy tale card as a yokai ability says, this isn't gonna work on this guy. I need to skedaddle and run away right now because I can't win. Which, again, no powers, just a fucking good and honest policeman. Which some people might be confused why it won't work, but Officer Bega can stop the fairy tale card mind control because it works on a person's guilt, whereas Officer Bega, despite having, his whole family be murdered, he has still risen above that and even passed that kind of philosophy on to Zuma, which is how Zuma was able to break out of the fairy tale card's mind control. We see that Koki, Ira, Rin, all these people with Okarun and Kingta reunite as they get Heisei and at least try to, bring him to safety. And we do cut to Momo, and we even have an even bigger problem rising up with the fact that as Momo's curse progresses and gets further, the people around her are slowly beginning to lose sight of her and forget her. And despite the fact that, sure, Gigi can still see her, Gigi is her childhood friend, Gigi has known her for all her life. Of course, he'd still be able to remember her and see her, whereas Vamola, not really that much of a length of time. It makes sense that she would already have that memory erased. And if these memories get erased, having Momo lose literally all of the people closest to her in that darkest and moment of despair, where the human heart is wrenched and pulled and has no chance of even seeing any kind of logic as an id cosmos would be. Wouldn't Momo's instinct to be, I want all of this to end, I want all of this to stop, I will do anything in my power to stop this? And after all of the damage is done, after all of her allies are hurt and injured and getting destroyed by the yokai assassins that Count Saint Germain has sent, only then will the man of the hour appear right before Momo and say, hey, I can make this all go away. Just give me your powers and admit defeat. That's just my guess. Who knows? But in my opinion, this chapter was not only a very just insane, dark, does anyone count pages as they're reading and go, how much is left? I don't want this to end, because this, Dandadan's story has been so good lately. And this is just another step into the amazing results of what might be this Kozuka knife saga, because there's so much left to go through, and we are only getting started and just barely beginning to tip our little toesies into the layers and layers of 4D plotting that this main villain, whoever he may be, has set up. But guys, just know I'll be here every single freaking week talking about this series, because I love Dandadan, and I promise you, you can count on me every week to bring that sweet content to you. Check out some of the extra Dandadan content that I've got about Seiko, about Count Saint Germain himself even, or maybe feel free to check out the main channel if you want to see me stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, or anything else, guys. I sincerely appreciate you getting this far into the video. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Don't forget, and I'll see you guys in the next Dandadan video. Peace, 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 peace.